Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku and Ochako saved the abducted Class 1A in Okinawa Part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see Part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. So let's start the video. I'm so excited. Ochako 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 squealed, practically bouncing on her seat as she looked out the bus window at the tropical trees that lined the roadway. Beside her, her friend and classmate, 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿, also peered over her shoulder at the landscape. I'm still surprised that our school even sponsored this trip for our class to fly all the way to Okinawa. 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿 commented, always the observant one. Seems like an extra risk with everything that went on during our first year. But isn't it amazing that they did? Ochako exclaimed, palms pressed against the window. I never dreamed I would ever get to do a trip all the way to Okinawa, especially with all my friends, she added to herself. Her eyes glanced sideways to the aisle across from them, where her other classmates, Izuku Midoriya and Tenya Ida, were chatting. Both boys seemed immersed in an Okinawa guidebook that sat open in their laps. Amongst the 10 different conversations going on, she could still faintly hear Izuku discussing some of the most popular heroes stationed on the island. Of course he would be talking about heroes. Ochako couldn't help but smile amusedly at this. Without thinking, her hand wandered to her bag, where a certain All Might figure was clasped to the zipper. She blushed, hoping no one noticed. Thankfully she was saved from her romantic thoughts by the appearance of one of her other classmates. Maybe the school is just rewarding us for all our hard work, Toru Hagakure chirped in from behind them. Their other friend, Mina Ashido, also poked her vibrant pink head over. Yeah, we totally worked our butts off, Mina added with a grin. We totally deserve to have fun in the sun. Plus I can show off my new bathing suit. Check it out. She grabbed her bag, pulling out a leopard print bikini top. Leopard print. Cute, right? So kawaii, Toru exclaimed enthusiastically. It's so you, Ochako agreed, clasping her hands together. Next to her, 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿 still seemed lost in her thoughts. I don't know. I can't seem to get myself too excited, 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿 said, finger resting on her chin thoughtfully. Not when it seems like every sort of school excursion we go on ends up with us being in danger and having to fight villains. I guess you're right, Ochako reluctantly agreed. It was true that their first year as US students was nothing short of chaotic, with the multiple appearances of the League of Villains during almost every major event. It was a miracle that everyone had made it to their second year of high school all in one piece. But still, that didn't mean this trip would follow that same pattern. Ochako thought, determined to stay positive. In all my middle school years, I was never able to afford any class trips. No way am I going to let this all-inclusive, all travel fares paid for, ultimate Okinawa beach trip be ruined. Ochako vowed, fists balled and determined, tears rolling down her face. Ooh, Ochako, are you okay? Mina teased, tickling Ochako's nose with the drawstring of her bikini top. Ochako sneezed, blushing in embarrassment as the girls giggled. Their amusement was suddenly halted by the stern voice of their fellow female classmate, Momo Yaoyorozu, whose head suddenly popped over the seat in front of Ochako and 𝐒𝐴𝐧𝐿. Girls, please put that indecent clothing away. Don't get your panties in a knot, Mina grumbled, stressing out the bikini. It's just a bikini top. It's nothing that you can't see on any billboard. Before Momo could reply, J.Kayuka's head appeared next to hers. Yeah, but we have who's spying on us as we speak with that pervy look of his. All the girls turned to see the class perv, Minoru peeping over his seat and drool running down his mouth as his gaze remained glued onto the bikini top in Mina's hand. Love the bikini, Mina, Mina called out creepily. Can't wait to see you in it. Mina shivered, instantly dropping the top. It came to rest on top of Ochako's head. Before any of the girls could comment, a sudden shout rang across the whole bus. Dudes, we're here. Ajiro Kuroshima's call rang out as the school bus parked along a sun-soaked beach, the baby blue waves caressing the white sand. The rest of Class 1 gaped at the sight of the tropical paradise awaiting them. Images of bikinis and frolicking in the sand quickly engrossed the young teens as they rushed to get off the bus. There is only one tiny problem. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. This is a mission, Aizawa-sensei announced, blocking the door of the bus. Ajiro, along with the group of excited classmates crowding behind him, instantly froze in disbelief. Surprise, Midnight added, standing up in her seat in the front amongst the shocked students. Say what? Minta shouted, dramatic tears running down his face. But what about our trip to see Bikin? His mouth was instantly covered by his blonde friend, Denki Kaminari. He means the beach, Denki finished with a nervous grin as Minta struggled. Trip to see the beach, Sensei? Tenya asked, raising his hand quickly into the air from his seat next to Midoriya. Please forgive me. As class representative, I was not aware of any hero exercises planned for this trip, and so I irresponsibly left my hero gear at the hotel. Me too. Yeah, I only bought my bathing suit. Aizawa's eye twitched as the class's complaints rang loudly through the bus. Before he could lose his temper, Midnight stood up with a microphone in hand. Now class, relax. Though today's activities count as a mission, our main objective is for you all to have youthful fun in the sun. Confused silence followed this statement that was instantly broken up by an angry Katsuki Bakugo. What the hell are you blabbering about, you old hag? Are we on a mission or not? Before she could answer, Izuku raised his hand. Excuse me, but could this possibly have anything to do with the case of 10 missing teens that happened last week in Okinawa? Midnight's eyes sparkled excitedly as she pulled out a tiny remote control. Very good, Midoriya. You're correct. She pushed a red button, making a large screen appear in front of the bus. The screenshots of 10 teenage boys appeared before the class. If you turn your attention this way, you'll see the identities of 5 missing boys from Sakuya High that disappeared last week during their school trip to the beach. She clicked the button again and 5 more boys appeared on the screen. These boys were another set of teens that disappeared from a different high school. Once again, they were also visiting the beach on a school trip. These boys disappeared exactly 2 days after the first set. She turned to the class, smile disappearing as she debriefed them on the mission. That makes 10 teenagers gone altogether, all of which went missing on this very beach. Ochako raised her hand from her seat next to Asui. So is this a search and rescue mission then? Not exactly. Midnight turned to Ezrehead, smiling. Care to explain? Aizawa sighed, fanning himself with a paper fan as he grabbed the remote from her. I guess before I continue, have any of you heard of this case from the news? A few of the students nodded, while most looked around blankly. Aizawa frowned, clicking the remote. Instantly, images of several other students appeared before them. All of them were male, despite what the media has let loose to the public. Besides those 10 students, the exact number of students that went missing totaled 20. 7 from Sakuya High and 3 from Hishomo High. I don't understand, Asui stated, raising her hand calmly. Why wouldn't the media let the public know about this? Because despite them being missing for several hours, Aizawa answered. These other 10 managed to make it back to the rest of the class. Memories of what occurred within those 5 hours completely erased. Aizawa shrugged his shoulders lazily. Since they returned unharmed, the schools found it unnecessary to report about their disappearance. He turned to the class, raising a hand to the screen. Now look closely. Do any of you see any similarities between the victims or differences between the ones that were able to return compared to the ones still missing? Details about each student appeared next to their profile picture, including age, blood type, and quirk. Silence fell amongst the class as they each took a moment to study the missing students. Izuku instantly opened his notebook, jotting down notes at a rapid pace. Ochako watched, knowing already by mutterings that he was going over every possible scenario with the missing teens. Izuku was by far the most observant person in the class and was very skilled at evaluating different cases. She glanced up at the profiles of the missing teens, still in shock that their trip was turning into yet another hero exercise. Though she appreciated she was getting more hero experience, she couldn't help but feel a big lump of disappointment about the trip. Behind her, Mina raised her hand excitedly. Sensei, I have an answer, Mina announced, bouncing up and down her seat. The difference between the guys that came back compared to the guys that are still missing. The guys who are still missing are totally hot, while the guys who came back are totally not. Am I right? Mina asked, smirking at Toru. Yes. The guys who are still missing are totally hot compared to the other 10. Toru agreed. Behind her, Katsuki sent them death glares, muttering morons under his breath. She sent him a similar glare in return. Or at least he assumed that's what she was doing. It was kind of hard to tell. Aizawa groaned, glancing at Midnight to be saved, but was met with a grown woman trying desperately to hold back laughter. He sighed in defeat. Anyone else? The guys who returned all have lame ass and useless quirks. Katsuki Bakugo answered from the back, slouching and glaring at the screen. While the guys who were kept all have quirks that can raise a lot of damage if used. The class gave shocked mutters, giving the quirks a second glance on the screen. He's correct, Momo agreed, studying the students. All the ones who have stayed missing have quite powerful quirks. Flames, lasers, control over earth elements. Quite a list. I still think them being hot is another factor, Mina remarked, hands reaching out for Shoto Todoroki in a creepy manner. What if the person kidnapping them is some crazy cougar woman, wanting young blood? Shoto glanced at her, confused. Cougar woman, you know, an older woman who wants young D. Too much info, Ashido. Ijiro covered her mouth before she could finish. Asui raised her hand. This may seem obvious, but isn't it kind of unusual for all the victims to be male? All eyes turned to her as she continued. I mean, for most cases of kidnapping, especially for high schoolers, the victim is usually female. Isn't it kind of strange that all of these cases are high school boys? The class muttered in agreement. You are all correct, Aizawa announced, clicking the screen again to reveal only the missing teens, excluding Ashido's comment. Mina blew a raspberry in his direction, which he ignored. As you can clearly see, all the victims who disappeared were male and had extremely powerful quirks. These details alone makes us assume whoever is causing the disappearances clearly has a specific motive in mind. Our assumptions are that the suspect could be trying to form some sort of group using the victims. Midnight added. But until we acquire more evidence, this is clearly just a hypothesis. As for our mission today, Aizawa finished. Our objective is to reenact the scenario of a class doing a normal school beach trip to try and lure the perpetrator to act. If we're lucky, we can figure out who or what is causing the disappearance of these teens and try to rescue the victims. Any questions? Several hands were instantly raised. Great, Aizawa muttered to himself before calling on 𝗵𝘃𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗲. With all due respect, shouldn't the pro heroes be in charge of cases where student lives are in danger? The dark teen questioned. Yeah, why are we acting as live bait? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 screamed, tugging his hair nervously. Several pro heroes have already attempted to stake out in the area in disguises, but with no luck. Aizawa-sensei answered somberly. Whoever is orchestrating this crime is either specifically targeting teens or they have a quirk that is only effective under certain criteria, which is where you all come in. The authorities in the area specifically contacted you requesting our help in the matter. Midnight continued. Due to this class's unusual experience with dealing with outside crimes, we were chosen to try our luck with a stakeout operation. Aren't you all lucky? Midnight finished with a smile. The bus remained silent, the students glancing at each other uneasily. I don't think lucky is quite the correct word, Ijiro remarked quietly. Yeah, especially since we now have to work on our school trip, Denki added, slouching over his seat. A few people muttered in agreement. However, their reactions did nothing to dampen Midnight's enthusiasm. Now, don't extinguish your youthful spirits just yet, Midnight explained with a mischievous wink. We said your jobs are to reenact the same scenarios as the previous victims, aka enjoying yourselves on the beach like any normal high schoolers would do. This also gives you all a chance to practice your stakeout skills, Aizawa added sternly. For missions like these, blending in is key. Acting the part while also being prepared for any type of surprise attack are all very important skills for heroes to acquire. He paused as Shoto quietly raised his hand. Yes, if one of us is successfully abducted, what are the precautionary guidelines to alert you of our abduction? Scream your head off, Midnight answered brightly. Shoto blinked, not sure if she was serious or not. Luckily, Aizawa-sensei came to his rescue by pulling out a small device. If a kidnapping does occur, we'll be able to track you all with these devices that will be handed out to each of you. They're waterproof, so please attach them to your swimsuits or any other attire you will be wearing. If we're lucky, one of you will be abducted. Lucky? What if we're abducted and killed? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 argued. Midnight waved a dismissive hand. Don't you all worry. We have full confidence in each and every one of you's abilities to stand on your own in a crisis. Time and time again, you all have proven your strengths and will to succeed in every situation thrown at you. This mission should be no different. She threw open the bus doors, letting the sun's rays shine in. Now go out there and act the part of youthful teens, she exclaimed as they all reluctantly grabbed their bags and trudged out of the bus. And remember, try not to get abducted, or better yet, do get abducted. Came a half-heartedly reply from the class. Despite the breaking news that this long-awaited beach trip was just a cover-up for an undercover mission to investigate the disappearance of 10 missing teenage boys from various high schools, Class 1A's spirits lifted slightly as they followed the pathway to the beachfront. White sands and blue crescent waves awaited them. A light breeze sent scents of sea salt and hibiscus flowers wafting through the air, putting them at ease. Wow, look how beautiful the ocean looks, Ochako chirped, clutching her bag close to chest. It is majestic looking, isn't it? Hiro, Tsuyu agreed next to her. Ochako smiled, feeling a little bit better about the situation now that they were out in the sun. Even if this is a mission, how can we not enjoy a view like this? It was then she heard the footfalls of Izuku and Tenya approach from behind. Hey, Yurikaka, Asui, Tenya called out, raising a friendly hand in greeting. I assume you all enjoyed the bus ride. Yeah, the scenery here is pretty, Tsuyu answered, so different from living in the city. As they chatted, Izuku turned to Ochako with a humored grin. That was a pretty crazy announcement. Hard to believe we're technically on a mission now, right? Yeah, Ochako sighed. Guess we can never really catch a break. Izuku blinked, taken aback. You okay? You sound kind of down. She fiddled with her bag, slightly embarrassed he had caught her being mopey. It's nothing really ... It's just with my family being poor, I haven't really had a chance to go on other school trips, so I was kind of looking forward to this one. She ducked her head, hoping to hide her reddening cheeks. How lame can I be? Being giddy about a silly trip like some elementary schooler. How embarrassing. But to her surprise, when she glanced up, Izuku's eyes were blazing with a fiery determination she had only ever seen during his hero missions. Don't worry, 𝗃𝗧𝗏. Even if we are on a mission, I promise to do whatever I can to make sure this is the best school trip ever for you, Izuku vowed, pumping his fists out in a fighting stance. Just let me know what you want to do and we can do it together. Really? 𝗃𝗧𝗏 exclaimed, heart beating wildly against her chest. She had promised to put her romantic feelings for Izuku aside so she could stay focused on being the best hero she could be. But that didn't mean she wouldn't say no to spending a day on the beach with her crush alone. Together, in the sunset, steam puffed from her ears, as her mind went places she was unaware even existed in her subconscious. Yeah, isn't that right, Tenya? Izuku asked, turning to his best buddy, Tenya, who had overheard the conversation. He gave a thumbs up in agreement. Indeed, he answered, putting an encouraging hand on Ochako's shoulder whose body had suddenly turned as hard as stone. There's no need to fret. With us here, we'll make sure you still enjoy yourself. Thanks, I can't wait to spend the day together with everyone, she answered, forcing a stiff smile as her romantic fantasies came to an abrupt end. She suddenly felt a slight tug on her back. Ooh, Ochako-chan, you have something on you, Tsuyu said, glancing curiously behind Ochako. What? Is it a bug? Ochako yelped, turning around so her back was now facing the trio. Hang on, I got it, Izuzu offered, reaching for her back. Looks like just a piece of brick. He paused mid-sentence, holding up Mina's leopard print bikini top. Both him and Tenya stared with confused expressions before it dawned on them what he was holding. Yep, Izuku yelped, dropping the top as if it was a bomb as his whole face turned red. At the same time, Tenya violently whacked him on the head, lecturing the poor teen as he too tried to control his own blushing face. Izuku, how dare you touch a female's precious, underthings without consent, Tenya said, pushing up his glasses, while trying to not make any eye contact with either girl. Apologize instantly. Izuku quickly bowed several times to 𝗃𝗧𝗏, sputtering as he said, I'm so sorry, 𝗃𝗧𝗏. I'll be more careful next time. I promise. Wait, not next time. I mean, He was saved from further embarrassment by Tenya forcefully dragging him away by his shirt collar. Very good. Now come, Izuku, Tenya ordered. I'm sure the girls wish to get changed into their proper swimwear. We shall meet you all later on the beach to discuss strategies for the mission. Ooh, bye 𝗃𝗧𝗏 and Asui-chan. Izuku gave a hasty wave before they both disappeared down the path. The girls stared at their direction, both unsure of what just conspired. Okay, well that was weird, Ochako commented. Hero, Tsuyu agreed. The frog-like girl picked up the bikini top off the ground just as the owner appeared behind them. Oh, there it is, Mina exclaimed, snatching the top back. I was wondering where I left it. Thanks, Tsuyu-chan. Tora bounded up next to them. Oh goody, you found it, she exclaimed, sounding relieved. I was so sure that Minda had taken it. I highly doubt that guy actually has the balls to dare steal one of our swimsuits, Kayuka commented, coming up next to Toru. Speaking of swimsuits, we should probably hurry and get to the changing rooms, Momo announced, joining the group while pulling a rather large traveling suitcase behind her. I just spoke to Midnight Sensei and she explained to me where the female restrooms are. Yippee, let's go, Mina cheered, running quickly ahead, much to Momo's dismay. Wait, please, I suggest we all go as a group, Momo advised, hurrying to catch up. Just to be safe, Toru and Kayuka followed suit, leaving Tsuyu and Ochako alone. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, Ochako commented. Tsuyu glanced at her. Are you? She asked, blinking up at her friend. You sounded slightly off when speaking to Midoriya earlier. What? You're imagining things, Ochako answered, almost a little too brightly. I'm really looking forward to spending the day with everyone. It should be really fun, she exclaimed, pumping both fists into the air. Was Tsuyu's only reply. They continued down the path, lined with fragrant red and yellow hibiscus flowers that swayed in the breeze. Up ahead they could see two wooden shacks, one with a group of men already exiting in full beach attire. Izuku and Tenya were part of that group. You know, Tsuyu began quietly, if you want some alone time with Midoriya, I can keep Tenya busy. Ochako almost fell forward in surprise. Tsuyu-chan. How? When? It's not that way, she answered quickly, face turning bright red. Tsuyu shrugged. Hero, suit yourself. She made to continue walking, but froze when she felt the tiniest of tugs on her tank top. Glancing behind her, she saw Ochako's hand had reached out and grabbed her. Thanks. I'll let you know, she muttered, too embarrassed to look at Tsuyu. Tsuyu smiled, patting her friend's head kindly. All the rest of the girls glanced up at them as they entered the changing rooms. Took you too long enough, Mina teased, already stripping down and littering the floor with her clothing. Come on, let's change and go out and party. Woohoo, Toru squealed, throwing open her own bag and digging through for her bathing suit. Momo glowered at the two. Girls, can we please try not to make a mess in here? Momo asked, glancing apprehensively at all the items littering the ground. Since we're on a mission, we should at least act like professionals. Relax, Momo, Kayuka said, walking up beside her. This may be a mission, but even Aizawa-sensei said we should still let loose a little. Besides, if anyone should be worried, it should be the guys. All of the missing victims were males, remember? Yes, but still, Momo argued. We shouldn't let our guard down. I bet you all those guys were kidnapped just because they were too busy making googly eyes on all the girls wearing bikinis. Mina commented, admiring her full leopard print attire in the mirror. I wouldn't be surprised. Kayuka agreed, pulling out a pink and black themed bikini set. Guys are all pervs. Do you think all guys act weird around bikinis? Ochako pondered aloud. Izuku and Tenya's strange behavior still fresh in her mind. Well duh, Mina answered, striking a sexy pose. Boys, can't get enough of this. Mina, Momo exclaimed, blushing at the display and causing the pink-skinned girl to giggle. Ochako clutched her beach bag uneasily. Oh ... is that so? Their conversation was interrupted by an angry shriek from Toru. Oh no, Sakura, you fiend. She held up a rather skimpy, bright red bathing suit. I told her not to pack this. Who's Sakura? Tsuyu asked, curiously. Sakura is my older sister, Toru explained angrily. She's always bugging me about standing out more and making myself more visible, whatever that means. So she said I should wear this. She held up the scandalous bathing suit up higher. To the beach. Can you believe it? Everything will practically be showing. The invisible girl despaired. The girls all glanced at each other, not quite sure what to say. The bathing suit was most definitely inappropriate for a young high school girl to wear. But there really wasn't anything to hide in Toru's case. Momo, being the most mature of the group, decided the sympathetic rather than obvious approach was best. She went up and patted Toru's back kindly. Now, Toru, do not despair. You are free to borrow any of my swimsuits if you would like. Toru sniffed. Really? Why, of course. Momo opened her traveling chest, revealing an array of different swimsuits of different colors and designs. Please choose any that best suits her taste. Kawaii, Toru exclaimed. Depression instantly erased as she marveled at the cute designs. The other girls gathered around, equally impressed. Oh wow, I was wondering what you were packing in that bag of yours, Kayuka commented, pulling out a rather badass red and black Chinese skirt-themed bikini. Leave it to the rich girl to overpack. Mina teased, glancing at a pink and purple polka-dotted one-piece. Momo blushed. Well, it's my first beach trip with classmates and I wasn't sure which bath suite would best fit the occasion. She fidgeted with her ponytail, looking embarrassed. I was hoping you girls would help me decide. Of course, Toru instantly agreed, pulling out the red and black Chinese skirt-themed bikini Kayuka was holding. It has to be this one. It just screams, Momo. It screams my name. Momo questioned the logic, holding up the bikini. You don't think the design is a little too provocative? No way, Toru disagreed. It's more elegant. Ochako chirped in from where she sat in the back. Yes, Toru agreed. Elegant. Perfect for you. Well, if you all insist. Momo relented, smiling meekly as she clutched the clothing to her chest. I'll go get changed. As she made her way to the stall, she glanced down at Ochako, who was quietly pulling out a familiar suit out of her bag. She paused, staring. Ochako, are you planning on wearing your school swimsuit today? At these words, the rest of the girls paused what they were doing, all eyes turning to Ochako in anticipation. Ochako glanced around, unnerved by the sudden attention she was getting. Well, you see, bathing suits are kind of pricey. So, she couldn't finish that sentence before a sudden Mina appeared very close to her face. No, hell no, she hissed, flinging the school swim across the room, much to Ochako's dismay. But girls, I don't have anything else besides that. What about that cute pink bathing suit you wore when we were on that double mission with Captain Selkie and Sirius? Tsuyu asked. That was a loan from Sirius, Ochako explained, rubbing the back of her neck embarrassedly. She insisted I wear it. She sighed, trying to calm herself. It's really no big deal. A bathing suit is a bathing suit, right? Wrong, Mina screamed, flicking her on the forehead. The bikini is the armor of women, allowing us to show off all our femininity to the world. She explained, striking a pose that All Might would be proud of. The girls clapped in unison. It also allows us to reduce men to the groveling puddles of semen-induced slime they truly are. She finished with a maniacally gleam in her eyes. The girls' clapping slowly stopped, their expressions changing from proud to very uncomfortable. Putting that aside, Momo interjected, grabbing Ochako's hand and leading her to her chest. I do think you would enjoy yourself more if you feel cute in what you are wearing. Please, by all means, pick out one of my bathing suits for yourself. Yes, Ochako, there's so many to choose from, Toru exclaimed, holding up a pink frilly, cherry blossom-themed one for herself. I really don't want to be a bother, Ochako muttered, poking her 2 index fingers together. Momo frowned. Asui-chan, you wouldn't happen to have a picture of the bikini she wore from before? Momo asked, turning to the green-haired girl. Tsuyu pulled out her phone. Kiro, here. Momo took a look at the screen. Excellent. Now, Ochako, if you won't borrow one from me, would you at least accept a gift? She pulled up her shirt and her quirk activating. Within a few seconds, 2 pink bikini pieces emerged from her torso, completely identical to the one she wore before with Tsuyu. Momo happily passed it to Ochako. "Here, a gift from a friend." Ochako waved her hands frantically in front of her. No, I couldn't. It's too much. You can't use your quirk like that ... can you?" "Well, technically I try not to use my quirk for material purposes," Momo explained, looking slightly guilty. "But I feel I can make an exception every once a while." She once again reached out to Ochako. "Won't you please accept it? Is it not customary for friends to exchange gifts?" She tilted her head sadly. "Are we not friends?" "Yes, of course," Ochako quickly exclaimed, grabbing the bikini. "Thank you very much. I'll treasure it forever." Momo smiled brightly. "Please do." Ochako beamed, looking down at the beautiful swimsuit. It was then she felt an arm thrown over her shoulders as Mina leaned into her ear. "You know, I bet I know a certain all-might otaku who will also treasure that bikini, if you know what I mean." "Mina," Ochako protested, floating into the air in embarrassment as the laughter of her comrades filled the air. "Please everyone, let's all form a line and report to the beachfront to debrief on the mission," Ada ordered, waving his classmates out of the door of the men's changing station. "Drop dead, you four-eyed nerd," Bakugo grumbled, wearing Kamo-themed swimming trunks. He exited the building, followed closely by both Kirishima and Kaminari. Kirishima's red swim trunks matched perfectly with his hair, while Kaminari wore striking yellow trunks, patterned with black lightning bolts. "Dude, I'm so confused," the electric quirk teen complained, hands ruffling his blonde hair in agitation. "What exactly are we supposed to do today again? Are we looking for students or having fun? Isn't it obvious?" Kirishima joked, throwing a James Bond pose. "We're going all stealth mode today." "Stealth mode?" Kaminari questioned, glancing up at the blazing sun. "Out here, we just need to act like we would normally do on a beach," Takoyami explained calmly, walking up behind them. The two boys glanced back at him, confused. If that's the case, I don't think normally you would wear that to the beach." Kaminari pointed at Takoyami's black cloak and hood that completely covered his black swim trunks. Kirishima nodded, scratching his head at the strange attire. Takoyami glanced down at his suit, pulling the cloak tighter against him. "I get sunburned easily," he explained, a red tinge appearing across his bird-like face. He was saved from further explanations by Rikido Sato and Mizo Shoji pushing to get past. Ada did a quick glance around. "Is everyone present? Wait, where's Midoriya?" Koji Koda, the gentle giant, poked his head out from the changing rooms. He's still in here, still changing." The bespectacled teen poked his head in, spying his classmate at the far end of the changing rooms, dressed in green swim trunks with black stripes. He stood alone, head leaning against the wall as tendrils of dark mumblings could be seen wisping through the air around him. Midoriya. As Ito approached, he could catch tidbits of Izuku's rambles. "I said next time. I can't believe I said that. How can I ever face her? She probably thinks I'm some pervy weirdo," Izuku moaned, clutching his head as he painfully recalled the incident with the Uraraka and a certain bikini top. His classmate, Hantashiro, suddenly appeared next to him. "Ew, I'm not sure what you're mumbling about. But whoever it is probably already thinks you're weird," Shiro teased, with a wide grin. The ever-sparkling Yuga Aoyama appeared on his other side. Now, Midoriya, do not fret. Whatever bemoans you can most definitely be cured with a nice dose of a little vitamin D." They each grabbed a hold of his arms, dragging him out. "No need to mope in the shadows." "Well said," Ada agreed, nodding approvingly at the trio as they emerged into the sunlight. Izuku blinked, momentarily blinded as they left the shelter of the building. Both Shiro and Aoyama released him, allowing him to shield his eyes as he adjusted to the light. The beach shimmered pleasantly as the mid-morning sun shone down on the crystal blue waves that lapped along the shores. Seagulls cooed, flying overhead and casting shadows over the group of boys laying in wait next to a volleyball net. "Seibo, isn't it?" Aoyama declared, pulling up his red-tinted sunglasses. The blonde-haired teen was glamored out in royal purple swimming trunks that were bedazzled out in sparkling glitter. His silver utility belt that covered his belly button remained in place, helping to keep his quirk from leaking out. "Well, it sure is," Izuku agreed. The picture-perfect setting definitely lifted his spirits. "Definitely has a different vibe from the beaches back home, doesn't it?" Shiro commented, adjusting the strings to his brown and red, indie-style swim trunks. "Yeah, but knowing what's happened here, the welcoming atmosphere almost has a sinister edge to it, doesn't it?" Izuku observed, casting his gaze towards the blue waters that suddenly felt less friendly. 10 boys went missing in this very location less than a week ago. To find them, we'll have to find a way to lure the villain out. Guess it's up to us to act like decoys today, but will that really work though? Nice way to break the mood, Midoriya. The loud voice of Minda broke up Izuku's thoughts as he pushed his way between the trio. "Both you and the teachers just want to ruin the whole vibe of this trip." Ooh, my bad. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 gave an apologetic grin to his fuming classmate as he stomped over to join the rest of the men gathered. Should we really be meeting like this? Sensei did say they wanted us to act more normal. Who knows? 𝗧𝗏 answered with a casual shrug. I think everyone is pretty confused about today's objective. Both 𝗧𝗏 and Midoriya stood aside as 𝗂𝗏𝗵𝗲 pushed through, carrying a rolled-up lavished purple beach towel under one arm and a bag of assorted beach goodies in the other. Well, I'm off. Enjoy the class's little powwow session. Wait, aren't you going to stick around? 𝗂𝗏𝗵𝗲 sent 𝗧𝗑𝗧 a playful wink. None, you said so yourself that sensei wants us to play the part, so I shall perform my heroic duty and enjoy this beach to the fullest. You're free to join me, Midoriya. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 gently declined. Ooh, maybe later. I still think it's important to see what everyone else's plans are. We can't be too careful. Aren't you a tad bit worried? 𝗧𝗏 asked, curiously. The sparkling hero merely chuckled. Oh my dear classmates, the odds of every one of us being abducted are few and far between. Just look at the numbers. Out of the first class, a class of 20, 17 went missing and 7 returned, leaving 5 gone for good. So only 25% of the class. The percentage was even lower for the second class, who only had 8 out of 20 of their classmates go missing, with 3 of those students returning. Yuga flipped his hair confidently. So as you can see, the odds of me getting abducted are pretty low. Can't argue with those numbers. 𝗧𝗏 laughed as 𝗂𝗏𝗵𝗲 skipped away to sunbath. Guess we should join the others, then? Right. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 nodded. He paused, head scanning the beach warily. Hey, I just noticed but none of the girls are here yet. Oh, don't worry about them. The tape hero replied, pointing his thumb towards the shack next to theirs. They still haven't left the changing room yet. Really? 𝗧𝗑𝗧 exclaimed, surprised. It's already been 30 minutes. Yep, and if they're anything like my sisters, they'll be a while longer. Girls are strange that way. At the mention of girls, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 couldn't help but think of pulling that leopard print bikini top off of Uraraka's back. He quickly slapped his palms against his cheeks. Focus. Today isn't a normal beach trip. It's our duty to lure the villain out and find out who is abducting those students. It then occurred to him that he had promised Uraraka that he would make sure her first class trip was a fun one. Okay, so I have 2 objectives. Lure villains out and make sure Uraraka has a fun time. Easy, right? 𝗧𝗏𝗧, even with repeating this mantra. He couldn't deny the nerves that racked his body or the sweat that suddenly began trailing down his head. Luckily, Ada's loud voice was an easy distraction from his current dilemma. Now that we are all accounted for, I think we should all discuss the best strategy to go by to find these perpetrators. Any suggestions? Ojiro raised his hand and tail. Shouldn't we wait for the girls to join us? You are correct, Ada replied, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the group. How could I have been so blind? Those females are taking quite too long. Can I get a volunteer to run over and check on them? I'll go. Mineta instantly volunteered, jumping into the air. Ojiro's tail came smashing down, knocking him into the sand. I don't think that's the best idea. Before anyone else could volunteer, Kaminari's loud voice cut through the air. Hey Bakugo, where are you going? Away from you dumbass extras, that's where. Bakugo barked, kicking the sand as he made his way towards the water. I don't have time to worry about you a lot. I'm going to find that piece of shit who took those losers and make them explode from the inside out. Cool. Can I come? Kaminari asked with an energetic grin. Wait, you two, Ada commanded, trying to halt them. We need a strategy to lure those scoundrels out. 𝗧𝗏𝗧, you're all fucking morons if you think I'm going to be used as bait like some shitty worm. Bakugo hissed, turning his back on the class. Just do what you all want and leave me be. Kirishima waved an apologetic hand up, shooting Ada a shark-like grin. Sorry, but I'm heading out with him. Someone's got to watch his back. I don't need anyone to watch my fucking back, you red-headed freak. Yeah, Kirishima replied, chuckling as he caught up with the two. The trio's departure seemed to stir similar feelings of uncertainty with the rest of the class. This sucks, we're being used as bait. I'm sure if we all stick together, we'll be fine. But if we're fine, won't that mean we failed the mission? I don't want to be abducted. We must make sacrifices to bring light back to the darkness. What the hell does that even mean? This is tiring. I'm going to eat my snack. I'll come too. Stay on your guard. Can we go back to the ryokan? And just like that, the class dispersed, leaving only Midoriya and Ida standing alone. The class rep was seething. Unbelievable. You would believe under the circumstances they would all be more cooperative, especially that Bakugo. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 covered his chin thoughtfully. But excluding the foul language, I think Kaken might have the right idea. Let the majority of the group go about with normal beach activities while a much smaller group waits to make a move. He watched as Kaken, Kirishima, and Kaminari continued their patrol farther down the beach. Not to say being on guard isn't important, but we don't want to be overly conspicuous. You do make a fair point. Ada reluctantly agreed. However, I would feel much better if we at least did one patrol of the beach just so we can familiarize ourselves with the area. That sounds good, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 replied. Plus, by the time we get back, Uraraka and the other girls should be out. But before they could head out, they were suddenly stopped by their fellow classmate, Shoto Todoroki. Midoriya, Ida, may I have a word? Todoroki asked, raising a hand in greeting. Of course, Izuku replied instantly. Ever since the sports festival, Izuku felt that he had gotten a lot closer to the hot and cold quirk teen. Though often aloof in social settings, Izuku knew from experience that Todoroki was a friend that you could always count on to help you in a pinch. It was because of Todoroki's quick actions that both him and Ida had managed to survive their battle with the vicious hero killer, Slain, during their first hero internships. Is something wrong? Ida inquired, seeming to sense some hesitation in Shoto's approach. Well, Todoroki began, sounding indecisive about asking for advice. I understand the objective for today is to act like a normal class on the beach. But the thing is, I've never been on a beach trip before. You've really never been to the beach? Izuku asked incredulously. Surely he had to go on some outings to the beach as a child with his family. Well, I've been to the beach, but it's always been for training purposes, Todoroki explained, thinking of all the endurance exercises he had to endure with his father. I've never really experienced having fun at the beach. He turned to Midoriya and Ida earnestly. So I was hoping for this mission you could assist me. Izuku and Ida glanced at each other, surprised at the unusual request. I'll be glad to help in any way I can. Izuku began, but the thing is, I don't think there really is a right way to have fun at the beach. Oh, I see, Todoroki replied, looking similar to a puppy who was denied a treat. Izuku's hands quickly came up, trying to explain himself. What I mean is, everyone has something different they enjoy doing, so it's really difficult to pinpoint one true answer. If that makes sense. It does, Todoroki replied with a brisk nod. Midoriya is correct. Ida continued, becoming enthusiastic at the idea of helping a fellow classmate. I, for one, enjoy nothing more than coming to the beach with my family and building exquisite sandcastles together. He quickly pulled out his phone, showcasing a digital picture of him, his older brother, and, who could only be his father, all standing next to a large sand castle that was designed to look remarkably like Buckingham Palace. Their mother stood in the background, holding up a first-place trophy. Holy cow, Ida, that's amazing, Izuku exclaimed, eyes bulging as he took in the details. Very impressive. Todoroki agreed. Ida had his arms crossed against his chest proudly. Yes, to me, there is no better way to spend time on the beach than building a good, solid sand structure. The activity itself demonstrates a lot of hero properties such as cooperation amongst teammates and working under strict time pressure. Wow, I never would have thought of sand castle building as a hero exercise. Izuku's fingers seemed to itch to jot down some notes. Maybe I should try to build one later today. What do you usually do on the beach? Todoroki asked, interrupting Izuku's thoughts. Yes, please share your own fun experiences at the beach, Ida urged. Me? Izuku blinked, thinking. Let's see. Well, I guess I would do normal things like walk around and swim. But if I had to think of one thing I really enjoyed the most, I would have to say it was the hero watching. Pardon, hero watching? Yeah, Izuku replied, slightly embarrassed as he explained further. You see, I found trips to the beach usually meant a lot of opportunities for heroes to appear out of the blue, and I would get so excited each time. The beach was where I got to see the Wavenator in action. And then there was one time, the heroine Gelaton appeared to save a drowning boy. It was so amazing. And then another time, Midoriya kept on ticking off more encounters, becoming more fanboyish by the second. Todoroki stared. I didn't realize that the beach was so hazardous. That it is, Ida added, tone becoming serious as he listed off the several dangers of the most popular vacation spot. The beach can be quite a perilous place if taken lightly. Why, there are a lot of dangers to be encountered here, such as shark attacks, jellyfish stings, dehydration, heat stroke, drowning, hidden riptides. Don't forget stealing, Izuku added. A lot of theft goes on when items are left unattended on the beach. Precisely. And I hear men taking advantage of young females in swimwear have also risen lately in the crime charts. Todoroki silently listened to the two prattle on about many other dangers of the beach. So what exactly is fun about the beach again? Ida and Midoriya paused, suddenly realizing they had driven way off course in their original goal. Forget about all that stuff for now, Izuku replied with an embarrassed grin. How about you join Ida and I on a patrol on the beach? Maybe you can find something that interests you. Very well, Todoroki replied. Yes, let us carry forth with our patrol to familiarize ourselves with the area, Ida exclaimed, pointing forward. But remember, we are still under the guise of normal beachgoers, so act the part. He bent down and grabbed a pink seashell from the sand. Holding it up in the air, he dramatically announced, Why, what a lovely seashell. Come, fellow classmates, let us look for more seashells this way. I think you're making us even more conspicuous, Midoriya remarked with a weak smile. Shoto nodded in agreement. So as the boys of the class prepared themselves for their day of beach fun, so did the teachers. At least one of them. "I'm back," Midnight chimed, proudly sporting a rather thin black string bikini with her long hair pulled into a high ponytail. In her hand, she jiggled a canned drink that sizzled as she popped it open. Aizawa looked up from his work, where he had been setting up 2 beach chairs under a large umbrella. A small table was set out between the 2 chairs that held a laptop that had several red dots blinking over a digitized map of the beach. The sleep-deprived teacher eyed his companion with disapproval. "You know we're still on the job, right?" "Relax," Midnight replied, taking a swing of the drink. "It's just sparkling water." She took a look around, hands going to her hips. "Hey, what gives? I thought you were going to change as well." Aizawa looked up from the screen. "I did." He pointed to his dark coat that hung on the back of his beach chair. "But where's your swim trunks?" she asked, noting he still had on a white t-shirt and black pants. His long hair was pulled back into a loose bun. "I have them underneath my pants," he explained briskly, still tapping away on the screen. "If I need to get into the water, I'll just pull them off." "This is ridiculous. We're at the beach. You should at least look the part." "I don't like being cold. It's like 80 degrees out here." "You know what I think," Midnight teased, stretching out in her chair. "I think you're just embarrassed." "What is it?" "Just hair. Please, can we just end this conversation?" "Oh, so it is," Midnight exclaimed, clapping her hands together in delight. "If so, no worries. I know the perfect wax guy I can introduce you to. Trust me, he can get hair off anywhere on the body." "Erg." Their conversation was cut short by a familiar ringing sound. "Hold on a sec." Aizawa pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen. He gave an internal groan as he instantly recognized the caller ID. "Oh, it's him again." Midnight blinked curiously as Aizawa sighed, bringing the device up to his ear. "Hello?" "Yes, we just arrived with no difficulties." "Let me guess," Midnight purred, taking a sip from her sparkling water. "Mr. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 himself." A loud ACHOO was heard on the other end of the phone. Aizawa sent her an annoyed glare as he continued his conversation. "I told you before not to worry. Shouldn't you be resting right now?" "I'm sorry." Yagi A.K. 𝗷𝗄𝐽𝐽 apologized over the phone. He currently was absent from his teacher duties due to a summer cold that had him bedridden. "I understand I'm being a bother. Nowadays, I just can't help but be concerned whenever any of the students leave campus." He gave a heavy sigh. "Have they already been debriefed about the mission?" "Yes," Aizawa answered, taking a quick glance around the beach. Several of the boys, including Ada, Midoriya, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari, were patrolling along the shoreline, warily keeping eyes peeled for danger. Some, like Kota, Aoyama, Sato, were making an attempt to act normal by playing in the sand, but failing miserably by jumping up in surprise at every crab that scuttled along beside them. All the while, the rest of the boys in the class stood blankly around, not quite sure what to do. Aizawa's grip on the phone tightened. "However, if they don't start acting like normal teenagers," he called out, causing the class to turn to him. "I'm afraid nothing much will come out of this little experiment." The older hero gave a chuckle that quickly developed into a hacking cough. "Don't worry, Aizawa. Cough, cough. Your class has a habit of showing results, more of a habit of getting into trouble." Aizawa replied wearily. "I'll keep you updated. Please, just focus on recovering." "Understood," All Might answered, smiling on the other end. "I leave them in you and Nimari's care then." As the call ended, Aizawa laid back in his chair, sighing. "He's quite the worrywart, isn't he?" Midnight teased. "He denies it, but he definitely seems to show an unusual amount of interest with anything concerning Class A1. Aizawa stated, pulling at his white shirt that was already clinging to his skin uncomfortably. "Though considering everything they've been through, I can't really blame him. They have been through the ringer, that's for sure." Midnight agreed, pulling her sunglasses down and sipping her drink. "Want one?" she offered, holding the brightly colored can out to him. With a reluctant sigh, he reached over, grabbing the drink from her. "Cheers," she smiled, clinking her can against his. "Let's hope today is a success." Just as the words left her mouth, an explosion rang out, blasting sand into the air. A chorus of curses rang out from the perpetrator, A.K. Bakugo. The angry blonde was berating poor Kota for grabbing his shoulder, which had ignited the already jumpy teen to lash out in surprise. I was trying to tell you were about to step in a nest of crabs." Kota stuttered, fearfully. "Nest of crabs? Seriously?" Kaminari exclaimed, searching the sand. "Where?" A large claw suddenly pushed its way out, gripping onto his toe. "EEIIOWWW." The teen wailed, his quirk activating instantly. The beach lit up as Kota, Bakugo, Kaminari, and Kirishima were engulfed by electricity. The four fell to the ground, their bodies smoking. "You, cough, idiot, cough, cough," Bakugo hissed, painfully pushing himself off the ground and sending his teammate a cold glare. "My bad," Kaminari mumbled, his thumb rising to show he was okay. Kirishima coughed out black smoke, red hair singed. "Dude, not manly at all." Aizawa's head fell into his hands as Midnight covered her mouth, holding back laughter. Throwing his can down, he stood up, bringing both hands to his mouth as he yelled, "Hey, no one in their right mind would even think about abducting any of you lot the way you are behaving. Just relax and have fun for crying out loud." "Fun?" Minda asked, pointing an accusing finger at Sensei. "How do you expect us to relax when we could get kidnapped at any moment?" "Figure it out," Aizawa answered, tossing them volleyball that stuck instantly to Minda's head. "Here's a ball. Do something with it." He sat down with an angry humph, instantly bringing out a paper fan. "Do we look like dogs to you?" Minda complained, pulling the ball away and tossing it aside. The rest of the boys grumbled similar complaints, but reluctantly continued to try to have fun. "Never thought I would hear the words 'have fun' come out of your mouth," Midnight commented, eyes sparkling playfully. Aizawa tisked, clearly not in the mood. She continued, "Relax. It'll calm down soon enough." "And what makes you so sure about that?" Aizawa muttered darkly. She lifted her sunglasses, winking. "You'll see." As if on cue, the girls burst out of the changing rooms, all smiles and giggles as they ran out onto the beach. It was as if the world had stopped turning. All the boys froze from their activities, turning their heads in their direction. The sun beamed down, shining upon their female classmates and their swimsuit attires. Mina led the way, running away in her, now famous, leopard print bikini that complemented her hot pink skin perfectly. She skidded to a halt, admiring the volleyball net. "Oh wow. Hey girls, you want to play a game of volleyball?" "Sure," Toru answered, running up next in her pale pink bikini that was adored with a soft sakura blossom pattern. A matching pink bow that floated in the air above her showed she had pulled her hair back into a high ponytail. She caught the ball that Mina had tossed her way and was now making a show of bouncing it on her head, even with no body to show. With each bounce, the guys' minds went wild with their own images of what was occurring based on the movements of her bikini top. Catch Ochako, sporting her new skirted pink bikini, instinctively brought her hands together and bumped it with the tips of fingers. The ball instantly glowed pink and rose into the air. "Oops," she grinned, scratching the back of her head. "Got it," Tsuyu exclaimed, jumping over in her striped yellow and green bikini. Her tongue lashed out, striking the ball hard towards Mina, who instantly bumped it. It rose high into the air, blocking the sun. "Wow, nice tongue action, Tsuyu," Kyoka exclaimed, shielding her eyes as she watched the ball's descent. She wore the black and pink bikini top, with black jean shorts that hugged her slim waist. She brought her hands together, whacking the ball back to the court. "Kyoka, what tongue action are you speaking of?" Momo asked, who was last to appear out of the changing room. "I hope nothing indecent." She blushed, trying in vain to pull down the Chinese-style red and black bikini skirt to cover more of her calves. In her attempt to cover herself, she just made her boisterously upper half more vulnerable to stares. "These swimwears are rather revealing, aren't they?" Though the question was meant to sound casual, there was no hiding her embarrassed blush. "Momo, look out," Toru yelled, as the ball made its way towards her. Forgetting her worries, she instantly jumped up, her breasts bouncing as she struck the ball down. It slammed into the sand, making it rain upon the girls. They all laughed, dusting themselves off. It was then they noticed the looks of all of the guys staring. "Ooh, did we interrupt something?" Ochako asked, confused. Instantly, all the boys snapped out of their daze. They rushed towards the girls in excitement, gushing about their swimwear and volleyball skills. All the tension from a few moments ago had been completely forgotten. Aizawa watched the transformation with an almost dazed expression. "What just happened?" He turned his attention to Midnight, who looked quite smug. "Never underestimate the power a girl has on a teenage boy," Midnight answered, pulling her shades down. "I think things should calm down now, at least until our target appears." Aizawa didn't answer. He returned his attention to the computer screen, quietly thinking how scary females were. While the appearance of the girls had switched the mood of Class 1A, 3 students were still unaware of their arrival. Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki stood together amongst a cove of rocks that lay several yards away from where the rest of the class were gathered. Squatting down, Midoriya used a stick to draw a sketch in the sand, going over their observations. "Okay, so it looks like the beach itself is around 1 kilometer long. Each end of the beach curves inward, helping to form a natural bay." He drew pointed rocks on the top part of the beach and then palm trees on the bottom. "Right now, we're standing at the northern border. Beyond this point, the shore makes way for boulders, so I doubt any beachgoers venture farther than here." Ida nodded in agreement. "Indeed, especially high schoolers on a school trip. These boulders are invested with slippery moss and seaweed, an accident waiting to happen. And to the south, we have tropical vegetation growing, stopping anyone from going much further. So that just leaves this area right here in the middle for us to worry about." Izuku drew house shapes to represent where the class was set up on the beach. Izuku sat back, studying his work carefully. "The thing is, there really isn't any place I can see where an enemy could take victims without being seen by someone." Todoroki's gaze swept over the flat shoreline. You can see the whole beach line from one end to the other. All sand, with only a few scattered palm trees. No major places for enemies to hide. Yes, and with a large class, including teachers, it would be very easy to keep each other in sight. Ida added, also pondering the problem. So how did those students get away without anyone seeing them? It has to be a quirk of some kind. Izuku pondered, absently scratching out ideas in the sand, in place of his usual notebook. Maybe an invisibility quirk, similar to Hagakure-san? Ada suggested. No, that wouldn't do, Izuku replied, still bent over his work. Even if a villain can turn invisible, the victims would still cause some sort of commotion when being captured. He looked up with a serious expression. I think there are really only two theories that could work. He pointed his stick at the ocean part of the beach, squiggling out little waves. No matter how we look at it, there's hardly any way a villain could capture a student on land without being seen by someone. So that only leaves the water as the only possible escape route. So one theory is that whatever villain we are dealing with will have some sort of aquatic-related quirk. But wouldn't the same problem apply to that theory as the invisible quirk suggestion? Todoroki questioned. A student being dragged underwater is still guaranteed to cause a commotion of some kind. Agreed, and we also have to conclude that most high schoolers would be in the water in groups, rather than swimming individually. Ida added, it's natural human instinct to gather in numbers when in an unfamiliar environment. You are all right, Izuku agreed, setting his stick down. Which is why I don't think the students were captured unwillingly. His two classmates' eyes widened. Ada stepped forward, looking perplexed. I'm not sure I understand. Are you suggesting these students went to the villains on their own free will? I know it's hard to believe, but I can't think of any other alternative, Izuku replied, gesturing to the map. In such a small area, it would be impossible to abduct half a class without creating a single disturbance. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, the quirk we're dealing with is mostly. Yeah, Izuku nodded grimly. A quirk that deals with the mind. A somber silence fell between the three boys. Quirks that dealt with the mind were by far one of the most difficult quirks to conquer. Izuku had first-hand experience with this during the sports festival of his first year. There he had to duel Hitoshi Shinso, a fellow first-year student whose quirk was mind control. Izuku still could remember the chilling sensation of not having any control of his own actions. It was not a feeling he would wish on anyone. I really hope that isn't the case, Izuku thought, clenching his fists. Ada was the first to speak up, adjusting his glasses, and he laid out his own thoughts on the matter. Well, though your theory does harbor good backing, I don't think we should jump to conclusions just yet. There is still a chance the students could have wandered off on their own due to some sort of bait. So you're saying they got distracted by something and led away from their peers? Todoroki summoned up. Exactly. Oh, I didn't think of that, Izuku exclaimed, picking up his stick and drawing a little person in the water. That could definitely be a possibility. If the victims were swimming, something could have lured them closer to the deeper waters. The distraction would have to be something pretty good to lead a group of guys away at once. Ida added, we don't know if they were taken as a group. It's also likely they were led away one by one, Izuku argued. But what kind of distraction would make a guy willing to leave his friends and wander off alone in the water? Ida pondered, scrunching his face as he thought deeply on the issue. Izuku wore a similar look of pained concentration. Think, what in the world could most likely lure those guys away? Something that is truly appeasing, Todoroki suggested. Hey guys. Ida and Todoroki looked from their thoughts to watch Uraraka running towards them, her swimsuit-clad body sparkling in the sunlight. Izuku remained squatting on the ground, mumbling to himself as he tried to unscramble the mystery. As Uraraka greeted the two, she glanced down at the detailed sketch of the beach, curious. What are you guys doing? Just having a discussion about the mysteries of the abductions. I'm trying to figure out how to have fun at the beach. Okay. She squatted down across from Izuku, listening to his rambling mutters. It's too much of a consequence that all the victims are male. So whatever is luring them must be only appealing to teenage boys. Food. Too unlikely. Maybe an item of some kind. He glanced up, suddenly finding himself eye level with a pink bikini and the plump breast that hung from them. Hey Deku. Uraraka greeted him cheerfully. 𝐻𝗔𝗄𝗏. Izuku yelled, rolling backwards in surprise and splashing right into a forthcoming wave. He lifted his head up, seaweed hanging from his hair. Geez Deku, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you. Uraraka yelped, starting to make her way over to help, but Izuku quickly waved her away, blushing. No, the fault was mine. I shouldn't have been so distracted. It was then he caught a full glimpse of Uraraka in her pink bikini. If possible, Izuku's face burned even redder as all things, including the mission, were instantly erased from his mind. All he could think about was whether Uraraka had always looked this cute. Uraraka giggled, reaching over to pull the seaweed from his hair. Here, let me help you with that. Thanks, Izuku mumbled, trying to divert his eyes away from her bare skin that was inches from him as she leaned over. He coughed, trying to stay calm. Your swimsuit looks nice, isn't it?" 𝗃𝗧𝗏 gushed, doing a happy twirl in the sand. "It was a gift from a friend. Isn't it cute?" "It is," 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐽 replied, thinking her reaction was even far cuter than the swimwear. He blinked, suddenly realizing something. "Hey, 𝗃𝗧𝗏, isn't that bikini different from the one you had earlier?" 𝗃𝗧𝗏 paused, finger tapping her chin. "Oh, you mean the leopard print one? That wasn't actually my bikini. It's Mina's." She shot him an embarrassed grin. "She accidentally dropped it on top of my head back on the bus." "Oh, I see. So that wasn't 𝗃𝗧𝗏's bikini I touched." 𝗧𝗏's fist suddenly clenched, as his inner thoughts screamed, "Why am I so disappointed?" He was saved from pondering his own inner thoughts as Ida and Todoroki joined their conversation. "If you're here, I suspect the other girls have also joined the rest of the class on the beach." "Yep," 𝗃𝗧𝗏 answered, turning to Ida. "That's actually why I came to find you guys. The girls want to play a game of beach volleyball and I thought it would be fun if we all play together." "Sure," 𝗧𝗏 answered instantly. "That does sound fun. Right, guys? Beach volleyball?" Todoroki repeated, sounding curious. "Yeah, have you ever played?" As 𝗃𝗧𝗏 explained the rules, Ida ushered Midoriya closer. "Midoriya, should we really distract ourselves in a game of volleyball right now?" Ida whispered, leaning downwards. "Isn't it more important to stay on high alert?" 𝗧𝗏 frowned, taking a moment to consider their options. "Realistically, there really isn't much we can do with the information we have right now. It's like Aizawa-sensei said, the best we can do is act the part of normal high schoolers." He glanced back at an enthusiastic 𝗃𝗧𝗏 demonstrating the proper position to serve a ball to Todoroki. "More importantly, we did promise 𝗃𝗧𝗏 we would make this trip enjoyable for her." "Well said," Ida readily agreed. "A promise to a friend is just as important as our hero's work." He turned to her sharply, hand coming to a salute. "𝗃𝗧𝗏, we would be honored to join you in an enjoyable game of beach volleyball." "That's great," 𝗃𝗧𝗏 answered brightly. Todoroki also said he's interested. "The rules seem simple enough," Todoroki stated, "and 𝗃𝗧𝗏 advised me that volleyball is a must on a beach trip." "Then let's go," 𝗃𝗧𝗏 exclaimed, leading the trio away. "You know, it's kind of hard to believe that you've never been on a beach trip before," she said, glancing back at the white and red-haired teen behind her. "Is it really?" Todoroki replied, not quite understanding what's so hard to believe. "Yeah." 𝗃𝗧𝗏 started walking backwards so she could face the boys. "You come from a pretty well-off family, right? I figured you would have done trips like this pretty often. My mother and siblings used to, but most of my spare time was spent training with my father," Todoroki explained, blue eyes grazing the long stretches of sand that loomed around them. "When I was brought to the beach, it was mostly for strengthening exercises and running laps." "Oh, that sounds tough." "It is," Todoroki answered without hesitation. "The sand makes it hard for your feet and legs to stabilize your movements, so your whole body has to work twice as hard. But because sand is also a reliable cushion for falls, you're able to do exercises such as jump squats that would normally be rough on your joints. Overall, it's a great place to build your body for hero work. You know, the summer before our entrance exams I also did most of my training on the beach near my house," 𝗧𝗏 added, thinking fondly of those days of sweat and tears and training with his #1 hero, All Might. "Yes, I find jogging on the beach in the morning is quite a liberating experience." 𝗃𝗧𝗏 slowly turned back around as the boys conversed about their agonizing workout routines. "Well, boys really enjoy talking about working out. Wonder if I should do more muscle training," she wondered, quietly flexing her arms. She jumped when 𝗧𝗏 suddenly addressed her. "Hey 𝗃𝗧𝗏, earlier we were explaining to Todoroki about things we enjoy about the beach. What do you like most about the beach?" Secretly, 𝗧𝗏 was also hoping to get hints on how to make this trip fun for her. "Oh, that's easy," 𝗃𝗧𝗏 said, smiling. "It's free." The guys paused, each one thinking the same thing. "That's so 𝗃𝗧𝗏." "What?" 𝗃𝗧𝗏 asked, noticing their stares. "Oh, nothing," 𝗧𝗏 quickly replied with an amused grin. "Just thinking that's such a good reason." "Yes, very economical," Ida added, as Todoroki simply nodded. By this time they had arrived at the volleyball net, where the girls were gathered. Mina, Toru, Momo and Kyoka smiled, giving them a friendly greeting. "Yeah, more players," Toru cheered, jumping up and down excitedly. "Nice going, Ochako. These matches are going to be so killer," Kyoka exclaimed, high-fiving 𝗃𝗧𝗏. "What perfect timing," Momo said, also greeting the newcomers. Mina also just arrived with some players. They turned into their surprise, saw Mina in conversation with Kirishima, while Bakugo and Kaminari lingered nearby. Kaminari was the first to notice them and cheerfully waved them over. "Hey, what's up guys?" he called out. "Ready to get your game on? We're all for a little friendly competition." Ida responded with equal gusto. "As long as we all stick to the regulated rules of the game." 𝗧𝗏 walked over to Bakugo, who leaned against the net pole, looking very disgruntled to be here. "Hey Kaken, I didn't think you would be here." His eyes widened at the frazzled state he was in. Hey, what happened to you? Don't ask, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 growled, shooting Kaminari a dirty look. Are you also interested in volleyball? Todoroki asked, coming up from behind Izuku. The hell I am, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 answered, pointing an angry finger at his two companions. The only damn reason I'm here is because these two morons want to get their fill of the female anatomy. SHH, SHH, SHH. Kaminari rushed over and frantically tried to quiet the raging teen. Hey, chill out. We don't want them to hear you. Yeah, dude. We just thought since we're at the beach, we should have a little fun. Kirishima adds, also attempting to soothe him. Besides, Mina invited us. What kind man refuses the request of a lady? I see no ladies present. Hey, I heard that. Toru yelled from several feet away. Oh, shut your trap, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 replied, earning a well-deserved raspberry blown his way by the invisible girl. He turned to his companions, continuing to flume. Now listen here, you extras. We're heroes. We don't have time to play moronic kiddie games when we have a mission to conquer. Yeah, a mission we were told about literally half an hour ago, Kirishima replied bluntly. Kaminari wrapped an arm around both classmates, pulling them together into a tight bro huddle. Come on guys, let's just take a break and enjoy the views, he teased, gaze falling on the bikini-clad girls gathered before them. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 once again roughly pushed them away. Izuku watched the interaction with an amused grin. You know they are right, he stated, coming to stand next to his grumbled childhood friend. If we're too cautious, the villain may not even strike our class. Might as well enjoy ourselves. Who the hell asked you? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 snapped. Uraraka informed me the teams would be in pairs, Todoroki stated, joining the conversation. Would you like to form a team? I told you I'm not playing this stupid game. Hey, what's 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 complaining about over there? Mina called out from her spot with the girls. All of them were glancing at the boys curiously. He just doesn't want to play, Kirishima replied. What's wrong, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏? Toru called out, spinning the volleyball on her finger as she teased the spiky-haired blonde. Scared you won't be able to beat us? The beach became several degrees hotter as flames started to consume 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏. His companions slowly backed away as he stomped up to the net that separated him from the invisible teen. Clutching the rope, he roared, I ain't scared of anything, you sorry excuse for air. He jabbed a finger at her through the net, sneering, I'll play your little game and murder every single one of you. Much to his irritation, his threat was met with a chorus of yeas from both girls and boys. Kyoka came up behind Toru, patting her back. Nice work, Toru. With Mr. Hothead over there staying. We're at an even number of players. Let's go ahead and pair up. No prob, Toru replied cheerfully. She turned back to 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏, who still stood glaring at her from the net. She teasingly poked his nose. See you on the court. A feral growl was the only reply she got. Hey Deku, would you want to? Ochako began, but paused as she spied Ida already speaking to him. Shall we go ahead and form a team? Ida asked Midoriya. Yeah, sure, Izuku replied, not noticing Uraraka slinking away. Unknowns to her, her attempt to pair up with Deku was noticed by someone. Both Ida and Midoriya turned around to find Asui-chan standing before them. If you are not busy, would you be able to assist me for a few moments? Why, of course. As class rep, I'm always willing to assist my fellow classmates. Ida dutifully replied with a reassuring smile. He turned to Midoriya. Sorry to ask, but would you find another partner for now? Go ahead, Izuku replied, waving his friend off. Ochako watched the exchange in puzzlement. What could Tsuyu want with Ida, especially right when we are about to play? She caught her friend's eye, and found to her surprise, Tsuyu giving her an encouraging wink, her hands motioning toward Deku. Blood rushed to Ochako's face as she realized what her friend had in mind. Tsuyu, you didn't have to do that. Now I feel bad you're missing the game. But both Ida and Tsuyu had walked away, leaving Ochako feeling both embarrassed and guilty. Now what should I do? She mumbled, squatting to the ground. Hey Uraraka. She perked up at the sound of her name. She glanced up and found Deku standing over her, looking slightly flustered as he asked, if you haven't found a partner, I was wondering if maybe you wouldn't mind teaming up with me. Uraraka quickly shot up. Yeah, of course, but froze, hesitating. But wouldn't you rather pair up with one of the guys? Like Todoroki? Well, not particularly, Izuku answered, scratching his nose and looking slightly embarrassed. I'd much rather just team up with someone I would have fun with. And you know, I sort of do with you, he muttered, voice steadily getting quieter. But besides that, he added, speaking louder, you were the one who asked to team up with me back at the sports festival. I finally get to return the favor now. He smirked, holding a fist out to her. So he's just returning the favor? Huh. Uraraka felt her enthusiasm dip slightly but shook her head, willing the fire of competition to grow. No Ochako, no time for doubts. Not when Tsuyu made this sacrifice for you. She returned Izuku's gesture, pumping his fist with hers. Let's win it out there. Yeah, they both cheered together. Mina watched their little exchange with a sly smirk. She turned to Toru, whispering something in her ear that made the invisible girl giggle. With her best bud's approval, Mina held up her hands, calling out, "Hey everyone, I just had a fun idea." Both guys and girls looked up from their stretching. Instead of playing with the usual partners, how about we spice things up a bit? Let's do girl and boy pair-ups. Hell yes, Kaminari cheered, fists pumping the air in a frenzy. Guess we're already set, Ochako said, glancing at Deku shyly. He nodded with an equal amount of bashfulness. Yeah, guess so. Move it, you frickin' lovebirds, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 growled, shoving himself between the blushing pair and marching to where the rest of the girls were gathered. You, females, he barked, jabbing a finger at them. I demand to know which one of you is the strongest. I'll take nothing short of the most bloodthirsty warrior to join my team. The girls glanced at each other, none too eager to be paired with him. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 crossed his arms, tapping his foot in the sand impatiently. Well, dude, do you even know our names? Kyoka asked, fiddling with her earlobe. Of course I do, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 snarled, pointing at each of them as he replied. Pinky, ear girl, tall one, and no face. The girls glared at him, unamused. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 growled, losing patience. Fine, if you all won't volunteer, I'll just pick one. You, he yelled, pointing at Mina. Pinky, be on my team. Yeah, about that. No, Mina replied, twirling her pink hair. I'm already on a team. With 𝗃𝗃𝗍𝐼𝐴 and who? With Kirishima, of course, Mina announced, winking playfully at the shocked redhead. You mean me? He asked, pointing at himself dubiously. Kaminari, who he had been helping stretch, also pointed at Kirishima. Yeah, him? Yeah, got a problem with that? She asked, dark eyes glittering mischievously at the pointed fanged teen. Ooh, no way, he replied instantly, a delighted blush creeping along his face. Kaminari hid his face, moaning as he realized he was now partnerless. Kyoka leaned in next to Momo, whispering, that was pretty smooth of Mina. Agreed, Momo whispered back, in awe of the girl's spunk of getting what she wants. Fine then, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 grumbled, turning to spot his next victim. Then I'll take Yaoyorozu, Todoroki interrupted, unintentionally cutting a livid 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 off. Would you care to form a team with me? What the hell, Todoroki? Ignoring 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's outburst, the tall beauty gasped at the unexpected request. Why, Todoroki? What a surprise. Are you quite certain you would want to form a team with me? Todoroki nodded, explaining, yes I do. I feel like we worked well together during our midterm practical exams. Our experience together should make for satisfactory results on the court. Though I warn you, I have never played volleyball before, so I would most likely be in your care for most of the game. He held out his hand, stern blue eyes gazing up at her earnestly. Knowing that, would you still want to play with me? So smooth. All the girls screamed internally as dreamy hearts floated over Yaoyorozu's head. She gave a small cough, composing herself. Of course, Momo replied, happily taking his hand in hers. It would be my pleasure to assist you, Todoroki. Please feel free to ask any questions during the game. Will do, he replied, bowing his head at her. I look forward to working with you. So, formal, Toru quietly commented to Kyoka, the only girl left with her. Yeah, almost like a job interview, Kyoka replied back, or a marriage interview. Their giggles were interrupted by a red-eyed, looming shadow that towered over them. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's nerves were quickly being prodded as all the delicacies before him were getting consumed by other men. Okay, you two, listen up. Which one of you broads are coming with me? Kyoka glanced from 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 to Kaminari, who was clutching the volleyball net in antsy anticipation of which female would be choosing him. She gave a heavy sigh, not really liking her options. Guess if I had to choose between Kaminari's dumb face over your angry one, I'll have to go with the dumb one. She dusted herself off, walking past the fuming 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 and up to the ecstatic Kaminari. I'll take that as a win, he said, holding two fingers up in a victory pose. He flinched as he felt a quick but sharp jab from Kyoka's earlobe. Don't flatter yourself, Kyoka warned, rolling her eyes at the eccentric teen. That left only one girl left for 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 to team up with. He glared at the pink bikini that seemed to float in the air with absolute loathing. Fortunately for him, her feelings were mutual. So 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, I guess we're teammates now. Don't speak to me, no face. It's 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳𝐿, Toru 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳𝐿. Learn the names of your classmates, you jerk face. Let the games begin. And so begins Class 1A's Okinawa beach trip. Just as the boys and girls were pairing themselves up for an all-out war of volleyball, Asui and Ida were also in the midst of teaming up for their own investigation. At least that's what the frog-like girl was explaining to her earnest class president as she led him away from the volleyball court and up to the shore. So what is it you would like my assistance with? Ida asked as they stood in the damp sand, the waves lapping at their bare feet playfully. Asui crouched down, dipping her fingers into the water. It's about the missing teens, Kiro. With the amount of victims and their abrupt disappearance, I believe the only possible route for them to go is through the water. She glanced up at him, holding a starfish in her palm. I'm sure you've already figured that out. Ida nodded. Yes, Midoriya, Todoroki, and I also had similar thoughts on the matter. The beach is just too bare for anything abnormal to happen without being noticed by others. If that's the case, patrolling on land would be a waste, 𝐬𝐵 explained, standing up and facing him determinedly. While the others were having fun, I want to do my own patrol of the water. My quirk is the most adapted to water environments, and my ability to camouflage would make it very difficult for anyone to notice me. That's a tremendous idea, Ida exclaimed, clearly impressed. But I'm afraid I don't see how I would be much help with this. If something happens, I need to be able to signal to someone on shore, 𝐬𝐵 explained. With you keeping watch, I can signal to you if I notice anything suspicious and you can instantly alert the teachers. Understood. I'll patrol the shore, keeping an eye out for you, Ida promised. But will you be okay doing this on your own? 𝐬𝐵 nodded. This is something only I can do. She glanced towards their friends, Bakugo's loud voice raging across the beach. If this will keep them safe and allow everyone to have fun, then I am happy to do it. Words of a true hero. Ida nodded approvingly. Don't you worry, I'll be here if you need me. 𝐬𝐵 dived into the water, her head reappearing after a few seconds. If I see anything, I'll do this. She spewed water up into the air, like a whale blowing water from its sprout. Ida gave her a thumbs up. Understood. With that, she disappeared into the waves. Kicking her strong back legs, she propelled herself into the water. Focusing on her surroundings, she felt her skin shimmering as her body adjusted itself to the water's color. Now fully camouflaged, she allowed herself to relax as she slowly took in the underwater world. What secrets are you hiding? She wondered, glimpsing a stingray burrowing in the sand beneath her. This close to shore, the water was not deep enough to hide much. Just like the beach, it seemed pretty barren, with just patches of seaweed and small schools of fish swimming about. Again, not much for any large creatures to hide. Not unless they go out farther into the sea. Changing directions, she felt a small stab of guilt for pulling Ida into her patrol, when really she was confident she would have had no problem doing this solo. Sorry, Ida, but Ochako needed that push. It was only just recently that Ochako had finally admitted to herself that she had a crush on Midoriya. Of course, it had been obvious to 𝐬𝐵 for quite a while, but progress was still progress, and 𝐬𝐵 was happy that Ochako had taken that first step. Well, the only step. With all the villain drama that had happened during the last year, Ochako had decided to hide away her feelings and try to just focus on becoming a pro hero. Something 𝐬𝐵 didn't really agree with. The events of the last year had given her a different perspective on what was important. The life of a hero is dangerous, even more so for those in training to be heroes. 𝐬𝐵 pondered, watching a school of fish flock away from a turtle swimming lazily past. With experience not on our side, we're prone to more mistakes that are more than likely to be fatal. It was a tough reality, made more real by those in the class who have already taken on missions with the pros. With that in mind, 𝐬𝐵 thought now, more than ever, was the best time to let Ochako's feelings be known. I don't want her to have any regrets. We should all enjoy our time together while we can. The irony of her words didn't fail to register with her as she patrolled through the waters alone, knowing the others were in the midst of playing together in the sun. But to 𝐬𝐵, things were as they should be. This is the life of a hero after all. She was not the only one feeling the downs of performing one's duties. With 𝐬𝐵 gone, Ida stood alone, with only the sound of seagulls calling from above. He put his hands on his hips, taking a deep breath of salty air. Now, to start the patrol. He paused, as he suddenly noticed 𝐭𝐲𝐻 a few feet away, looking troubled. Before him was a mountain of sand that looked like it was supposed to resemble a castle. Salutations, 𝐭𝐲𝐻-kun. Is there a problem here? Ida asked, approaching with a friendly wave. The shy boy looked up from his work, surprised to find the class president beside him. It's nothing really. I was just trying to build a castle for this crab family right here. He moved sideways, revealing a group of red crabs, their pinchers clinking together as if to say hello. But as you can see, I'm not very good at it. Ida surveyed the work, nodding as he took mental notes. Nonsense. You simply need a guiding hand to help you. Thankfully, I am quite experienced with the art of sand architecture. He knelt down, using his finger to draw a large circle around the mound. Like any good structure, a good, solid base is needed, along with the correct tools and, last but not least, a cooperative team. 𝐒𝐻𝐼, who had been innocently walking past, froze and glanced around. Yes, your cooperation is greatly needed, Ida barked, instantly throwing him a bucket. While I begin the digging of the moat, I will need you to bring in water. The base of the structure will need sound standing for the construction to be vitalized. 𝐬𝐵 glanced up at Ida, Dakota, and then to the family of crabs that were clicking their claws at the tape hero. I was actually going to go swim. Ida sighed, gazing upon his classmate sternly. 𝐬𝐵, 𝗂𝐻 and his crustaceans need our assistance. We are obliged as classmates to help. Besides, swimming on your own in the ocean is quite a hazard. It would do better to wait until our job is completed so we can all go together. Well, actually, 𝗧𝗏 was coming with me, 𝗧𝗏 explained, just as his bulky friend approached from behind, eating a snack bar. Ada's eyes lit up. Excellent. 𝗧𝗏, you can start the mixing of the cement. The perfect mixture calls for a ratio of equal parts sand and water. Remember, it's sand mixed into the water, never the other way around. A seagull flew down, snatching the snack bar away from a stunned 𝗧𝗏. What? Come now, heroes. We have a job to do. Time is of the utmost element here. Plus ultra. The three other boys muttered a half-hearted plus ultra before reluctantly going about their newfound tasks. So what are we doing? 𝗧𝗏 asked, stepping in pace with 𝗧𝗏 as they both carried their buckets to the water, going from being live bait to becoming construction workers for a family of crustaceans. 𝗧𝗏 replied sullenly, think we would get out of it if we were abducted? God, I hope so. 𝗧𝗏 replied wistfully. Ida, unaware of his classmates' displeasure, watched them perform their tasks like a proud parent. The castle was close enough to the shore that he would be able to watch the water while supervising the construction of the sand estate. Besides, multitasking was a key skill for any hero. Sandcastle building and hero training. Yes, today was turning out to be a good day indeed. Of course, not everyone was feeling this way at the moment. In fact, two such individuals were not at all pleased with how today's events were shaping up to be. As the boys and girls sat next to their partners, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and 𝐔𝐻𝐻𝑖 were the only pair seated several feet apart. Of course, this separation did nothing to halt their fighting. Stop glaring at me, you perv. Shut it, would ya? I already told you I'm not glaring. This is my face, you dimwit. Well, it's creepy. Creepy. Me. You're the talking air bubble here. If anyone here is creepy, it's you. That's so rude. Oh, cry me a river, no face. It's 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐴KURE. You jerk. The rest of the group watched their exchange with a mix of exasperation and amusement. As their tones escalated, Kirishima worriedly asked, do you think we should change partners? This looks like it could get ugly. Absolutely not. Mina quickly answered, playfully elbowing him. This is way too fun to watch. Ahem. Everyone, may I have your attention, please? Momo stood amongst her seated peers, holding up the volleyball. Before we start, I would like to make sure we are all familiar with the rules of the game. Everyone nodded. Very well, Momo said, continuing. As class vice president, I will be refereeing for the games and keeping track of the score. Because of this, my team will play last, at which a volunteer can take over my position. Going last will also give Todoroki a chance to watch and get more familiar with the game. She passed her partner an encouraging smile, which he accepted with a small smile of his own. Now for the order, we will first have Gyro and Kaminari's team, Rocking Thunder, go against Ashido and Kirishima's team, Manly Pink. After that, we'll have Uraraka and Midoriya's team, Mighty Gravity, go against 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and 𝗵𝘃𝗀's team. Invisible explosion of death to all. I told you not to turn in that name. Toru cried, shaking her fists at 𝗵𝘃𝗀. It's way too dark and stupid. It's only stupid because we had to add invisible to it. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 snapped. What the hell kind of explosion is invisible? Ooh, moving on. Momo quickly interjected before a full-on fight began between the two. Todoroki and I will play the winner of one of those two matches. Now before we begin, there is one final question I must ask. Shall the games allow quirks or be quirkless? A unanimous chorus of quirks followed her question. She nodded. Very well, quirks it is, but remember to keep it clean and simple. Damaging the ball is an automatic elimination. Understood. Okay, everyone agreed, eager to get started. She smiled, passing the ball to Kirishima. Okay, let's play. Teams warm up. The two teams, Rocking Thunder and Manly Pink, went on separate ends of the net and instantly began discussing a game plan. So does this game usually allow quirks to be used? Todoroki asked, sitting next to Midoriya and Uraraka. Not particularly. Midoriya chuckled. Official games are always quirkless. The only times I've seen quirks being used like this is during US sport festivals. It really makes the game a lot more exciting, doesn't it? Uraraka added, wondering what strategy her friends were going to come up with. Are the rules any different? The basic rules are the same. Midoriya explained. The only difference is that quirks can be used to prevent the opponent from getting to the ball. And like Yaoyorozu said, if the quirk allows the ball to get damaged, then that's an automatic loss for that team. I see. I'll make sure to remember that. Todoroki replied. You better, you half-breed mutt. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 barked, suddenly appearing behind them. How the hell am I going to beat the crap out of you if you lose the game because of some idiotic reason like that? Same for you, Deku. You're the first one I'm going to murder out there. Can't wait to play against you too, Kaken. Midoriya replied, trying to hold back an amused grin. Same here, Todoroki added. It's nice to play games with friends. We're not friends. Uraraka tapped Midoriya's shoulder, pulling his attention away from his peers. A shiver ran through him as her lips hovered over his ear as she whispered, Deku, is it just me, or does it seem like you and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 have gotten a lot closer lately? Ooh, you think so? I haven't noticed. The feeling of her breath in his ear still lingered, distracting him more than he cared to admit. He shifted his body, fully aware of how close her bare skin was to him. 𝗂𝗧𝗏 nodded, quite unaware of the effect she was having on him. You definitely have. I remember when we first started school, how much he would constantly dog on you. The aura you two have is totally different now. She tried to put her finger on it. I wouldn't call it friendly, but I also wouldn't call it hostile either. Well, we did do that hero internship with Endeavor together not too long ago, Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Truthfully, the real change probably began before their internships, right after they completed their tests to get their provisional hero license. Him and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 had gone head-to-head in a full-out brawl in which he had lost. In the process, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 had discovered the secret of the one-for-all quirk and accepted Midoriya as a true rival. Of course, Midoriya couldn't possibly tell 𝗂𝗧𝗏 all this. Luckily for him, she seemed satisfied with his answer. I guess interning together has its pros. It's been a lot of fun interning with 𝐬𝐴 with Miss Ryukyu. We've definitely learned a lot about each other. Maybe a little too much about me. It was during this internship 𝗂𝗧𝗏 had confessed to 𝐬𝐴 about her crush on Deku. Blushing slightly at this thought, 𝗂𝗧𝗏 continued more quietly. I'm glad you two are doing well. It's about time 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 saw what a good hero you are. It was now Midoriya's turn to blush. I don't think that's it at all. It's more like, he thought for a moment, wishing his heart thumping against his chest wasn't so loud. We've come to an understanding of each other, both our strengths and our weaknesses. I still have a long way to go before I can be considered a good hero. I think you're closer than you think, 𝗂𝗧𝗏 replied, flashing him a warm smile. Midoriya felt his insides warm up as a blush lit his cheeks. Thanks 𝗂𝗧𝗏. Hey, play the games already. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 suddenly appeared between the two and completely breaking the mood. We don't have all damn day here. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏's loud voice was heard by both teams. Kirishima sighed, leaning against the net post. Even though I agreed on quirks, it's not like mine will be much use. Not when I would puncture the ball with one strike. Mina, who was stretching her leg, replied, relax. I'm not any different. Can't exactly melt the ball now, can I? She straightened out, patting her partner on the back. We'll just beat them with blood and guts. Kirishima grinned. Yeah, that's the manly way to do things. On the other side of the net, Gyro glared at the loud-mouthed 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 with unfiltered annoyance. Does that guy ever cool down? She waited for a reply from her partner but found him completely silent. Kaminari, she asked, glancing his way. To her surprise, the usual overly peppy boy seemed lost in thought, glancing around the beach warily. Without hesitation, her ear jack zoomed over, poking his cheek and making him jump. Hey, what's your deal over there? Oh, you know, just got lost in my thoughts. Heh. Kaminari grinned with a shaky chuckle. Gyro raised one eyebrow suspiciously. Well, wipe that stupid look off your face and focus. The game is about to start. Yeah, got it, Kaminari replied, giving her 2 thumbs up. She rolled her eyes, sitting in the sand to stretch. Once her attention was diverted, the grin instantly disappeared from the blonde's face as his golden gaze frantically roamed the beach again. He bit his nails in secret anticipation. Because unknowns to everyone else, he alone knew a deadly secret that could possibly destroy this beach trip for everyone, most especially the girls. And it involved his ever-lustful friend, Minoru Minato. Damn it, Minato, where are you? Kaminari whimpered internally, scanning the beach for his friend. It was so unlike him, to be totally absent during a harem of girls in 𝗬𝗏 bikinis. Seriously, this was every teenage boy's dream, to be playing a game that requires girls to jump into the air with a bikini. Did he not realize certain beautiful, precious things jiggled when bounced in the air? So where was that puny little slime ball? His friend's absence left Kaminari with a very uneasy feeling, mostly due to their early conversation before the school trip even began. Flashback. It was at the end of the school day that the trip was first announced. Everyone in the class had rushed out to start their travel preparation, gleefully anticipating the trip to Okinawa. Only 2 students had remained in the class. Minato had urged Kaminari to remain behind with the sobriety of a man about to commit a great sin. Once the class was clear, Minato had instantly laid on to Kaminari his plans for the trip. Well, to be precious, his goals for the trip. Boobs, Minato explained, pulling out various bikini magazines and laying them out on the desk. Bikinis, bottoms, breasts. It all begins at the beach. Those are a lot of B words, Kaminari had replied, absently flipping through one of the magazines. The reason why B happens to be my favorite letter in the alphabet. Minato grinned, drawing a big B on a blank sheet of paper. Here's the other reason. He flipped the B on its side and drew smaller half circles within them, creating what looked very similar to a favorite part of the female anatomy. Behold, a trick I learned in my elementary years. Kaminari stared at it, not really impressed. Don't tell me this is what you wanted to show me. Of course not, Minato exclaimed, crushing the paper furiously. Isn't it obvious? This trip to the beach is our chance to delve in our manly fantasies in real life. Yeah, I'm super hyped about it. We'll actually get to see the girls in bikinis. No way would they even think about wearing their school swimsuits to a public beach, especially in Okinawa. Swimsuits, 𝗵𝗲 repeated, chuckling darkly. My friend, you're thinking way too small. We're going to the beach, where Mother Nature can cause a lot of unfortunate accidents to happen. Accidents that may involve a bikini accidentally slipping loose, revealing the true Holy Grail. At this point, drool was actually slipping from 𝗵𝗲's mouth as naked images flashed before his vision. I have a plan I've devised just for a trip like this. Hold up. 𝗵𝗲 had stopped him, leaning down on the desk across from 𝗵𝗲. Sorry, but it's not happening. At least not for me. Say what? 𝗵𝗲 cried, infuriated. What's hell is wrong with you? Don't you want to see naked girls? Well, yeah, of course I do, 𝗵𝗲 replied without hesitation. But dude, seriously, if you're going in the direction I think you are, we could get in serious trouble. Maybe even expelled. He held up a copy of Sports Illustrated. Isn't seeing the girls in bikinis enough? I personally sort of dig the erotic look. Bikinis were last year's news. We're second-year students now, 𝗵𝗲 argued. It's time we move up in the world. But 𝗵𝗲 shook his head, not budging. Sorry dude, but I can't. It's way too risky. He glanced away, blushing slightly as he added. Besides, the girls would be pissed if they knew. 𝗵𝗲 huffed, gathering his magazines. Fine, be that way. More glory for me. He walked to the door, flashing 𝗵𝗲 a dirty look before departing. Don't come crying to me when you're horny and want pics of the goods. Like I even think of you when I get horny, 𝗵𝗲 muttered, annoyed at his pesky little classmate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he realized just what 𝗵𝗲 had meant. Pics, he wasn't really gonna. But knowing his friend, he would. Present, since that little conversation, 𝗵𝗲 had tried to find out what 𝗵𝗲's plans were. But his friend had kept a stony silence, refusing to even glance at his former mate. Hurt by this, 𝗵𝗲 had spent the days leading up to the trip hanging out with Kirishima and Bakugo, much to Kirishima's delight and Bakugo's annoyance. But now that the girls were all gathered together, 𝗵𝗲 couldn't help but wonder what the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was planning on doing. Damn it, 𝗵𝗲 cursed, nervous sweat dripping from his forehead. Why didn't I just reject the plan after I heard all the details first? But he had no time to agonize over it much longer as Momo blew a whisper she had created with her quirk, signaling the start of the game. After a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to decide on first serve, Team Manly Pink took position with Kirishima being the first up. Good luck everyone, Uraraka called. To her fellow sideline peers, she moaned. Oh, this is so tough. I have friends on both teams. I don't know who to cheer for. That is quite a dilemma. Todoroki agreed, with the seriousness of one trying to solve a difficult math problem. I think cheering for both teams is fine, Midoriya replied diplomatically. Oh, I know. Let's split the teams, Toru suggested. I can cheer for Team Manly Pink and you can cheer for Rocking Thunder. This way the teams both have cute cheerleaders rooting for them. I think you both are completely insane, Bakugo grumbled. Which team will you be cheering for? Todoroki asked. What does it matter? Was Bakugo's terse reply. They'll all eventually get squashed by me, so it doesn't matter who wins. The rest of the group could only sigh at such a Bakugo response. Uraraka glanced back at Midoriya, whose gaze was concentrated on the players, his lips moving as he made silent predictions of what was to come with the match. Typical Deku, she thought with a warm smile, before asking him, So who do you think will win, Deku? That's a good question, he replied, rubbing his chin as he pondered. In overall athletic abilities, Kirishima and Ashido definitely have the upper hand. Both of them are fairly strong physically. But since quirks are at play, the odds start to even out since both of their quirks are fairly destructive in nature. He flashed her an excited grin. It'll be exciting to see how the matches play out. Uraraka agreed, feeling rather warm as his excitement rubbed off on her. Serving 𝗲𝗵𝗲, Kirishima called out, tossing the ball up and giving it a solid whack that sent it sailing over the net and straight into the center of the opposite court. Got it, Gyro called out, popping it back over the net. Nice hit, 𝗵𝗲 exclaimed, clearly impressed. Gyro smiled in acknowledgement before focusing back on their opponents. Ashido was up next. With the ball falling close to the net, she rushed forward hoping to save it before it could hit the sand. What she wasn't expecting was for a 𝗵𝗲 to appear before her, his fingers clinging on the netting as he flashed a rogue grin. Time to really get this game started, he exclaimed, electric sparks flying from his palms and circulating through the netting. Ashido gave a yelp of surprise, skidding to a quick stop and falling on her bottom before she came too close to the now static ropes. The ball landed in the sand in front of her. Damn it, 𝗵𝗲, Ashido cursed from her spot on the ground. My bad, 𝗵𝗲 replied playfully, letting go of the net. But you know what they say. Anything goes with quirks. Hey, that was actually pretty badass, Gyro said, giving 𝗵𝗲 a very rare compliment. The blonde team scratched his cheek, feeling unusually pleased by the praise. Ashido huffed, sticking her tongue out at him. Before her irritation could fester, Kirishima appeared next to her, holding his hand out to her. "No worries, we'll just get them back, right?" he assured, pulling Ashido back up. "Of course," she replied, already getting her pep back. She held her hands up, yelling to the opposite team, "You hear that, you two? Better watch your backs." "Yeah, 'cause it's on now," Kirishima added. Both partners fired up to reclaim that lost point. "Oh, we're so scared," Kaminari replied, getting in position to serve. "Sorry, but I think we got this game in the bag," J.I.R.O added, fanning the flames of rivalry. With that said, the two teams went at it with the ferocity of a lion pride fighting over a piece of meat with a pack of hyenas. Team Rocking Thunder made good use of their quirks to keep their rivals at bay from going too near the net, with Kaminari's electricity and J.I.R.O's ear jacks jabbing at anyone who came too close. The net area became a hazard zone for the opposite team. To combat this, despite their earlier concerns, Team Manly Pink decided to make use of their quirks. Kirishima, hardening his hands, used them as shovels to push a large amount of sand at the opposite team, obstructing their view of the ball as it flew overhead, while Ashido would toss small amounts of low-acidity acid in the path of the J.I.R.O and Kaminari as they ran to hit a ball, making them have to quickly dodge and change directions. Soon small pockets of melted sand littered Rocking Thunder's side of the court, making moving any direction a tripping hazard waiting to happen. It wasn't long before both teams were out of breath, their stamina waning as their teams came to a head-to-head showdown as Team Manly Pink led the scoreboard, 24-23. One more point and they would be able to win the match at 25 points, a fact that Team Rocking Thunder were not willing to give in easily to. "Okay, we need to get a point and to keep this game going," J.I.R.O explained as the two huddled together. "They have to at least be up by 2 points to win, so we can't screw this chance up." "No worries, we got this," Kaminari replied confidently. "Just serve the ball over and I'll run up and start sending out my 1,000,000 watts of pure kami power. They won't be getting anywhere near that ball." "Yeah, let's not do that," J.I.R.O replied, crossing her arms. "One stray spark and that ball is blowing up. How about I just serve it over and if it comes back, give it a good whack? Think you can handle that much?" she asked teasingly. Despite the two's somewhat static relationship, she found she was truly enjoying playing with Kaminari as a partner. He was still annoying but had an energy that made it difficult not to have fun. "No prob," he answered, shooting her a thumbs up. He watched as she took her spot to serve. Throwing the ball up, she jumped, back arching as her hand got into position. For a moment, Kaminari felt his attention lax as his gaze took in her slim figure, frozen in midair and the sun glistening off the sweat that trailed down her exposed skin. "Whoa, J.I.R.O is pretty hot." It also was at that moment of clarity that Kaminari also noticed a sharp flash of light that flickered from the shore, almost like a flash from a camera. Two things instantly registered in his mind. 1. That had to be mine to taking pictures. 2. I know exactly what that little slime ball is going to be doing while staring at those pictures of J.I.R.O. "Oh hell no." Kaminari rushed forward, but in his haste he had forgotten about the many pitfalls left in the sand by Ashido's slime. His foot fell in, causing him to instantly fall forward. "𝐒𝐻𝐻." His scream was cut short as his falling body collided with J.I.R.O, who had just finished her serve. He fell on top of her, his face getting planted straight into her chest. "KAMINARI." J.I.R.O growled angrily from under the electric teen. "What the hell is wrong with you?" But Kaminari was far too dazed to respond. His mind was spinning as he took in his predicament. That he was literally on top of a girl. His bare chest was touching her skin, her beautiful, soft white skin that was slick with sweat from the game. He felt like he was sinking into something that was so soft and felt nice on his head. Something that also felt so tiny, he murmured, lifting his head off of J.I.R.O's chest and coming out of his happy stupor. "What did you say?" Kaminari was brought back to the harsh reality of things as a blushing J.I.R.O violently struck him with the tip of her both ear jacks, her enhanced heartbeat sending painful vibrations through his body. The opposite team, along with everyone on the sidelines, watched as he writhed in agony. "So what just happened?" Kaminari asked, watching from behind the net. "Who cares?" Ashido responded gleefully. "We won the game." The two bumped fists, flushed with victory. Ieyasu blew her whistle, signaling the end of the game. "First win goes to Team Manly Pink. You should fix your face." J.I.R.O sneered, retracting her earlobes and angrily stalking away from her partner. Kaminari groaned, unable to move after such an attack. His head fell to the side, gold gaze falling on the ocean. The waves held no sign of his friend or any indication someone with a camera had been there. "Weird. Need a hand?" Kaminari glanced up and found Kirishima standing before him, holding out a helping hand. He graciously accepted, getting to his feet unsteadily. "Hey, that was a fun game," Kirishima exclaimed, throwing an arm around his Kaminari. "I know I had a blast." Nothing screams manly than a healthy dose of competition. He leaned in closer, whispering, "It seemed like you and 𝗲𝗏 were having fun ... at least until the very end. Actually, what happened back there? You kind of went berserk." "I thought I saw something," Kaminari mumbled, not quite ready to say his suspicions out loud. The two sat together on the sidelines, next to Ashido, 𝗲𝗏, and Todoroki. Kaminari gave a timid glance 𝗲𝗏's way, but found her determinedly ignoring him. He gave a dejected sigh, not quite understanding why she was mad. After all, falling on her was really just an accident. "Sigh ... why are girls so difficult?" he muttered, trying to distract himself as he turned to watch the next set of teams up to play. With Rocking Thunder down for the count, the next set of teams took to the court to prep for their showdown against each other. On one side stood Mighty Gravity, consisting of Midoriya and Uraraka, and on the opposite end stood Invisible Explosion of Death to All, which consisted of Bakugo and 𝗧𝗪𝗂. Team Mighty Gravity instantly huddled together, with Midoriya scratching out a plan of attack in the sand. Uraraka crouched beside him, smiling brightly as they conversed. Overall, the atmosphere was quite laxed, the two partners already used to engaging in team scenarios together. The opposite could be said of the opposing team, who at the moment stood apart in a frosty silence. 𝗧𝗪𝗂 observed Uraraka and Midoriya with wistfully longing, wishing she could be having as much fun as they seemed to be having. She shot a dirty glance at Bakugo, who was keen to strategize in silence and alone. Sighing in defeat, she decided to try to make the best of her situation in the only way she knew how, annoying him. "You know, Bakugo," she began, arms raised to the sky as she stretched, "you should be feeling pretty lucky right now." "And why should I?" he asked, not even bothering to turn her way. "'Cause I'm probably the cutest partner you'll ever be paired up with ... like ever," she emphasized. "You're freaking the hell, can you even tell if you're cute or not?" was his blunt reply that caused the visibly impaired teen to see. "𝗵𝗃𝗏," she exclaimed, pointing an angry and totally not visible finger at him. "I quote him freaking adorable. I'll believe it when I see it." This comment only furthered her outrage. "Has anyone ever told you, you are literally impossible to deal with?" Since the day I was born. She had no doubt that this was true. She gave a heavy sigh, looking to the heavens pitifully. "This sucks. Why do I have to be partners with you? You're no fun at all." "We're not here to have fun," Bakugo snapped. "We're here to win. So cut the crap and get serious. 'Cause there's no way in hell I'm losing against that damn Deku." 𝗧𝗪𝗂 rolled her eyes. "You do realize this is just a game, right? It's okay to lose every once in a while." "I don't lose," was Bakugo's simple response. "I guess that's the winner of the sports festival for you." 𝗧𝗪𝗂 could already tell there was no fighting this particular competitive streak. "Well, if you can't beat them, join them," she decided, clapping her hands together as she decided to get the team spirit going. "Fine, let's talk about our strategy," she exclaimed brightly. "Get this, I strip and make myself totally invisible." She started to untie her top. "They'll never see me coming. Keep your damn clothes on," Bakugo replied, pulling his arm in front of him as he stretched out his shoulder muscles. "How in the world would you think becoming even more invisible will accomplish anything?" 𝗧𝗪𝗂 scoffed. "Well duh. The opponents won't be able to tell where I am. So just when they think they're about to get a point, I'll show up and wham." She kicked sand in Bakugo's direction, much to his annoyance. "I'll hit it right back in their faces. They'll be too shocked to react." Now it was Bakugo's turn to roll his eyes. "You moron. How in the hell am I supposed to know where you are if you're invisible?" A silence fell between them as 𝗧𝗪𝗂 obviously didn't think that far ahead. Bakugo gave an annoyed sigh, red gaze serious as he turned in her direction. "Listen you, volleyball is one of these idiotic sports where you, unfortunately, have to be able to see your partner. If you turn invisible, the most likely scenario would be both of us going for the same ball and ramming into each other by mistake. We're already at a disadvantage here since my peripheral vision can only catch the slightest glimpse of your bikini." He shot her with a heated glare. "Face it, your quirk is useless here." 𝗧𝗪𝗂 felt herself bristling indignantly at the remark against her quirk. "It's not like yours is any better. Don't you think I know that?" She was surprised to hear him snap. "Who said I was planning on using it during the game? Unlike you, I don't solely depend on my quirk for everything." That's rich coming from someone who likes to blow up things on a whim. "I don't blow things up unless it pisses me off. Kind of like what you're doing now." He turned away sharply, eyeing their opponents. "Look, all I'm saying is that a hero who relies too much on their quirk to get things done are doomed to fail." 𝗵𝗃 was 𝗧𝗪𝗂's disgruntled reply. Bakugo continued, not concerned about the girl's hurt pride. "Here's the plan. If the ball comes your way, just pop it up and I'll smash the crap out of it." "Fine, whatever," 𝗧𝗪𝗂 agreed, ready to get this game over with. Ieyasu blew her whistle, signaling the start of the second game. "Okay teams, may I have the girls on each team come up to compete for the first serve with a game of rock, paper, scissors." "What's with this girl crap?" Bakugo demanded, watching angrily as 𝗧𝗪𝗂 walked towards Uraraka. Because I'm worried if you and Midoriya play, someone's hand will come off, was Yaoyorozu's truthful reply. Bakugo seethed. She's freaking invisible. You can't even tell what her hands are doing. Oh yeah, I can give you a guess what my hand is doing right now, 𝐻𝐵 snapped, flashing him an invisible middle finger. Bakugo glared, clearly knowing what she meant. Yaoyorozu quickly stepped between the two. Now, let's try to save the fighting for the actual game, shall we? Yaoyorozu exclaimed with a strained smile. Toru, would you be a dear and call out either rock, paper or scissors at my signal? Sure, she replied, facing Uraraka. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, go. Uraraka's hand formed a rock. Both her and Yaoyorozu stared at 𝗬𝗂𝐿, who had yet to say anything. 𝗬𝗂𝐿, that was your 𝗬𝗃. Oopsie, 𝗬𝗂𝐿 exclaimed cheerfully. My bad. I did scissors, so I guess Uraraka wins. You idiot. Bakugo yelled furiously as 𝗬𝗂𝐿 made her way back to their side. You did that shit on purpose. Me, 𝗬𝗂𝐿 replied in a falsely shocked voice. No, I would never. Uraraka also made her way back to her side, glancing back at their opponents worriedly as Bakugo's raging voice exploded at 𝗬𝗂𝐿. I feel kind of bad for 𝗬𝗂𝐿. Do you think those two will be okay? It's hard to say with Kaken, Midoriya replied, with an uneasy look across the court. But who knows, maybe 𝗬𝗂𝐿's cheerfulness will rub off on him. Do you really believe that? Uraraka asked with a chuckle as she tossed the ball to him. No, Midoriya replied with a laugh of his own. Their playful banter was cut short as Bakugo's temper became directed at them. Don't think you've gained the upper hand just because you get first serve, Deku. I swear once that ball gets over here I'll plummet you to the ground so hard you'll be eating sand for weeks. Same for you round cheeks. Midoriya and Uraraka shared an amused glance. Let's give them a run for their money, Uraraka exclaimed, holding her fist out. Yeah, Midoriya agreed, his fist connecting with hers. Come on mighty gravity. Gyro cheered from the sidelines. Kick their ass, invisible explosion. Kirishima, the ever-faithful friend, cheered. Deku took a deep breath, preparing himself for the first serve of the game. Sorry Kaken, but I'm not going to lose today. Not with Uraraka counting on me, he thought, throwing the ball into the air. Serving 𝗬𝗵𝗲, he yelled, tossing the ball up and hitting it forward. It swung up, falling towards the middle of the opposite court. Got it, 𝗬𝗂𝐿 called out, popping it up. Instantly Bakugo came in, jumping up and slamming it downwards towards Uraraka. Try to get that, he sneered, knowing good and well that a strike like that would be difficult for even a professional player to stop. His red eyes widened as a sly smile slipped across the brunette's face. Full cal 5%. In a flash, Midoriya zoomed in front of Uraraka, popping Bakugo's ball straight into the air above them. As it slowly fell, Uraraka reached up and the tips of both palms set the ball up once again. Both 𝗬𝗂𝐿 and Bakugo watched as the ball became instantly weightless, lazily floating back up into the air. It rose high, higher than the largest palm tree on the beach, before Midoriya used his increased power to jump into the air after it. Red-like veins covered his body, intense power surging through him. His hand came down hard, striking the ball with the intensity of a metal bat. 𝗬𝗂𝐿 screamed, jumping out of the way as the ball plummeted into the ground, sand flying in all directions at the impact. Bakugo could only stare in shock as his team lost the first point of the game. I don't believe it. Deku and that damn gravity girl managed to score. Bakugo cursed silently, watching the two high-five each other in a way that made him want to puke. In retrospect, he knew Deku would use at least a low-level dose of his quirk to gain extra power for his shots. But he also knew that more power didn't technically mean an advantage. Like any ball sports, control is also a large factor, which is where Ochako's quirk comes in. Just like Bakugo, 𝗬𝗂𝐿 was also analyzing the opponent's play. With Midoriya's increased strength, the probability of him accidentally hitting the ball out of bounds also increases. But with Ochako's quirk, she can make the ball float, allowing him to have time to better aim and control where the ball goes. Plus, with Deku's increased speed, he can catch and set any receiving balls into the air for round cheeks to activate. It's the perfect three-step plan, one that takes full advantage of both their quirks. In other words, they're the perfect team. Both Bakugo and 𝗬𝗂𝐿 concluded at the same time. Bakugo with fury and 𝗬𝗂𝐿 with envy. 𝗬𝗂𝐿 turned to Bakugo, sounding slightly anxious as she asked, Bakugo, we wouldn't happen to have a plan B, now would we? Bakugo glowered, gaze not leaving Deku as he prepared to serve again. Nothing changes. If the ball comes to you, just set it up. Don't even dare to try to hit it back over. I'll take care of the rest. Are you kidding? 𝗬𝗂𝐿 replied. Set it. Did you see how fast that ball came down? I'm going to end up with a flat face if I get anywhere near those strikes. Who gives a crap about your face? You're freaking in. Say invisible one more time and I swear I'll purposely whack the ball straight into the ocean. 𝗬𝗂𝐿 hissed, the two teens coming nose to nose with each other. Guys. What? Both 𝐻𝐿 and 𝗵𝘃𝐲 yelled, both turning their heads to glare at Midoriya on the other side of the net. Ooh, I was just going to ask if you guys were ready for us to serve yet, Midoriya asked, scratching his chin uneasily at the sight of the arguing pair. Just serve the ball, you damn nerd, 𝗵𝘃𝐲 replied, stomping towards the back of the court as 𝗵𝐿 stuck out her invisible inconspicuous tongue out at him. 1 serving 0. Deku yelled, serving the ball over. This time 𝗵𝘃𝐲 hit it forward, again aiming it at 𝗬𝗧𝗏. And once again, Deku rushed forward, following the same pattern as the last play. The ball slowly zoomed upwards after 𝗬𝗧𝗏 set and Deku jumped, striking it down hard towards the invisible girl. Got it, got it, got it, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 chanted to herself, trying to swell the fear that was building inside of her as Midoriya jumped up to hit the ball. She barely blinked before his hand came down hard on it, the ball flying towards her like a comet. She gasped, trying to rush backwards to get her arms in a position to hit it up. In her haste, she lost her balance and fell on her bottom. She only had time to cover her head to prepare for the painful impact that was sure to come. Except it never came. Instead, she heard a loud smack as the ball made contact and was hit back to the other side of the net. A surprised 𝗬𝗧𝗏 had no time to stop it before it hit the ground, gaining Team Invisible Explosion their first point. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 popped open one eye and found 𝗵𝘃𝐲 standing over her, his arms outstretched and red from where he had struck the ball. He glared down at her coldly. What the hell do you think you're doing? What does it look like? 𝗵𝘃𝐿 snapped. I fell down trying to get that ball. He gave an annoyed tch, crouching down and holding his hand out. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 stared at it. Is he actually trying to help me? Shocked, she reached out to grab it, but just as her fingertips grazed him, he quickly pulled away. Moron, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 snapped as his hand moved to her forehead, giving it a good, hard flick. If the ball is in a position where you have to run backwards, don't even go for it. You'll just wind up on your ass like an idiot. You're the one who told me to set the ball, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 argued, rubbing the spot he flicked angrily. Yeah, if you're in position, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 replied, grabbing her arm and pulling her up. If the ball goes over your head, it's mine, he growled, letting her go and jerking his thumb to his chest. She felt herself burning with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance and was grateful for once her skin was noticeable. Before she could think of a jab to throw back, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 threw the ball over the net and 𝗵𝘃𝐿 caught it. As he moved towards the back to serve, he quickly growled out instructions. Here's the deal, because that damn nerd knows I can take his hits, he'll probably continue to target you. Stay in the front near the net and I'll take the back of the court. If Deku hits any hard balls, I'll be able to cover behind you. Got it? Yeah, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 replied grouchily, dusting sand off the bottom of her bikini. She rubbed her arm, her skin feeling prickly where he had touched. He sure does like to boss people around, always acting like such a know-it-all. She moved to her position near the net, where she could see 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was returning back to Midoriya. The brunette was looking slightly embarrassed as she apologized to her teammate about the lost point. Sorry about that. I really wasn't expecting 𝗵𝘃𝐿 to make it to the ball that quick. Midoriya just brushed it off, lightly commenting, that's cacken for you. No worries, we'll definitely be able to move ahead again. Your zero-gravity quirk is amazing for games like this. Thanks, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 replied, beaming at the compliment. Their camaraderie is blinding. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 cursed, shielding her eyes from the display. Wish 𝗵𝘃𝐿 was a little bit more like Midoriya. Despite her frustration, she couldn't shake off the feeling of relief she had felt when 𝗵𝘃𝐿 had saved her from that ball. Well, I guess that was sort of nice. Damn it, guess I should probably thank him. That thought didn't please her. Hey, I'm serving now, so pay attention, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 yelled, gaining the attention of literally everyone on the beach. All you have to do is say what the score is, Ieyasu kindly reminded him. Yeah, Kaken, the score is 1-1. Shut up, 𝗵𝘃𝐿 shouted, pointing a threatening finger at the opposing team as 𝗵𝘃𝐿 just shook her head at his insanity. I refuse to acknowledge any score that's tied with you extras. He threw the ball up, screaming, now die. Hands slamming the ball, it zoomed over the net and right at Deku. Eyes glowing an illuminated green, Deku crouched low and caught the ball with his fists. The force angled the ball straight to the other side. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 was under it, popping it back over in a flash, where Deku received it and hit it right back. Both girls on the teams and the audience watched in awe as the boys duked it out between each other. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 stood firm in her position up front, staying out of the angry blonde's way as he sprinted from side to side, not missing a beat as Midoriya kept the ball coming. Their classmates cheered them on from the sidelines, enjoying the showdown between the two well-known rivals. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 yawned, fanning herself as the sun's warm rays blazed down. Geez, how long can these guys keep the ball going? She glanced at her partner, who showed no signs of slowing down even as sweat dripped down along his well-worked-out body. 𝗵𝘃𝐿 scoffed internally, I hate to admit it, but he really is impressive. While Midoriya is using his quirk to increase his speed and strength, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 is only using his natural athletic abilities to keep up. But still, I doubt he can keep this up for long. Just as these words passed through her lips, something unusual caught her eye. The smallest of nods passed between Midoriya and 𝗬𝗏 just as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 launched another ball over the net. As he did so, he inched back, readying himself for another massive strike from Midoriya. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 swiveled around, shouting just as Midoriya moved under the ball. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, wait, it's a trap. She was right. Instead of a full-on hit, Midoriya's quirk suddenly deactivated, allowing him to gently pop the ball up. 𝗬𝗏 was ready. With one graceful swoop, she came under it and carefully used both hands to pop the ball right over the very edge of the net. With 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 being on the far edge of the court, where he had expected the ball to strike, it was impossible for him to get there in time. But not for me. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, who had dutifully stayed near the net, was ready for it. She jumped, popping the ball straight up into the air and over the other side. Yes, I did it. In her excitement, she had actually hit the ball a little too hard, causing it to fall right on the borderline and out of bounds. Ieyasu blew her whistle. Point to Team Mighty Gravity. Did it? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 finished flatly, disappointment sinking in. 𝗬𝗏 smiled sympathetically from across the net. It's okay, Toru. That was still a good hit. Thanks, Ochako. Before she could finish, she saw a flash of fear flash on 𝗬𝗏's face as she quickly backed away. A dark chill ran through 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's enraged self suddenly appeared behind her. She could only weep in dread as his whole hand grasped the top of her head. He's going to kill me. Her internal thoughts wailed, images of her face exploding filling her mind. That was a good call back there. I didn't mean to. Wait, what? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 blinked, confused. Was that a compliment? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 continued, not even noticing his partner's bewilderment as he angrily clasped the netting. If those scheming beach rats think they're going to pull a fast one on us, they are sorely mistaken. You hear that, Deku? Enjoy your damn point, cause it'll be your last. With 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's hand still painfully grasping her head, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 felt she should contribute while he still felt unwilling to murder her for her blunder. Ooh, yeah, go eat your crappy point. What she said. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 agreed, nodding in approval and releasing 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 from his vice. Turning to her, he added, make sure to keep a sharp eye on those two and call out any of their tricks. Aye. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 answered weakly, sinking down to the sand in relief. Phew, so happy my face is still intact. She glanced back at her partner, who had returned to his position, knees bent and ready for action. Despite his aggressive attitude, it seemed like 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 was a decent partner to have. He yells a lot, but most of the stuff he screams is actually pretty good advice. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 quietly realized, even though I lost that point, he didn't lash out at me. She smiled to herself, feeling her mood brighten. Maybe we can make a good team. I'm sure even 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 has a decent side to him. Hey, no face. Get your invisible ass out of the sand and focus. We have a game to win. It's 𝐒𝐻𝗍𝗂𝗁. She replied angrily, jumping back up quickly. From the other side of the net, 𝗬𝗏 watched the exchange with slight amusement. Here's the ball, 𝗬𝗏. Midoriya called out. Turning away, she caught the ball he tossed her. As she moved towards the back of the court to serve, she quickly whispered as she passed, I think those two are sort of warming up to each other. Oh, Deku replied, taking a quick glance just in time to see 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 hashing it out at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 for calling her a ridiculous nickname. You think so? 𝗬𝗏 nodded, confident in her observation. Definitely. Just call it a girl's intuition. I'll take your word on that, Deku said with a laugh. Speaking of intuition, I think at this point 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 is onto our strategy. Yeah, and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 was able to tell when we tried switching the ball position. 𝗬𝗏 added, should we try to do something different? No, I don't think that's necessary. Even if they know our technique, our quirks still give us a slight advantage. In my opinion, we should still do what we've been doing by using your zero gravity quirk to slow the ball and my quirk to do power strikes. We also need to come up with different signals to show the best moment to go for net shots. I'm surprised that 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 hasn't used his quirk yet. 𝗬𝗏 wondered aloud, glancing back at their opponents. Knowing his personality, I thought for sure he would use his explosions to zip around the court or something extreme like that. Kaken's a show-off, but he's not dumb. Deku explained. It's true using his quirk would get him around faster, but the movement is less controlled, so it'll be easier to accidentally hit the ball off the mark or even damage the ball with the heat that escapes from his palms. Deku hesitated before also adding, I also have a hunch that he also doesn't want to unintentionally hurt his partner. With the small court dimension and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's low visibility, it would be pretty easy to accidentally burn her. You think 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 actually puts that much thought into the people around him? 𝗬𝗏 asked, feeling skeptical. I know so, Deku said with a conviction that surprised 𝗬𝗏. I guess you would know better. 𝗬𝗏 agreed, fists coming together determinedly as an evil grin appeared on her face. Too bad for him. I guess he won't have his super awesome quirk to save him from me this time. Today is the day I take my revenge from the sports festival and beat 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁. She turned to Deku with fire in her eyes. This is our chance to beat him. Her fighting spirit slumped slightly as watched Deku cover his mouth, holding back laughter. He wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. I'm just not used to your competitive side. He flashed her a smile, green eyes shining as he said, It's really cute. 𝗬𝗧𝗏's face turned red, steam puffing from her ears. She quickly held the volleyball up, blocking her embarrassment from view. Well, I'm going to go ahead and serve now. Plus ultra, she added in an overly loud voice as she quickly backed away. Darn it, Deku, I can't handle those sneak attacks. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 mumbled internally, trying to ease her racing heart. She quickly served the ball over and allowed the match to resume. For the most part, the match continued at a similar pace as the first two setups, with 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and Deku using their quirks to take control of the ball's position. This allowed them to gain a steady lead, but not without a fight. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, true to his nature, was fighting with teeth and claws to keep their team going. Even without using his quirk, he was a force to be reckoned with, managing to face Deku's quirk-filled power hits heads-on. Even 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 had been contributing to their team's efforts. What she lacked in skill, she made up for with keen observation of their opponents. Despite their best attempts at coming with low-key signals, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 had always been able to tell when Deku and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 were going to go for shorter shots. Her call-outs were never questioned by 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, who instantly heeded her warning. Guess they finally found a flow that works for them, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 observed, glad her friend was finally enjoying herself. She watched as Deku and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 continued a long round of passes to each other. She tried to keep one eye on the ball and the other on Deku, waiting for any signals from her partner for her to interfere. If Deku shows signs of wear, I'll jump in and stop the ball with my quirk. The only problem was finding that moment. Suddenly a small movement directed her attention to the other side of the net. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 had just jumped up, and a small sphere had fallen from the pocket of his swim trunks. A flash of a pink bikini showed 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 had also noticed the item. She curiously moved towards it just as a shocked 𝗬𝗧𝗏 realized what it was. Toru, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 screamed, completely ignoring the game. Don't touch that. On the sidelines, the other teams sat watching the game play out with keen interest, each for various reasons. For some, it was seeing the different tactics the players used to score points using their quirks. For others, it was watching the chemistry between the players. Whether it was 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's arguing, Deku and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's ever building up playoffs against each other, or the sweet blushes passed between Midoriya and 𝗬𝗧𝗏, there was no denying there was never a dull moment between these players. But for most, the best part of this particular game was the chance to see 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 actually be a disadvantage. For those who have to deal with him the most, this was a monumental occasion. Do you think he'll actually pull through? Kirishima wondered aloud, pupils following the ball as it was passed back and forth between Midoriya and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁. Definitely not, Kaminari exclaimed. The dude will run himself ragged before they even make it to 15 points. Yeah, but this is 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 we're talking about. The guy literally took on All Might during our midterm exams last year, Kirishima argued. He's not short of endurance, but Midoriya has that super awesome quirk on his side. There's no way 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 can catch up. Kaminari shot back. I wouldn't call a quirk that breaks all your bones awesome. Gyro commented dryly. Kaminari seemed to shrink at her cold tone. Midoriya also has 𝗬𝗧𝗏 on his team. Ashido piped in, with a cat-like smirk. Their chemistry's been really smoking during this game. Todoroki's eyes widened at this comment. Smoking? Wouldn't that mean they are overheated? We should probably call a timeout. No, we want them smoking. In fact, we want them on fire. Ashido explained in her not-so-simple way that left Todoroki both confused and deeply concerned. I don't think that would benefit them in the slightest. Hey guys, isn't that one of 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's grenade things? Kaminari's offhand comment halted any other conversations going on. All eyes instantly focused on a round, green grenade that sat delicately in the sand. Oh, that's not good, Kirishima said, stating the obvious. What in the world is 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 doing with one of his hero weapons at the beach? Gyro asked in bewilderment. Well, it is 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, Kaminari answered. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 kinda does whatever he wants. This will not end well. I better let Yaoyorozu know. Kirishima made an attempt to stand, but was instantly stopped by Ashido. No wait, let's just see how this plays out, she eagerly suggested. So at her request the group kept silent, fully enraptured as the next chain of events unfolded before them. Starting with 𝗬𝗧𝗏's cry of distress as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 curiously picked up the powerful weapon. Is this 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 wondered aloud. Toru, don't touch that, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 yelled, clutching the netting. 𝗬𝗧𝗏's loud outcry instantly caught Midoriya and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's attention. In alarm, Midoriya looked down in distress from his mid-jump position. worried something bad had happened. This mere action cost him greatly, as the ball 𝗵𝘃𝗀 had hit just a moment ago came at him hard and quick, knocking the young teen right in the face. OHHH. Ouch. The crowd gasped from below, both Gyro and Ishido covering their eyes while the boys cringed at the impact. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 completely missed his moment of glory, for as soon as he had made contact with the ball, his gaze had fallen on 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and her invisible hands clutching one of his mini hand grenades. The blonde's eyes widened in alarm. What the hell are you doing with that? Without hesitating, his palms exploded as he used his quirk to charge straight at her. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 turned, just as she felt 𝗵𝘃𝗀 slam into her. The grenade slipped from her grasp, sailing up into the air above them. Meanwhile, the volleyball that had slammed into Midoriya's face had crocheted back to the opposite court, slowly falling towards the ground. The bystanders watched, mouths agape, as the two items met midway, right above Team Invisible explosion, causing an explosion that, to the enjoyment of those not involved, was not invisible. Boom. As the smoke settled, the Yaoyorozu and the rest of the class found both sides of the court in a state of disarray. On Team Mighty Gravity, a worried Uraraka was kneeling down next to a sitting Midoriya. One hand was rubbing the back of his head awkwardly as he used his free hand to clutch at his bleeding nose. "Deku?" Uraraka asked, brows furrowed in concern. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, don't worry," Midoriya replied lightly, shooting her a lopsided grin that instantly made her relax. Coming from Kaken, this was actually pretty light. "I'm just glad you're okay. I got pretty worried when I heard you yell out like that." "What exactly happened?" Uraraka's lips twitched as her gaze wandered to the opposite court. "Well, about that." On the other court, for the second time that day, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 found his hair sticking up and charred as both him and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 sat in the sand, blinking dubiously at what just occurred. The floating corpse of what used to be a volleyball gently floated down, landing in between the two teams. A loud whistle sounded through the air. Since the volleyball was destroyed by 𝗵𝘃𝗀's grenade, Team Mighty Gravity automatically wins by default. Yaoyorozu declared. "We won." "Yeah," Uraraka cheered, hands raising in celebration and unintentionally knocking against Midoriya's already bleeding face. "Oh," he yelped, eyes watering as he fell back to the sand. Uraraka paled, once again kneeling down and letting out a series of apologies, which were drowned out by the loud outburst of a seething 𝗵𝘃𝗀. "What the hell did you say?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀 jumped up, rage filling his entire being. But before he could argue with the verdict, a stern voice cut through the air, halting him. "Hey," Aizawa called out from afar. "𝗵𝘃𝗀, what did I say about exploding things?" Before the blonde could make a retort, the teacher continued sternly. "Here's a hint. Don't." With that said, he sat back down in his beach chair, grumbling to himself about irrational teens. "This is complete garbage." An indignant 𝗵𝘃𝗀 roared, turning back to Yaoyorozu. "My quirk didn't destroy anything." "No, but your weapon did." Yaoyorozu replied patiently, nodding towards the remains of the smoking grenade in the sand. "That's because this idiot here decided it was a good idea to pick it up," 𝗵𝘃𝗀 replied, pointing an accusing finger at 𝗵𝘃𝗀, who gasped indignantly. "It fell out of your pocket." 𝗵𝘃𝗀 defended herself heatedly. "Besides, what sort of lunatic brings a grenade? I repeat, a grenade. To the beach. One who knows we are on mission and wants to be prepared for anything." 𝗵𝘃𝗀 argued back. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 scoffed. "We literally found out we were going on a mission on the bus in the beach parking lot. What's your damn point?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀 replied back. "Once we found out, I took them out of my bag and brought them here." "Why do you even carry exploding things around in your bag?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asked, arms waving in aggravation. "You can literally make things explode with your hands. Like I said before, I don't just rely on my quirk in battles. Any good hero knows it's important to have an ace up your sleeve," 𝗵𝘃𝗀 explained, eyes narrowing as the two arguing partners came head to head with each other. "And I don't explode things with my hands. It's with my sweat. Get your damn facts straight." The two gave feral-like growls, almost on the verge of going into battle with one another. "Who, Kaken?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀. Midoriya's timid voice cut in between the two. "Uraraka and I don't mind just doing a rematch. Right, Uraraka?" He turned to his partner, who had her arms crossed and cheeks puffed up in a pout. "Yeah, I guess," she responded in a way similar to that of a reluctant 2-year-old. But their generous offer fell on deaf ears. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 reared away from 𝗵𝘃𝗀, shooting his anger at them. "Save your pish's offer for someone who cares. Besides, there's no way in hell I'm playing anything if I have to be stuck with an idiotic partner like her." "Same here," 𝗵𝘃𝗀 agreed. The two took a moment to give one last glare at each other before turning and stalking away in opposite directions. Midoriya watched the two depart, giving a weary sigh. "That didn't go very well. I have to admit, I feel kind of bad winning in this way." "Yeah, me too," Uraraka replied with a big grin, pink eyes sparkling happily. Uraraka, your words and actions aren't exactly matching up," Midoriya pointed out, amused. In response, she did a small skip in the air, her excitement bubbling over. "Sorry, I'm just so happy we won." "Take that, 𝗵𝘃𝗀." 𝗧𝗧𝗃𝗃 exclaimed, giving the air a few celebratory jabs with her fists. She turned to Midoriya, passing him a warm smile that instantly made his insides flutter. You know, we really made a great team, didn't we? Oh yeah, I mean if you think so. Midoriya covered his face with his hand, both trying to conceal his blush and to stop the flow of blood that seemed to suddenly increase. Sorry, guess it's worse than I thought, he hastily said, in response to her worried frown. On the sidelines, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 gave a sigh of content as she watched the exchange from the couple from afar. Oh my god, school trips are the best. This drama is to die for. I knew making the girls and boys pair up was a great idea. She puffed out her chest proudly at her genius idea. Beside her, Kirishima grinned. I'm not sure I understand, but I'm glad you're having fun. It had been a pleasant surprise to be paired with 𝐈𝐺𝐻 for the games. She brought an energy to the court that was uniquely her own. He found being with her was both relaxing but also made him want to do his best. She really is something else. His gaze absently lowered, falling down to her, now famous, leopard print bikini. He quickly turned his head away, praying his face wasn't matching his hair color. On the court he had been so focused on the game that he really had no time to take notice of 𝐈𝐺𝐻's attire. But that had become a lot more difficult with her sitting right next to him on the sand, their skins slightly grazing each other and causing Kirishima's heart to pound uncomfortably each time. Even while cheering on the next set of players, Kirishima often found himself taking quick sideways glances at 𝐈𝐺𝐻, her swimwear barely concealing parts of the body he knew where every man often dreamed of going. Damn it, Kirishima. Focus. A man doesn't lose his cool over some piece of fabric, Kirishima growled internally, wanting to punch himself in the face. Hey Todoroki, you and Ieyasu are next up, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 commented, casually leaning over Kirishima to speak to Todoroki, who sat on Kirishima's other side, with her whole upper body brushing against him. This position did nothing to quell Kirishima's internal struggles. Are you excited? No, not at all, Kirishima said loudly, causing the party to glance at him strangely. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 blinked. I was actually talking to Todoroki. Oh yeah, my bad, Kirishima replied with an awkward chuckle. Todoroki's blank stare turned away from him, back to 𝐈𝐺𝐻 as he answered simply, I guess so. I'm not quite sure how much I've learned from these last 2 games. He held his chin thoughtfully. 𝗧𝗧𝗃 didn't mention this to me, but from what I observed so far it seems that tackling your partner at the end of a round seems to lead to defeat for that pair. Am I correct for assuming this? Yeah, I wouldn't. Kirishima felt his mouth get covered by 𝐈𝐺𝐻, whose face once again held a Cheshire smirk. No, those were just coincidences, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 explained. Just do what comes naturally to you with Ieyasu. If you want to tackle her, go for it. I'll be sure to remember that, if I get the urge to, Todoroki replied in a serious tone. He got up and went to speak to Ieyasu, who was in the midst of producing a new volleyball from her navel area using her creation quirk. As soon as his back was turned, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 let out a series of giggles. Oh, the next game is going to be so much fun. Kirishima shook his head, amused at her antics. You really like to stir things up, don't you? That's the best way to make high school memories, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 explained, her raccoon-like eyes narrowed and sparkling up at him. And I for one want to make sure our class makes a ton of fun memories on this trip. Kirishima felt his mouth go dry, his whole body seeming to heat up uncomfortably. Yeah, that would be nice, was the only thing he could manage to say in his frazzled condition. Luckily for him, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 seemed unaware of his torment. She stood up, absently wiping the sand off her legs. Once done, she eagerly held out her hand to him, ready to start warming up. Excitement sparked through Kirishima. Yes, action time. With the game going on, I can actually focus and enjoy being with 𝐈𝐺𝐻. His excitement was very short-lived, for just as he reached his hand out, he felt an iron-like grip forcefully clutch his head, blacking out his view of 𝐈𝐺𝐻. Break time is over, Bakugo barked, forcefully pulling Kirishima through the sand away from the court and towards the shoreline. In his other hand, he held onto a struggling Kaminari. Hey, what gives? We were about to play, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 called out, her foot stomping down angrily. Just because your team lost doesn't mean you can take away my partner. Mind your damn business, Pinky, Bakugo snapped, not slowing his pace. These guys were my extras way before they were yours. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 gave an annoyed huff. Geez, what a jerk. Now my team has to forfeit. Gyro sat unmoving, watching sand fall from her hand in an unconcerned manner. HMPH. In my case, Bakugo did me a big favor snatching up that perv. It was clear she was still mad with Kaminari. It was at that moment, 𝗧𝗧𝗃, Midoriya, Todoroki and Ieyasu appeared, glancing around in confusion. Todoroki and I came to see if you were ready for our match, Ieyasu explained, looking around. But where is Kirishima? Bakugo was having a hissy fit because he lost, so he abducted Kirishima and Kaminari. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 explained matter-of-factly. That sounds about right, Midoriya commented, remembering childhood memories that involved Bakugo being a sore loser. This is unfortunate. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 stated, brow furrowed in concern. I wonder how we should proceed now that two of the teams have become disbanded. Shall we just move on to a different activity? No way, 𝐈𝐺𝐸 quickly spoke, hands waving frantically. You and Todoroki should definitely still play your match. Gyro and I don't mind just staying and cheering. Gyro nodded. Yeah, don't mind us. But even with their prodding, 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 still seemed hesitant. But surely, Midoriya and Uraraka would rather take a break. You really don't have to worry about us. Uraraka replied cheerfully. Midoriya and I would be pumped to play against you both. But your injuries? I'm fine, Midoriya replied. My nose has already stopped bleeding. He looked at Todoroki earnestly. Besides, Todoroki hasn't had a chance to play beach volleyball yet. It'll be a shame to waste this opportunity. Todoroki smiled gratefully at Midoriya before turning to 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫, who instantly flushed at his intense gaze. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫, it would be rude for us to turn down their very kind gesture. Yes, you are correct. It would be rude. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 receded, but added in a stern tone, but if you feel lightheaded at all or if the bleeding continues, let us know immediately. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, Midoriya replied, getting a similar feeling of speaking to his mother. He heard Uraraka giggling beside him. Very well, 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 conceded, feeling satisfied with his answer. Then let us commence with the final game. Team Mighty Gravity versus Team Chili Creations. With the teams unceremoniously dwindled down to just 2 teams, the remaining players positioned themselves on the court for the final match of the day. Team Mighty Gravity, consisting of Midoriya and Uraraka, stood on one side. Team Chili Creation, consisting of 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 and Todoroki, stood on the opposite end. 𝗳𝐺𝐸𝐫 stood in the center, taking 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫's place as referee. The bystanders, which had been made up of a larger group, now only consisted of 2 rather disgruntled girls. Hagakure was still seething about the earlier catastrophe with her partner Bakugo, her usual cheerful demeanor completely fouled by the experience. Gyro sat next to her, equally irritated as she fidgeted with her ear Jackson and embarrassed huff, thoughts of a certain blonde filling her mind. Neither girl was in much of a cheering mood, a point 𝗳𝐺𝐸𝐫 instantly poked upon. What's wrong with you two? 𝗳𝗳𝐸𝐫 bellowed through her megaphone that 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 had kindly made for her upon her request. I don't hear any team spirit going on. The game hasn't even started yet. Gyro replied. It was true. Both teams were still in the middle of warm-ups. 𝗳𝗳𝐸𝐫 ignored this fact, hips cocking out as she surveyed the two. Yeah, but how do you expect the teams to get fired up with you two looking so glum? Don't worry, they don't need our help for that, Gyro replied, tilting her head towards the court. Midoriya and Uraraka were passing the ball back and forth, chatting merrily away. While on the other side of the net, 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐫 and Todoroki stood close together, 𝗂𝐬𝐬𝐫 beaming brightly as she discussed some of the finer points of the game as Todoroki listened with keen interest. It was clear the partners were all on good terms and ready to play. It was too much for poor Hagakure, who flopped down in the sand miserably. Arg, everyone looks so happy. Why was I paired up with such a jerk face? At least, he isn't a pervert. Gyro gave an annoyed mutter. Oh, come on, they weren't that bad. 𝗳𝗳𝐸𝐫 replied cheerfully. In fact, I think you and your partners had quite the chemistry going on. Her comment was met with cold glares from both of them. Or, maybe not. As 𝗳𝗳𝐸𝐫 attempted to raise the spirits of her two friends, 𝗂𝐬𝐬𝐫 attempted to speak to Todoroki about their team's strategy. Since her partner was new to the sport, she felt it was up to her to come up with a plan that would be both beneficial to their quirk's unique powers and also be simple enough for a newcomer, like Todoroki, to quickly be able to comprehend. I have to stay confident we can come up with a strategy that can outmaneuver Team Mighty Gravity. She knew Midoriya and Uraraka already had the upper hand in many ways. They were already well acquainted with each other's playing style, having played the last game together. Not only that, but the two also seemed rather close on a personal level. While reffing their game, she often found herself amazed how they seem able to communicate to each other even without words being spoken. On the other hand, though she and Todoroki had come to better understand each other over their first year together as classmates, there were still aspects of Todoroki that were a complete mystery to her. But even if we aren't as close as Midoriya and Uraraka, Todoroki and I have shown in the past we can work together to achieve a goal. Now is not the time to falter. After all, Todoroki is counting on me. With these thoughts in mind, she turned to her partner determinedly. Todoroki, now that you have had a chance to observe 2 games up close, have you had a chance to think of ways you could use your quirk to your advantage during the game? Todoroki glanced down at his hands, voicing aloud his thoughts. So far my idea was to stay up front, near the net. From that vantage point, I'll be able to spread my ice to the opposing team and hinder their mobility. 𝗂𝐬𝐬𝐫 tapped her chin, not quite convinced. It's true, defecting their mobility would be an excellent use of your ice quirk, but I'm not sure how effective it would truly be against Midoriya. With his quirk, I'm concerned he would just immediately break the ice. She's right. I wasn't able to even touch Midoriya with my ice spears during last year's sports festival. It was only after he had decided to make use of his flame quirk that he was able to get the upper hand. But flames would be useless in a scenario like this. Seeing her partner looking discouraged, 𝐒𝐬𝐫 hastily responded, "Not that your idea couldn't work. It can still be a very useful surprise attack. I was merely suggesting that we should probably think of other ways we can use our quirks to our advantage. Did you have any ideas?" Todoroki asked curiously. "I did have one idea that's a little out of the ordinary," 𝐒𝐬𝐫 confessed. "I'm not even sure if it's something you're able to accomplish with your quirk." She held out her palms, as if she was holding an invisible volleyball. "As I'm sure you are aware, all things are made up of molecules that are always in constant motion. This motion is determined by many factors. The biggest is temperature. In simple terms, when temperatures increase, the molecules speed up, while at lower temperatures, the molecules will slow down," she explained. "So in warm weather like this, the air molecules in the volleyball would be moving fast and keeping the ball taut and tight. But if we were able to lower the temperature around the ball, the air molecules would slow down, causing the ball to flatten," Todoroki concluded, understanding her goal. "Precisely," 𝐒𝐬𝐫 exclaimed, growing excited. "But of course, for something like that to be executed, we would have to get the timing perfect, right when the ball is on the opponent's side. And we need to determine if you are even able to change the temperature to that degree." "Change the air temperature? Todoroki took a moment to consider this. He had often encased rooms with ice, thus drastically changing the temperature. But to lower the air in a more subtle way would be a different matter. In theory, he probably could, but it would be something he would need more time to work on. "To be honest, I've never attempted to use my quirk in such a manner," Todoroki replied, squinting as he briefly glanced up towards the sun. "Even if I was able, I imagine such a technique would be easier to conduct in an enclosed space rather than in such an open area like this." "Yes, I suppose so," 𝐒𝐬𝐫 agreed. "But it is an interesting idea," Todoroki continued. "Due to intensive training with my father, attacks concerning my quirks tend to be rather intense. I think finding more subtle uses of my quirk will be beneficial." He cast her a brief smile. "It's something I wouldn't have thought about if it wasn't for you." "Well, I'm really not the one to thank," 𝐒𝐬𝐫 replied, glancing down modestly. "It's really opportunities like this, where we can all get together and let loose, that allow us to become creative with our quirks." She flashed him her own charming smile. "We should take advantage of this moment while we can and enjoy ourselves." Todoroki felt an odd sensation, a sort of flippy movement in his chest area. It felt weird, but not necessarily bad either. He decided not to think anything of it as he and 𝐒𝐬𝐫 continued to discuss possible strategies, ranging from 𝐒𝐬𝐫 creating firecrackers that Todoroki would light up with his flame quirk to surprise the opposing team to Todoroki using his ice to physically knock over the other players before they can strike. The two felt confident they had a lot of aces up their sleeve to quickly claim victory. "All right, heroes, everyone ready to begin?" Ishido called out to both teams. Both teams nodded in unison. 𝐒𝐬𝐫 and Midoriya had already competed for first serve and 𝐒𝐬𝐫 had won. Todoroki now stood in the back, preparing for the first serve of the game, looking slightly more aloof than usual. 𝐒𝐬𝐫 flashed him an encouraging thumbs up. "Do your best, Todoroki. Yeah, you got this." Uraraka also cheered from the opposite court, knowing that he was new to the game. "Don't be nervous," Midoriya added. On the sidelines, Gyro and Hagakure watched the Class 1 local pretty boy with questioning glances. Is this really his first time playing volleyball? Gyro wondered aloud. "I bet when you come from an extinguished family like his, you have no time for commoners' games like this." Hagakure replied in slight awe. "Do you think he'll do okay?" PHFFT. "It's Todoroki we're talking about. The guy oozes perfection," Hagakure exclaimed, somewhat cheered by the new game starting. "I bet he'll totally." Just as the words left her mouth, Todoroki tossed the ball into the air, arm rearing back and arching forward only to connect with thin air as the ball bounced back down to the ground. "Miss!" Ishido, Gyro and Hagakure all exclaimed in wild disbelief. The players on the court simply stared in. Todoroki blinked, glancing down to find the ball sitting innocently at his feet. He looked around to find the astonished looks of everyone on the court staring back at him. He picked it up, returning their stare. "Sorry, I missed." "No kidding," Ishido remarked under her breath, still somewhat shocked. In a louder voice she announced, "First point goes to Mighty Gravity." But before the ball could be passed, Midoriya called out to Ishido. "Wait, Ishido. If it's okay with you, we would like to give Todoroki another chance to serve." The opposing team turned to him in surprise. 𝐒𝐬𝐫 was the first to answer, her voice uncertain as she replied. "Are you sure?" She was cut off by Todoroki stepping forward. "There's really no need to change the rules of the game for my sake." "We're not changing any rules," Uraraka replied, standing next to Midoriya. "We just know it's your first time playing. We're just letting you get one extra practice serve in, that's all." "Well, I'm cool with it if you two are," Ishido remarked, turning to Chili Creation. Todoroki and 𝐒𝐬𝐫 shared a glance, with the latter giving Todoroki an encouraging nod. He gave a relenting sigh. Very well. We appreciate your gesture. Yes, it is most gracious, 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳 added, head bowing slightly. As the two teams returned to their positions, Ishido decided to add a little commentary to the mix as Todoroki took up the ball. It's now our very own classroom hottie, or should I say coldie, up to serve for the second time in a row. With natural athleticism and a keen eye for combat, I'm sure we'll soon see that ball go flying. To the ground, Ishido finished, voice deflating as Todoroki's palm once again missed the ball. Maybe a third time, Uraraka suggested, as Midoriya nodded in agreement. But neither a third or fourth time showed much improvement. It was clear to the bystanders and the opposing team that this game was looking to be on standby. Only after the fifth attempt did Todoroki actually make contact with the ball. However, instead of going upwards, the strength of his hit made it fly directly into the net at top speed, completely startling Team Mighty Gravity. Yep, Uraraka yelped, jumping back at the net purged forward from the unexpected impact. She felt two strong hands catch her shoulders, keeping her balanced. She turned, finding herself propped against Midoriya's chest. You okay, Uraraka? Midoriya asked, concerned as he glanced down at her. His gaze widened as he realized a little bit too late that from this angle he could clearly see the upper half of her breasts peeking out from her bikini top. Both teens jumped back from each other, blushing and steam rising from their heads as their insides screamed internally. What are you doing, Midoriya? You're training to be a pro hero. You shouldn't look there. Midoriya's mind berated itself. But seriously, was Uraraka's chest always that big? Why am I even thinking that? Was Midoriya's chest always that toned? Uraraka's mind practically screeched. Luckily for them, the rest of their classmates were far too concerned by Todoroki's fruitless attempts at serving to notice the two's internal battles with their raging hormone. 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑧𝑢 was first to concede, placing a supportive hand on her partner's shoulder. How about we take a break from the game to practice a little? She suggested kindly. She turned to her classmates. Would it be okay if I work with Todoroki for a little bit longer? Fine by us, Ishido answered cheerfully. We'll just hang out for now. Sure, Uraraka answered in a slightly shaking voice as she still recovered from the shock of an unexpected feel of her crush's muscle. Yeah, take your time, Midoriya finished in an equally frazzled manner. Todoroki glanced down dejectedly, also giving in to defeat. I apologize for not doing very well. I should be the one apologizing, 𝐻𝑢𝑧𝑢 replied, placing a regretful hand on her chest. Instead of going over strategies, I should have been helping you practice with the basics of the game. It's fine, Todoroki replied. I assumed just by watching the others, some of the skills involved would be simple. It was my fault for making overly confident assumptions. Besides, he faced her, blue gaze intense as he confessed, I enjoyed talking with you. Well, let's not get too down on ourselves, 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑧𝑢 quickly replied, trying to control an embarrassed blush from spreading. Shall we get to practicing that serve? Sure. While the two worked on Todoroki's serve, Ishido called out to Midoriya and Uraraka, who still stood awkwardly apart. Hey, me and the girls are going to grab drinks from the vending machines. Want something? Ew, sure. Iced tea would be fine, Midoriya called out. Same, Uraraka replied. Ishido answered with a thumbs up, leaving with both Gyro and Hagakure. As they departed, Midoriya carefully approached Uraraka, attempting to keep his voice casual as he said, Guess the game is going to be postponed for a while, eh? Yeah, doesn't look like Todoroki will be getting the hang of serving anytime soon, Uraraka replied, sneaking a glance at their two classmates practicing. The last one wasn't terrible, Midoriya pointed out. If he would have popped it up more, it would have been a pretty good serve. I'm sure with Momo coaching him, he'll get it in no time, Uraraka said, speaking fondly of her friend. He's in good hands with her as his instructor. No doubt about that, Midoriya agreed, glad to see Uraraka smiling. But still, do you think we should go over and offer to help? Uraraka took one look at 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑧𝑢, face flushed with excitement as she spoke to Todoroki, cheeks tinged with pink as he said something to her that must have been a compliment of sorts based on her reaction. Nope, this was a perfect opportunity for 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝑧𝑢 to spend time with her crush. Not that she would ever admit she had one. But to Uraraka and every girl in the class, it was pretty obvious. No, it looks like they're getting along pretty well, she remarked, smiling at Midoriya. Don't you think? A look of confusion crossed his face before what she was indicating sunk in. Oh, right, of course, he replied, in his usual frazzled manner, making Uraraka laugh. Feeling somewhat awkward now, he asked, should we just wait for the girls to get back, then? Sure, we could use a break anyway, Uraraka replied, sitting on the sand and facing the ocean as Midoriya followed suit. Hey Deku, do you know how long we've been here? At the beach, Midoriya glanced up at the sky, thinking, by the position of the sun I'd say we've been here maybe a little over an hour. Maybe 2. Why? I was just curious, Uraraka answered, brows furrowed worriedly. I wonder how long we'll have to wait until something happens. You mean with the mission? She nodded, pink eyes falling on him curiously. Do you think they'll even show up? Midoriya's green gaze rested on the ocean, watching the waves lap through the sand as he replied. It's hard to say. I'd like to think so, just so we have a chance of finding those students. A deep frown penetrated his expression as he continued. I know if I went missing like that on a school trip, my mother would kill herself with worry. I can't imagine what their families must be going through. Then let's do our best to catch some villains today, 𝗂𝗧𝗏 exclaimed, fists pumping the air. She paused, adding a more mellow somehow to her exclamation. I don't think we have to worry, Midoriya added, cheerfully. With our class luck, something bad is bound to happen. He looked up at the sky, sounding hopeful. As long as we work together, I like to think there's nothing our class can't accomplish. I like to think that too, 𝗂𝗧𝗏 answered, watching him fondly. Though in reality I think as long as you're here, Deku, our class can do anything. There was no denying he was the glue that was always there to support the class through any crisis. His words and actions were inspirations for not only heroes in training but also everyone he seemed to encounter. Especially me, she thought with a blush. Hey, Deku, 𝗂𝗧𝗏 asked, trying to quell the fuzzy feeling in her stomach. Weren't you and Ada looking for possible clues concerning the abductions earlier? Oh yeah, we were, Midoriya answered. But I'm afraid we really didn't find anything useful. But we did discuss some possible theories on the case if you want to hear. It would be great to hear your input. Sure. While the two sat together in the sand, losing themselves in their conversation, Todoroki and Ieyasu continued their practice session. Todoroki was doing better at hitting the ball over, but still having a difficult time controlling his strength, causing the ball to either go way out of bounds of the court or in a completely different direction. Though Todoroki held quite a calm demeanor, except in situations involving his father, even he was starting to feel slightly overwhelmed with his folly. After his last mishap serve, he felt obliged to apologize to Ieyasu again for his failure. I'm sorry for being defective. You're not defective. Ieyasu waved his apology off with a playful laugh as she received the ball. It's perfectly normal not to get the hang of a sport right away. How about we work on your control by bumping the ball to each other? As they began the exercise, she added, You know, I have to admit, I am a tad bit surprised that you are new to volleyball. Usually team sports like these are taught to us in middle school. Todoroki caught the ball as she passed it to him, looking slightly downcast. I'm afraid I never participated in any team activities in my earlier years of education. He bumped the ball to her as he explained. My physical education consisted of being privately tutored in sparring lessons. I see, Ieyasu replied, with a hint of understanding. I guess that makes sense, considering your background. She bumped the ball back to him as she continued. Though, I imagine that must have been difficult for you, not getting to participate in activities with your friends. Not particularly, Todoroki answered honestly, fists catching the ball. I always felt it was necessary in order for me to reach my goal of being a pro hero. At the time, playing games with my classmates seemed like an unnecessary use of my time. Do you still feel that way? She asked. Hitting the ball forward, Todoroki thought of all the unique ways his classmates had used their quirks to gain points during the games and how, despite some of the weird pairings, they all managed to somehow work together. No, he answered, catching the ball. I believe there's a lot to be learned by interacting with your peers. Ieyasu smiled, pleased with his answer. I'm glad. Now let's see if we can improve that serve of yours. I realized you've been watching everyone here serve the upperhand way, she explained, but in reality this way is often more difficult for new players to handle. Luckily, there's also an underhand serve. An underhand serve, Shoto repeated, glancing back at her. Yes, it's a skill that most players are taught when learning how to play. Ieyasu held the ball out in front of her with her left arm. You see, unlike the uppercut method, you don't throw the ball up. You let it rest in the palm of your hand. Then you swing your opposite arm back and swing it forward with your palm open so that it hits the ball up. She demonstrated, with her arm coming under in a clean arc, palm hitting the ball right in the center and it soaring straight up to land neatly a few feet away. You see, with this technique I find you have quite a bit more control of where the ball goes. She blinked, realizing he was giving her an intense look. Todoroki, was that not an adequate example? I was just wondering if you were a professional. Please, you are quite mistaken. This is hardly professional level material. She gave a flustered reply, turning away to hide her blush. I'm impressed, he replied honestly, causing Ieyasu's face to redden even more. Luckily for her, he didn't seem to notice as he asked, I do have a question. If this technique is so simple, why did none of the other players use it? I'm not quite sure, Ieyasu answered as she received the ball. But I imagine it has a lot to do with how the underhand serve is slightly easier for the opposite team to return. The upperhand serve makes it a bit tricky for the opposing team to hit back due to its strike-like acceleration. She gave a humorous chuckle as she added, also there is the cool factor to consider. Cool factor, Todoroki repeated, head tilting. You know how the serve looks, Ieyasu explained. Placing a well-hit serve can be quite pleasing to the eye. She demonstrated by throwing the ball up into the air. Bracing herself, she jumped, her body arching elegantly and black hair blowing in the breeze as her palm collided with the volleyball. Todoroki watched in silent awe. "Are you sure you're not a professional?" he asked yet again, causing the girl to redden. "Of course not. I'm not doing anything that can't be accomplished with a little bit of practice." She passed him the ball. "Now how about you try out the serve for yourself?" "Okay." He practiced the motion, blue gaze meeting hers for clarification. She smiled, while kindly pointing out, "Remember, when you make contact with the ball, try to keep your hand open. Hitting it with your fist will cause difficulty in controlling the direction of the ball." Keeping that advice in mind, he swung his arm forward, his open palm smacking the underside of the ball. To his surprise, the ball soared high into the air with ease and landed just beyond the other side of the net. It went over. A pleasant feeling swelled in his chest, unlike the feeling that came from performing hero duties. "Todoroki, that was amazing," 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳 exclaimed, practically bursting with happiness. "I'm so proud of you. I appreciate your praise," he replied, surprising her with a small smile of his own. "But I feel like the one who was amazing here was you. I doubt I would have gotten close to hitting the ball over if it wasn't for your keen observations and excellent teaching skills." 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳, who had not expected this sudden attack of compliments from the peer she most admired, was quickly becoming overwhelmed by the onslaught. "To do, Todoroki ... It really wasn't a fuss. I was just doing what any classmate would do." "I still would like to thank you," Todoroki insisted. "If you ever have any request for me, please don't hesitate to ask." He paused, running and receiving the ball. As he placed it in her hands, he also added, "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the serve you performed earlier, I thought it did look very cool." At this point, steam was billowing from 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳's ears from the overflow of emotions running through her. It took all her effort just to utter a simple, "thank you." As she retrieved the ball from him, she almost passed out in relief as Ishido, Gyro, and Hagakure arrived with drinks. "Hey, we're back," Ishido announced, passing out bottled water to Todoroki and bottled jasmine tea for 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳. "That was a nice serve, Todoroki," Gyro complimented, sipping from her lemon soda. "Oh, I wasn't aware you all were watching," Todoroki replied, while also thanking Ishido for the drink. "Yeah, we could see from the vending machines," Hagakure chirped, showing her mood had improved greatly. "Yes, we could see everything," Ishido teasingly whispered into 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳's ear, causing the poor girl to choke on her tea. "𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳, is there a problem with your tea?" Todoroki asked, sounding deeply concerned for her well-being. No, I'm perfectly fine," 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳 quickly replied, wiping her mouth with the back of her palm as Ishido silently giggled. "No need to worry." "Hey Momo," Hagakure piped up, excitedly. "Us girls were talking about heading to the ocean for a swim since we're all sweaty. Are you in?" "That does sound refreshing," 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳 replied, with uncertainty. "You should go," Todoroki instantly said, turning to her. "I appreciate you spending as much time as you have assisting me. You should enjoy hanging out with your friends. If you're truly okay with that, then we'll stop our lesson for today," 𝐒𝐻𝑢𝐳 said with a relieved smile. "Please let me know if you are ever interested in continuing." "I will," he said with a solemn nod to her. "I'm glad I chose you as my partner. I was correct in assuming we would be a good team." He left her blushing at his final comment, unaware of the giggles and squeals from the female classmates that instantly started surrounding her as he departed. He first set out to speak with Midoriya but found him and Uraraka still sitting in the sand together, cheerfully chatting away. The sight of the two together made him pause and think about a conversation he had had with older sister, 𝗵𝘃, right before he had started his first semester at UA. "Now listen, Shoto. You're starting high school now and this may be your only chance to make any sort of friendships." 𝗵𝘃 had fretted as she lectured a kneeling Shoto. "And as your older sister I feel it's my duty to help you." "That's really not necessary." "Yes it is. You may not have noticed, but you're pretty weak when it comes to socializing with others your age. My objective at UA is to learn to utilize my quirk to its maximum potential and complete my hero training, not to suck." "That," 𝗵𝘃 snapped, pointing a stern finger at his face. "That right there is why I have to help you," she sighed, handing him a notebook and pen. "Just take notes while I talk." She took a deep, calming breath. The same routine she went through right before a lesson with her kindergarten students. "Let's begin, shall we?" So Todoroki had sat dutifully taking notes as 𝗵𝘃 went through an hour-long lecture on the key to socializing with young teens. It began with the polite way of introducing yourself to how not to get discouraged if someone doesn't seem to want to be your friend because often they are just hiding their true feelings. This was called being a tsundere and it was very common in high schoolers these days. She also went over what to do in certain high school scenarios. It was here that Todoroki clearly remembers her stating, "Now Shoto, remember with your peers it's important to know when and when not to join a conversation. For instance, if a girl and boy are talking who seem like they like each other are together and alone, do not interrupt. What if a villain is attacking? I told you only serious questions. But that was serious, Todoroki had thought, but knew it best not to argue when she was in teacher mode. Returning back to the present, Todoroki once again glanced at his two classmates. Though he had performed many missions with Midoriya and had even hung out with him in casual settings, he felt he had never seen his friend wear an expression quite like the one he wore now. His green eyes gazed down on Uraraka softly, often breaking into a grin that seemed much more lax than in the typical classroom setting. Though he wasn't as close to Uraraka, she too seemed to be enjoying herself much more than usual. They seemed to be in their own world, a world where, just like his sister had suggested, it would be better not to intrude. Though his sister's advice had seemed rather unnecessary at the moment, he now realized how truly wise she was in her foresight. Now the big question was, what to do with the rest of his time on the beach. He turned towards the ocean, where he knew 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 and his crew were waiting in the waters. I'm sure 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 wouldn't mind if I join him, Todoroki thought, as he made his way towards them. As one would guess, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 did mind, and he made a point to say so. What the hell do you want? He snarled, shooting an annoyed glare at an approaching Todoroki. Kirishima and Kaminari also turned his way, both with broad grins. Hey, it's Todoroki, Kaminari exclaimed. Already done with your game? Kirishima asked curiously. We didn't get to play due to my skills not being on par with the rest of the players, Todoroki explained bluntly. Dude, seriously? Kaminari questioned amusedly. You've got to be joking. There is no joke. I couldn't even serve the ball over the net, Kaminari gaped, while Kirishima gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, even the manliest men have some sort of weakness. Plus we can help you out. Actually, Yaoyorozu already. Hey, stop ignoring my question, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 shouted angrily, cutting into their conversation. Todoroki turned to 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, blue gaze apologetic. Sorry, since the games are over I thought I could come join you guys. Don't think just because you suck at hitting a damn ball that you can just waltz right over here. You've got some nerve. I apologize if that was assumptuous of me. I assumed since we're friends it would be okay. In what world are we friends? Come on, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, Kirishima said, stepping in. The more, the merrier, right? Besides, it's not like we're making much progress. Or any progress, Kaminari muttered, cleaning his ear boredly. What exactly are you doing? Todoroki asked. Before answering, Kirishima took a quick glance at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 who ch in annoyance. 𝗧𝗏, might as well tell him. Not like the bastard's going anywhere. Kirishima grinned, invigorated by the new addition to their group. Awesome, good to have you on board, he exclaimed, giving Todoroki a hearty pat on the back. As you can probably tell, we're really just exploring the waters here. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 thinks that whatever took those teens is probably most likely aquatic-based. Todoroki nodded at this. Yes, Midoriya seemed to come to the same conclusion earlier. No one asked what Deku thought. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 roared, enraged at the mere mention that he and his rival would have similar thoughts on anything. So based on that theory, I'm assuming you are trying to lure whatever took them out, Todoroki questioned, ignoring his friend's outburst. Is that correct? More or less, Kirishima nodded. More on the less than the more, Kaminari added. If you extras are going to just chit-chat like a bunch of old hags, I'm going ahead, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 growled, turning his back to them. The three boys followed behind, with Kaminari sighing sadly. You know, this beach trip isn't at all what I was chalking it up to be. True, I too was not expecting this to be a secret assignment, Todoroki added. No, not that part, Kaminari complained, raising his arms. I mean that I was expecting to be soaking up sun and bikinis, and here I am wading through the ocean with a bunch of dudes. My youth is being wasted here. Come on dude, it's not that bad, Kirishima soothed, always the upbeat man. We did get to hang with the girls a bit while playing volleyball. This seemed to drop Kaminari's mood even more as he muttered a dejected, don't remind me. My nipples are still tingling from Gyro's attack. Kirishima chuckled. You did sort of tackle her. Hey, I tripped. And it was because I saw something suspicious. What did you see? Todoroki asked. Kaminari grimaced, looking uncomfortable. It's ... it's not important. Anyways, he said, changing the subject. Do you guys think this is really going to work? I mean, what if something really does come from underneath us and drags us into the ocean? A look of fear crossed his face. What if whatever is attacking those guys is some sort of creature, like a half-shark man? Then we just kick its ass, Kirishima answered in his straightforward style. That's what we're here to do, right? Easy for you to say, Kaminari retorted. My quirk would be useless here in the ocean. I'll just be shocking every living thing in the area. Guess that's true, Kirishima agreed. But you have your buddies here to bail you out. When Kaminari still didn't seem convinced, he added, if it makes you feel better, we can go by horror movie logic. They say that in horror movies, nothing bad ever happens to virgins. Kaminari's eyes brightened. Dude, you're right. That means I'm safe. A few seconds passed before this enthusiasm once again died as he processed what that meant. Damn, I guess I am safe. What about you? Kirishima gave his signature thumbs up, with an added sparkle. Totally safe. Dude, I don't think that's the face you should be making, was Kaminari's deadpan response. What about you, Todoroki? The electric teen asked, glancing over his shoulder. It was no hidden secret that all the girls in the class found the ace in the class attractive. It would be no surprise if he had some experience under his belt. Todoroki blinked, considering the question. Both Kirishima and Kaminari seemed to be on the edge of their seats as he finally answered. I feel like we are never really safe in our line of work. Both boys stared, mouths slightly agape as they tried to dissect that answer. Kirishima turned to Bakugo, who was still waiting a few feet ahead of them. What about you, Bakugo? Are you safe or not? I'm always safe, was his blunt response, as if they were crazy to even ask. Kirishima and Kaminari turned to each other, sighing in unison as they came to the same exact conclusion. These guys have no idea what we're talking about. They both paused as Bakugo gave them an annoyed glare. You extras, we're not getting anywhere with you two windpipes wasting oxygen back there, he growled, eyes narrowing dangerously. You two obviously don't look vulnerable enough. Without warning, he pushed their heads under the water. Get down there and act like you're having fun. They both pushed up, gulping for air. Dude, in what world is that considered fun? Kaminari snapped, blonde bangs still dripping. I enjoyed myself, Bakugo replied, with a slight smirk. Kirishima was also moving his now drenched hair out of his face. Surprisingly, he said, let's give it another go. Maybe whatever's abducted those students only attacks when someone's totally submerged. Kaminari sighed. Fine, but if we're doing this, we're going to do it the right way. He pointed a challenging finger at Kirishima. Bet you I can hold my breath underwater longer than you. Kirishima grinned. You're on. 1, Kaminari began. 2, Kirishima counted. Just get under already, Bakugo roared, pushing both of them down roughly. The water churned for a bit before settling as the boys underneath took to their challenge seriously. Bakugo stood back, arms folded over his chest crossly as he eyed the spot that they disappeared under like a hawk. Todoroki settled next to him. A silence fell between the two as they waited, keeping eye on the surrounding waters. After a few moments, Todoroki asked, So what do you usually do for fun at the beach? I don't do fun, was Bakugo's terse reply. Todoroki gave an understanding nod, which Bakugo found extremely annoying. I guess you and I are in similar predicaments, though I did find volleyball enjoyable. Don't talk to me about that sorry excuse for a game, Bakugo snapped. Sorry, don't you think they've been under for quite a bit? Idiots don't need as much oxygen as normal people. You're not holding them down, are you? Do I look like I'm holding them down? Did you hear something? Todoroki asked, once again ignoring his friend's outburst. His blue gaze swept the water, but didn't see anything amiss. Strange. I know I heard something. Was it just the waves? His thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo. I'm going to the restroom, he suddenly announced, voice sounding rather quiet compared to his usual tone. Okay, Todoroki replied, just as Kaminari and Kirishima's heads burst from the water, gasping for air. They instantly turned to Todoroki and Bakugo, the flames of competition still flaring. Hey, tell us who came up first. It was me, right? Tell Kirishima I won. What? No way. The sounds of their loud bickering abruptly ceased. Todoroki watched as a sudden strained look came upon both Kirishima and Kaminari's faces at the same time. Are you two okay? In unison they nodded, with Kirishima simply saying, Going to the restroom. Me too, Kaminari added. The two fell behind Bakugo, who was already starting to wade away. Todoroki stared. Was it normal for friends to suddenly have to all use the restroom at the same time? Was this a social cue that his older sister had failed to teach him about? Could they possibly be ill? Either way, it all seemed a little odd. Guess I'll just go back to the beach with them, Todoroki thought, wading past Bakugo, who remained silent. Todoroki froze, staring at the retreating back of his friend. Yes, something was definitely odd. Where did everyone go? Midoriya's question made Uraraka also look around the now deserted court curiously. Midoriya was right. Everyone had disappeared. That's strange. Weren't Momo and Todoroki still practicing? We must have missed them leaving while we were talking, Midoriya stated, scratching his head dubiously. Guess you're right, Uraraka agreed, peering out at the waves where she could just make out the girls of Class 1 splashing around in the water. Her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Hey, why didn't they tell me they were going swimming? Of course, she could already imagine Mina's teasing reply. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your flirting session with Midoriya. Yeah, that would be Mina, Uraraka muttered to herself with a blush. She blinked, suddenly realizing that Tsuyu wasn't amongst their group either. Is she still with Ida? I should really check on her. She hadn't expected her friend to be gone this long. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a tug of worry. Hey, Uraraka, I was thinking of checking up with Ida, Midoriya said, interrupting her thoughts. Want to come too? I was actually thinking of doing the same with Tsuyu as well, Uraraka chirped, adding, think they're still together? Maybe, Midoriya replied, as the two fell into step. It's strange. I wonder what kind of problem she needed 𝐻's help with. It's kind of strange for 𝗧𝗏 to ask anyone for help to begin with. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 glanced to the side guiltily. Yeah, super strange. Oh yoo-hoo. 𝗬𝗏𝗃. Both 𝗬𝗏𝗃 and Midoriya paused, glancing over and spotting 𝗂𝗏 luxuriously sunbathing in a folded-out chair, with pointy red shades adoring his face and a hand that lazily held a fruity concoction contained in a hollowed-out pineapple. He was the embodiment of vacation mode. He waved a hand merrily at the couple, causing 𝗬𝗏𝗃 to pale. Looks like you're being beckoned. Midoriya teased lightly until he caught sight of 𝗬𝗏𝗃's not-too-happy expression. Is something wrong? Talking with 𝗂𝗏 can be a little bit draining. Truthfully, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 had been avoiding being alone with the sparkling teen since he so smoothly pointed out her developing romantic feelings towards Midoriya, a fact Ochako herself had not yet realized. Thinking back on that moment of clarity and utter mortification just made her want to ball up and float away in embarrassment. Luckily, Midoriya was quite unaware of her dilemma, chuckling as he replied, "Yeah, I get you. 𝗂𝗏 can be a bit eccentric, but I think I've gotten used to his mannerisms. If you want, I can join you." "Absolutely not," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 answered immediately, hands waving frantically as she fought down panic. "I mean, I'll be okay, thanks." That last thing she needed was for 𝗂𝗏 to tease her about her crush right in front of Deku himself. Midoriya's eyes widened at the sudden outburst, and 𝗬𝗏𝗃 was sure she saw a flash of hurt in their depths until it quickly disappeared behind a forced grin. "Oh, okay. I guess I'll see you later then." 𝗬𝗏𝗃 felt like kicking herself. This is just like before at the mall. She cursed inwardly. "Ochako, why do you always sound like a total spaz when you get embarrassed?" In her desperation, she reached out, grabbing Midoriya's hand. "Wait, Deku." Midoriya froze, staring down at his hand trapped in 𝗬𝗏𝗃's grasp. With utmost embarrassment, she let go, hiding both hands behind her back as she carefully dragged out her words while trying to push down the blush that threatened to overtake her. "Before you go, I just wanted to let you know that I really enjoyed playing with you today." She glanced up at him sly, hoping she was getting her feelings across. It was fun. For several heartbeats, all Midoriya could do was stare down at her in surprise before the shock from before melted into a warm gaze that made 𝗬𝗏𝗃's heart skip a beat. His green eyes met hers as he replied, "Yeah, I had fun too. Let's meet up later, okay?" 𝗬𝗏𝗃 nodded, giving a small wave as he turned away. Once he was out of earshot, a relieved sigh escaped her lips. "I'm glad he seemed happy." 𝗬𝗏𝗃 beamed, hopeful she had recovered from her blunder. The goofy smile was still plastered on her face as she approached 𝗂𝗏, who had watched the exchange from afar, his knowing look hidden under his shades. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 came out of her happy trance as a soda can was tossed her way. She instinctively caught it. She turned it around, reading aloud, 𝗬𝗬𝐽𝐽𝑠, sparkling water straight from Paris. 𝗂𝗏 translated with a friendly wink. "A gift for the mademoiselle for your triumphant victory. I must say it was quite a dazzling performance." Thanks," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 replied, wondering just how much money it took to import such a drink all the way to Japan. "I must say you and Midoriya made quite a pair," he continued with elegant flourish. "Even from here I could see the radiance of your camaraderie truly outshone your opponents. The teamwork demonstrated between the two of you was so bright even I was blinded." "Yeah, 𝗂𝗏, is that glitter in your lotion?" 𝗬𝗏𝗃 asked, completely ignoring his compliments as she watched his chest twinkling in the sun's rays. One must shine even when relaxing." "If you say so," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 replied, taking a sip from the can to hide her amusement. It was at that precise moment 𝗂𝗏 decided to casually ask, "So are you planning on confessing to Midoriya today?" PFFFTT. Expensive, sparkling water spewed from 𝗬𝗏𝗃's mouth. This time it was 𝗂𝗏 who looked amused. "Oh, I knew that water would come in handy," he commented, dapping away a tear of mirth with a dainty handkerchief. "Your reactions are forever amusing." "That's a horrible way to waste water," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 yelled, face burning. "Says the one who spit it out." 𝗂𝗏 replied back coolly, causing 𝗬𝗏𝗃 to grumble. "Geez, 𝗂𝗏, why would you ask such a random thing anyway?" The blonde gave a confused tilt of the head. "Random? Is it not customary for Japanese high schoolers to confess their feelings to one another in school trip settings?" "No, yes, I don't know. This has nothing to do with me." The poor girl waved her hands in a fluster, blood pressure soaring. "Besides, it's not like we're on a real school trip. We're supposed to be looking for missing teens." "Pardon, I believe the words of our mentors were to have fun." 𝗂𝗏 replied with a dismissive flick of his hand. "Anything after that is completely irrelevant." He stretched lazily as he added, "If I've learned one thing from being in the hellish school, it's that days of bliss like this don't come by too often. I, for one, tend to make the most out of it. I suggest you do the same," he exclaimed with a sidelong glance in her direction. "We're having fun," 𝗬𝗏𝗃 protested, motioning towards the volleyball court. "You know what I mean." 𝗬𝗏𝗃 reddened, crossing her arms into an X formation. No, denied. Not happening." Sorry, but I already decided I need to focus on becoming a pro hero before I even think about any of that. Why are you even concerned about this? Oh, it's not you I'm concerned about, Mademoiselle, Aoyama said with a look of surprise. No, it's my dear Midoriya I'm rooting for. With both of us stricken with the burdens of our disastrous quirks, my only wish is to see my friend find happiness. You're just a side party to all this, a stepping stone if you will. I see, was the only thing Uraraka could think of to say. Now go, present yourself to Midoriya, Aoyama declared, dismissing her with a flair of a noble aristocrat. If not in a confession, then at least an invitation for a swim together. Unsure, she walked away in a daze, with the feeling of being verbally knocked over the head. Once again she felt that talking with Aoyama was a strain on her mental state. But as she got further away, she slowly let a smile return to her face. Despite his weird speech, he is right. Maybe I should ask Midoriya for a swim. The girls were already out enjoying themselves, and with sand still sticking to her sweaty skin, a dip in the cool water sounded like heaven. She glanced up, shielding her eyes from the sun as the ocean breeze blew through her hair. Aoyama's also right about one thing. Blissful days like this don't come very often. Of course, the day was also just beginning. Hey, Ida, Midoriya called out, waving as he approached his bespectacled classmate. Ida glanced up from his work, smiling as his friends approached. Midoriya, how is volleyball? I assume you and Uraraka were victorious. Well, funny story, Midoriya paused, mouth agape as he observed a number of his classmates in full-on construction mode on an enormous sand castle. The castle itself was still in the early stages, with only large towers distinguishing it from plain sand hills. While Koda was hunched over, steadily digging out a trench around the structure with casts of crabs assisting him, 𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗏 stood nose to nose in a very heated debate. For some reason, Shoji and Ajiro had also been roped into the unusual project and were listening to the debate with interest. Ida, Midoriya asked, staring at the scene before him. What's going on? Isn't our sand castle exceptional? Ida exclaimed, practically bursting with pride. The class has really come together to create a true work of art. This is an example of teamwork at its finest. It's definitely impressive, Midoriya agreed, noticing Shoji and Ajiro's continued walks back and forth to the ocean to bring back water to wet the sand around the structure. His gaze wandered to the rest of the party. Hey, Ida, wasn't Tsuyu with you earlier? Ida nodded. She was. She's patrolling the waters at the moment for any suspicious activities. My orders are to stay near the shore so she can signal to me if something goes amiss so I can instantly notify the teachers. He spread his arms towards the group. So while I am here, I found myself also assisting Koda here with building a structure for his crab friends. Productivity at its finest. I see, Midoriya replied, with a glance towards the water. I wonder if Tsuyu found any clues. I'll have to let Uraraka know that's where she went. Before he could say more, their conversation was interrupted by the squabble between 𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗏 as it escalated. I told you, if we're going to waste our time over building this useless castle, we should at least go for the ultra-famous Taj Mahal design, 𝗂𝗧 said, pulling out his phone and zooming in on the iconic structure based in India. It's unique and way cooler than some lame-ass normie castle. Normie, I think you mean traditional, 𝗧𝗏 argued, also pulling out his phone and zooming in on a Gothic-style structure. And what's wrong with going with the Scone Palace design? European designs are awesome, and this particular palace actually hosted the Great British Baking Show. That design seems a little colonialistic, don't you think? 𝗂𝗧 critiqued. Isn't that palace made by a super rich king? 𝗧𝗏 replied in a dead tone. For his dead wife. Now, as a one's class president, I cannot let a feud start between classmates, Ida declared, stepping in. When it comes to architectural designs, there is an abundance to choose from. Pulling out his own phone, he instantly pulled up a top contender. Allow me to introduce to you the froth-thinning 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝐻 of the Grand Palace. Both 𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗏 gaped at the exquisite gold palace as Ida explained. Set in Bangkok, Thailand, this structure was constructed by two British architects, giving it a natural blend of traditional Thai and 19th century European architecture. A perfect combination. 𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗏 glanced at each other, nodding in agreement. Okay, I'm in, 𝗧𝗏 said, satisfied with the design. Yeah, let's get building, 𝗂𝗧 exclaimed, his usual grin spread wide. Excellent, plus ultra everyone, Ida said, fist rising as the group cheered. Midoriya watched the display, lips twitching in bemusement. Seeing that his friend had his hands full, he decided it best to slowly back away in case he too was dragged into their construction project. I wonder if Uraraka is still with Aoyama, he wondered, thinking he should let her know about her friend in case she was worried. But before he could head in that direction, he noticed Todoroki quietly approaching from the shore, his face bearing a thoughtful expression. Hey, Todoroki, what's up? Been having fun in the water? Midoriya asked, noticing Todoroki's hair was still wet from the swim. Not particularly, was Todoroki's usual honest response. I was mostly tagging along with Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari. They seemed kind of odd. Odd? What do you mean? Midoriya asked, curiosity perked. All three of them seemed to have the sudden urge to go to the restroom at the same time. That's a little unusual, but could also just be something they ate. Midoriya replied, holding his chin in thought. Of course, I know a lot of times groups will make similar excuses as ways to exclude someone. As these words left his lips, he missed the look of utter dismay that crossed Todoroki's face. Midoriya continued, but knowing Bakugo, he would just tell someone to get lost rather than go the backhanded way of doing things. A sigh of relief escaped from Todoroki as Midoriya lifted his head to face him. Was there any other strange behavior you noticed? Todoroki nodded. Yes, for a brief moment in the water, I was able to swim ahead of Bakugo. Midoriya waited, and Bakugo didn't say anything. Using his usual deadpan voice, Todoroki explained, usually if I so much as walk an inch ahead of Bakugo, he reacts by saying, "Walk behind me, you half bastard," or something similar. Having no reaction has me concerned. He faced Midoriya, gaze serious as he continued. The only logical explanation I could think of is that Bakugo may be seriously ill, maybe even dying. Let's not go that far, Midoriya exclaimed, more worried that Todoroki could jump to that conclusion so quickly. But I do have to agree with you. In Bakugo standards, that is quite odd. Is he still in the bathroom with Kirishima and Kaminari? Todoroki nodded. I thought it might be rude to intrude if they were ill, so I stayed out here. Let's go check on them then. They soon arrived at the shack where they had changed into their swim trunks earlier in the day. Inside, they could see a few empty stalls with half-open doors. A quick survey of the rest of the room showed it was completely deserted. Now feeling anxious, the pair hurried out and scanned the beach. A sigh of relief escaped Midoriya as he spotted the three teens back in the ocean. They must be feeling fine now, Midoriya said with a relieved sigh. He turned to Todoroki and found his friend staring off not at the Bakugo and the gang, but towards the rocky output near the north end of the beach. What is it? Midoriya asked, following his gaze. There's an old man over there, Todoroki stated, pointing at a lone figure sitting amongst the boulders. Didn't we determine that area would be too dangerous for anyone to wander into? Midoriya squinted his eyes, focusing in. Yeah, for students taking trips here to the beach. But if that man is a native here, I'm sure he's used to the area. He has a fishing rod, Todoroki observed, noticing the long rod stuck between two rocks. If he comes to the beach regularly to fish, then he may have been around during one of the days when the students were taken. A good point. We should probably go ask him some questions. I'll head that way, Todoroki said, already moving towards the rocks. I'll join you in a sec, Midoriya called out. I need to let Uraraka know something first. Understood, Todoroki replied, turning away. Midoriya felt his spirits rise in hopes that this old man could lead to some new information on the cases. Any small detail could prove helpful, Midoriya thought determinedly. He was so focused on the task ahead he almost missed the small shadow figure that suddenly appeared before him. Midoriya, Dark Shadow cried, causing the teen to yelp in surprise. Dark Shadow, Takoyami's stern voice called out from around the corner of the building. You're far too loud. Sorry, the shadow teased, moving back towards his partner. Midoriya peeked around the corner, spying Takoyami crouching in the shadows of some palm trees that stood near the changing shack. The bird-faced teen motioned for Midoriya to join him. Curious, Midoriya joined his classmate in the shade of the trees. Everything okay, Takoyami? I understand you and Todoroki were checking in on Bakugo in the changing rooms, Takoyami asked, staring intently at Midoriya. Am I correct? Yeah, Midoriya answered, confused at the question. Todoroki thought he seemed odd, so we wanted to check on him. But we just saw him, Kirishima, and Kaminari in the water, so he's probably okay. He is definitely not okay, Dark Shadow exclaimed excitedly, bursting from Takoyami's dark hoodie that he wore. Takoyami once again sent him a stern glare. Too loud, Takoyami growled, causing the shadow to snicker. Apologies, Takoyami said with a reserved sigh. We do not come to the beach often, so Dark Shadow is a little more giddy than usual. What do you mean he's not okay? Midoriya asked, frowning. Takoyama's tone darkened. Being a creature of darkness, I find too much sunlight very irritable to my skin. Thus Dark Shadow and I have been spending our time here amongst the shade. It was here we saw Bakugo and his gang entering and exiting the changing rooms. It was Dark Shadow who notified me of a difference in their appearance. Their eyes, Dark Shadow piped up, not able to contain himself. Takoyami nodded. Yes, their eyes, he explained in a low tone. All three had eyes that were completely bloodshot, and they had a look of intense pain upon their faces. Not normal, Dark Shadow added. Indeed, Takoyami agreed with a deep nod. Definitely not normal. The aura surrounding them was very off-putting. Since you and Bakugo have a history, I wanted to let you know and acquire your input. That is strange, Midoriya agreed, brows furrowed in deep concern. I think it's best to confront 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 before we consult the teachers. It may not be anything for them to be concerned about. Then Dark Shadow and I will join you, 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI said, as Dark Shadow gave a happy cheer. I would be uneasy sending you off alone if something really was wrong. You really don't have to, Midoriya replied with an uneasy smile. I know you prefer not being in the heat. It's fine, 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI said with a defeated sigh. Dark Shadow has been pouting to go in the water since we arrived. Swimming, swimming, we're finally going swimming, Dark Shadow sang, setting a festive straw hat on top of his head. He just doesn't understand how hard it is for feathers to get dry, 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI muttered, causing Midoriya to chuckle. The water isn't very deep here, so you should be able to keep your head dry, Midoriya explained, as their feet entered the waves. The sea breeze whipped along their faces, blowing a sweet melody their way. What's that sound? 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI questioned before his eyes suddenly went blank, body pausing in the waves. 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI, did you say something? It was then that the melody found its way to Midoriya's ears. Just like 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗵, his body froze. For a moment the two stood there, the waves lapping their feet as Dark Shadow continued to sing merrily over their heads. Swimming, swimming, swim. Dark Shadow paused mid-sentence, his happy demeanor fading as if a veil had fallen over him. Pretty voice, he mumbled dreamily, before returning to 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI's body without another word. Silently the two boys turned away from the ocean, heading back towards the changing shack. It was at that moment, a bright-eyed Uraraka came bounding over towards Midoriya. Hey, there you are, Uraraka exclaimed, beaming. I didn't see you with Ida, so I got worried. So paused a few feet away as Midoriya and 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI steadily approached. I heard that 𝗬𝗠 was out swimming. She blushed slightly as she continued in one quick breath. So I was wondering if you would want to go swimming together too. No, he answered in a voice that was much harsher than usual, its tone cutting right through her. Uraraka froze, as both he and 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝐴MI walked past without giving her a second glance. She whipped around, watching Midoriya's retreating back with her heart thumping hard against her chest as she tried to wrap her head around what had just occurred. Hello ladies and adoring fans. I'm sure by now you are wondering where our main guy is. The hero who dwarves all the others of Class 1 in both wit, intelligence and charisma. Never fear, for after a long anticipated wait, I have arrived. With great gusto, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 burst forth from his hiding spot amongst the boulders, clad in a pair of dark purple swim trunks. In his hand he proudly held a sticky pop-off as he continued his monologue in true superhero fashion. Where was I, you ask? Well, let me tell you, I was not wasting my time participating in some shonen-style B-class volleyball game. No, this guy is above cheap jumping boob shots. I've matured to a more sophisticated lust that cannot be tamed with mere high school cleavage. I'm here for the real deal, the epiphany of every young man's fantasy. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 jumped upon a boulder, striking a pose as ocean waves smashed along the sides of the rock majestically. That's right, but these waves is my ally and my quirk is my weapon. I, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴, will get a full shot of the girls with their goods unraveled before me. Muahaha. Eyes now slightly crazed, he continued with his narrative in an excited rush. How, you may ask? I've got it all planned out. As soon as I learned about us coming to the beach, I knew this was my moment to finally draw up my plan. He pulled out a notebook similar to Midoriya's, except for the X-rated stickers plastered all across the cover, along with very suspicious-looking smudge marks. I've had this baby planned out since junior high. He flipped it open, revealing a very detailed sketch of what looked like a giant fish. See this? This is me surrounded by my pop-offs in what I like to call Operation Go Fish. Not only do my pop-offs act as a disguise, but it also leaves me enough air to stay underwater for at least 10 minutes. Not bad, huh? But how does this help me get those girls' tops off? Guess you'll just have to wait and see. Muahaha. Oh crap. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 cursed as he spotted Todoroki making his way over. Quick as could be, he popped some spheres from his head and jumped over the edge of the boulder, clinging to the side like a crab. Luckily for him, Todoroki was focused on the old man fishing farther down the rocky outcrop and passed 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 without notice. The tiny teen sighed, dropping into the water with a silent plop to begin his mission. Todoroki paused, glancing around him. Once again he thought he had heard a sound. The beach seems to be full of mysterious noises. Taking one more look at his surroundings, he continued his way towards the solitary figure hunched over a boulder at the water's edge. As he got closer, it became clear the man in question was rather elderly, both a thick beard and thick eyebrows almost obscuring his heavily wrinkled face. It was also clear that he was completely asleep, his fishing rod resting lightly between his knees. Todoroki stood over him, not quite sure of his next move. Should I wake him up? Or would that be too rude? After all, it's not like there was an emergency underfoot. But there were students out there that were missing, and if this man had any information available, it would be one step closer to discovering the truth of the abductions. As Todoroki wrestled with this internal turmoil, a silver lining presented itself with a tug on the man's fishing reel. It was just the push he needed. Sir, your fishing line. When he continued to snore, Todoroki decided to try a different approach. Forming a small ice cube in his hand, he quietly dropped it into the man's collar. Achoo! The elder man sneezed, snapping awake. He tilted his large straw hat upward, surprised to find a young teen standing before him. "Hey, who might you be?" "Your line, sir," Todoroki repeated, pointing at the jiggling reel. "Hey, oh, looky that." With wrinkling hands that shook slightly, he slowly started reeling in the line. However, by the time it reached the surface, all that was left of the bait was a small crab stubbornly clinging on. "Looks like we got a big one." The old man chuckled, taking the wiggling crab and holding it out to Todoroki. "Here you go. Did you want it? Fresh protein?" Thank you," Todoroki replied, carefully taking the crab while attempting to keep his fingers from being pinched. "I'm actually here to ask you a few questions." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes. As you are probably aware, a fair number of students have gone missing on this beach." Todoroki watched the elder tying a new lure onto his line, his expression unchanged. He continued, "Do you come to this area often to fish?" A fair amount, I suppose," he answered, tossing the line back in the water. "Have you noticed anything odd or unusual?" The man seemed to ponder this question as he turned to Todoroki. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃. "Did you know your hair is two different colors?" "I'm well aware of this fact," Todoroki answered in a slightly bitter tone. "Oh, then no, nothing else unusual then." He tilted his hat down, seeming to be done with the conversation. Todoroki sighed, feeling let down at the lack of progress. "Seems this mission isn't going to be that easy to crack." He turned away but paused as the elder suddenly said, "Though perhaps, I do think the sea has been singing more than usual." He mused, giving his rod a flick. Todoroki blinked, confused. "Singing?" he repeated, squatting next to the man. "Can you give more details?" Without turning away from the water, the elderly man replied, "Anyone who's ever lived by the ocean knows that it has its own melody, a tune that rises and falls like the waves." He chuckled. "It's what keeps old men like us coming back day in and day out." His chuckles were soon replaced with a hacking cough that left his mustache quivering. Cough, cough. "But as of late, I feel like that melody has become more prominent." A melody, the ocean singing. It was all too abstract for Todoroki to follow. "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I understand." But Todoroki's comment was lost on the old man, who continued to cough. He reached over for a thermos and began to pour, only to find it empty. "Oh dear, looks like I'm out of tea." He got up, passing Todoroki his fishing pole. "Mind watching that for me? Need to grab more?" "Sir, I really can't." But the old man was already hopping from boulder to boulder in a way that seemed unnatural for a man of his age. Left alone with a fishing pole, a lure box, and an empty bucket, Todoroki felt himself wondering what he was supposed to do. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to wait here, at least until Midoriya shows up." With the decision made, Todoroki made himself comfortable on the boulder. From this viewpoint, he could see the open ocean along with the long stretch of beach where the rest of the class were located. He could see a group of classmates working together to construct some kind of sand castle, though the actual design seemed far off from what a normal person would consider a castle. "I wonder if they are having fun," Todoroki found himself wondering aloud. He looked down at the reel in his hand. Why does this feel so nostalgic? It was then he remembered. He had been fishing before, a long time ago, on one of the training trips to the beach with Endeavor, though it wasn't a training trip, at least not one he was accustomed to. Flashback Shoto. Stop fidgeting. A 4-year-old Todoroki instantly straightened his back, trying to stifle a yawn. He sat stiffly on an old pier alongside his father, the famous pro hero Endeavor, the dark waves lapping beneath them as the early morning sky started to turn a light gray with the rising sun. Endeavor was clad in civilian clothes, including a dark green vest that was adorned with fishing accessories. A long, elegant-looking fishing rod rested in his hands. "Aren't we here at the beach for hero training?" Shoto tentatively asked, sensing his father was in a foul mood. Though he didn't particularly like training, it beat being alone with his dad, with his butt aching from sitting on the cold wood of the pier. To his surprise, his father didn't seem cross at the question. He seemed to anticipate it. "Shoto, this may not look like it, but what we are doing is hero training." Shoto glanced down at his blue and red All Might-themed kid's fishing rod. "Heroes need to fish." "No," Endeavor answered, reeling his line in to change out his lure. "But heroes do need patience." Todoroki watched as his father opened his bait box, his hands meticulously attaching an antique lure in a way similar to one performing a delicate surgery. To Todoroki, it was quite different from the loud and often violent father he was accustomed to. Throwing the line back in water, his father explained, "Fishing is an activity enjoyed by men for generations, for good reason. It requires reasoning and observation, being able to pinpoint the best areas fish would gather. Patience and endurance is also key, for despite all the preparation and knowledge one can have on the matter, nothing can change the fact that you can't force a fish to bite." Shoto listened quietly, feeling a hint of bitterness at these words. "He has no problem forcing me to train all the time though. Even at such a young age, Shoto knew his father's greatest desire was for him to one day become powerful enough to beat the #1 pro hero, All Might, a role Shoto was not particularly interested in. Shoto glanced up and was surprised to find Endeavor's gaze upon him as if his father was reading his thoughts. It was at that moment the sun finally broke over the horizon, basking the water's surface with sparkling new light. Endeavor turned away from his son, focusing down at his line bobbing in the waves. These qualities, observation, endurance, patience, they are skills heroes need to succeed. More often than not, I find patience is the quality I tend to lack. Shoto blinked, surprised at his father's confession, his bitterness momentarily forgotten as he listened to his father lament. I find that in times when I start to lose myself in impatience, coming here to fish helps. It's a reminder that some things can't be rushed. Shoto thought for a moment he saw his father send a glare down at his All Might fishing pole as he spoke these words. So does that mean today we're just going to sit here and fish? Shoto asked. Yes, Endeavor answered determinedly. Sit here and think about what it means to be a hero while we patiently wait for Mother Nature to come forth and offer her bounty, even if it takes all day. But I have to use the bathroom, Shoto admitted. Heroes should learn how to hold their bladders, his father yelled, flames bursting forth from his brows and mustache, causing the young boy to almost drop his rod in surprise. Just as quickly as it happened, the flames were extinguished, his father holding the bridge of his nose while quietly muttering, "Patience, patience, patience." Once it was clear his anger was once again under control, the flame hero held out his hand to his son. "Come, I'll show you where the restrooms are." Though still slightly fazed from the outburst, the young Shoto still clung to his father's much bigger hand. The warmth of it felt good in the early morning chill, and Shot couldn't help but smile as his father pulled him along the beach. Todoroki awoke from his reminiscing with the sea breeze blowing at his hair. He absently swept away his bangs, setting the rod down next to him as his mind wandered. So I guess even my father and I did activities like. The memory had felt so obscure, so distant, that he had almost forgotten such an event had taken place between him and Endeavor. At that age, Todoroki had only just brushed the surface of his father's obsession with him mastering his flame quirk, an obsession that over the years would lead to hardship and violence, completely destroying any sort of bond the two may have had. But that memory had shown that Endeavor did have a vulnerable side. A side to him that he fully shared with his son, perhaps in an attempt to bond. Todoroki didn't know and didn't particularly care. Whatever relationship he had had with Endeavor in the past was strictly in the past. Nothing could change the events that had occurred between now and then. Todoroki glanced down at the fishing rod, memories of sitting at that pier with his father still lingering. He picked it back up, letting it rest lightly on his knee. The sea breeze once again ruffled his hair, and this time, he closed his eyes, listening to the lull of the waves as he went back to that place so long ago. For even if it was a memory of his father, it wasn't exactly a bad memory. As Todoroki found himself bound to the whims of an elderly stranger and his forgotten childhood memory, another boy of Class 1 was busy making his escape away from the boulders and into calmer waters where a certain bunch of girls were busy frolicking in the waves. Minda smirked from within his makeshift pop-off submarine, nicknamed the SS Grape Drop. He was proud that when carefully secured together, his little pop-offs were very much water-resistant, not allowing any water to leak through. The only downside had been the weight factor. His pop-offs, for the most part, were very light and tended to float in water. For his plan to function correctly, he had to secure himself with a weighted belt so that he could at least skim several feet under the water's surface. From this position, his outline would look very similar to that of a shark. He still had to move manually, his limbs coming downward to do the dog paddle to move forward. It was exhausting, but Minda had known this was coming and had prepared. For the days following the beach trip announcement, he had spent almost every day training his body by doing laps around the school pool. Now is no time to grow weak, not when so much is at stake, Minda thought, sweat pouring down as he paddled towards his targets. By that, he meant naked boobs shots of the girls who had tantalized his dreams since the day he had walked through the doors of U. Those said girls were quite unaware of the minuscule perv slowly making his way towards them. Instead, they were far too busy focusing on the more important things in life, like taking down villains. 𝗲𝗵𝗲. At the sound of her improvised villain name, Toru jumped behind Momo, and Mina shot a well-aimed jet of water from her newly created Super Soaker water gun. Instead of hitting 𝗵𝘃𝗲, an innocent Momo was hit instead, soaking her face in water. Mina, Momo coughed, wiping salt water from her eyes as Toru giggled from behind. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 strikes again, Toru announced in her most malicious voice. "You fiend," Mina called dramatically while pumping her gun for another attack. Sensing the upcoming attack, Toru frantically pleaded with Momo. Momo, can you please make me a water gun too? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 needs to make her counter-attack. Don't do it, Momo. Don't turn to the dark side," Mina yelled quickly, wading over and trying to aim her gun at Toru. who still was finding sanctuary behind Momo. It's not dark. It's invisible. Tohu corrected her as she quickly waded the opposite way. The two girls began a carousel routine around the rather harassed Momo. Girls, I really think this game is getting a little out of hand. She shot a silent plea for backup to Kyoka, who floated peacefully in the middle of a pink inflatable tube as she watched the performance. She stuck up her hand. Question, is your quirk being invisible or being a crocodile? I'm a crocodile with the quirk of invisibility. That sounds terrifying. I know, right? A sudden blast of water in the invisible girl's face halted any further reply. Mina held up her prized weapon in victory. Eat that bile, Invisidile. Mina cheered, jiggling her body in a happy victory dance. Her dance was interrupted as Toru rose from the water and leapt at Mina. Invisidile will eat your flesh. Nom, nom, nom. The two girls toppled into the water in a roar of giggles, splashing their two innocent bystanders. Momo gave a weary sigh, moving aside her wet bangs. You two are really quite a handful. Mina and Toru, who were both locked together in hand-to-hand tussle, stopped and turned towards their friend with mischievous grins. Mina sauntered over, golden eyes twinkling. Oh, so sorry, we're such a handful. Toru sauntered over to Momo's other side, sandwiching her between her and Mina. Yeah, you should just leave us and go back to your precious Todoroki. Momo's head swiveled from Mina to Toru, feeling completely trapped. Kyoka, help me here. Sorry you kind of walked into that one, Kyoka said with a grin. Come on Momo, just admit it already, Toru demanded, fingers tickling Momo's exposed side. Mina backed her up with her own set of tickles on her other side. Yeah, admit you want to feel a bit of that hot and cold. HAHAHAA girls quit it. HLHAH. I told you it's not like that. KYOKA stop them. Momo shrilled, completely desperate now as she continued to be tortured by the two. But instead, her best friend decided to add fuel to the flames as she casually commented. I don't know ... You two did seem kind of close back there. I say they weren't close enough, Mina exclaimed, throwing her arms over Momo's shoulders. This is what you should have been doing. She went behind Momo, pressing her chest against her back as she seductively bent over to grab Momo's arm. Oh no, no Todoroki. For an underarm serve, your arm needs to be in 𝐴𝐼's position, Mina said in her most alluring Momo-like voice as she moved Momo's arm while purposely pushing her plump breasts against Momo's back. In what world does a scenario like this happen? Momo shrilled, as the girls busted out in a fit of giggles. Momo cleared her throat, trying to bring order from the mayhem that was starting to erupt around her. Now girls, enough with this nonsense. I hold no special feelings for Todoroki. I merely show high respect for his academic and physical accomplishments both in and out of the classroom. Nothing more, she finished firmly. HMM, respect is what you call it, Kyoka replied with a knowing grin. Momo averted her gaze, cheeks flushed. Yes, respect. Well, I for one also respect Todoroki, Toru added brightly. I respect his eyes, his face, his muscles. Even Momo couldn't help but join in the laughter that followed this statement. Toru continued. Todoroki would have been a much better partner to have than stupid Bakugo. You do realize Todoroki wasn't even able to serve the ball, right? Kyoka pointed out. Nope, Todoroki still would have been better, Toru answered without hesitation. Bakugo is just a big meanie. It's okay Toru, my partner wasn't Mr. Prince Charming either, Kyoka kindly reassured the invisible girl. I see you're still upset about the incident with Kaminari, Momo gently prodded. Kyoka looked like she wanted to sink into her inner tube. I understand how you would feel embarrassed, but as a referee during your game I must say that in Kaminari's defense, it did look to me like a complete accident. Yeah, I definitely saw him trip over one of my acid holes, Mina said. Total accident. A happy accident for him, I must say, she added with a playful wink at Kyoka. The music-loving teen merely turned away with a pout. He didn't seem too happy to me, she replied in an almost inaudible voice. Luckily all the girls were quite sharp-eared when it came to gossip and instantly picked up the tone. Kyoka's eyes widened in horror as a cat-like grin spread upon Mina's face. Ooh, I see how it is, Mina purred, inching closer to a now anxious Kyoka. You're not mad at what he did, you're mad at what he said. Before Kyoka could escape, Mina had already dashed over, clinging to the side of Kyoka's inner tube. Spill it. What did he say? No way. Kyoka tugged her tube out of Mina's grasp and began paddling, with Mina close at her heels. You can't escape me. Cut it out, Mina. I'm not saying anything. Wow, I didn't know Kyoka was such a fast swimmer, Toru commented, as she and Momo watched the chase. Kyoka really walked into that one, Momo said with an amused shake of her head as she mirrored Kyoka's own words. With a gentler tone she called out to her best friend. Really Kyoka, if there is anything troubling you, please do share with us. Yeah, we're your friends, Toru added cheerily. I'm sure whatever is bothering you is something we've all experienced before. Kyoka halted, giving them a sullen glance as she eyed their rather fleshed out chest area. I seriously doubt that. Got you, Mina declared, grabbing a hold of Kyoka's inner tube. She sighed, slinking down in the water in defeat. Fine, Kyoka growled, cheeks flushing angrily as she muttered. If you all must know, that stupid Kaminari said. He said, the T-word. Mina blinked, confused. T-word. She glanced back at Momo and Toru and found they too were lost. Tits, Toru suggested, causing Momo to gasp next to her. Toru, oh wait, how about tantalizing? Toru, I don't see you coming up with suggestions. During this exchange, Kyoka seemed to grow redder and redder with each guess before she decided enough was enough. With her head practically submerged in the water, Kyoka quietly mumbled, tiny. Mina asked, cupping her ear. What did you say? He said tiny. Kyoka practically shouted, making her three friends jump back in surprise. Oh, the three uttered in unison as understanding sunk in. Ever the optimist, Mina was the first to recover from this blow, giving Kyoka a hearty pat on the back. Oh, come on. Don't let stupid Kaminari get you down. Yeah, he probably meant tiny as in cute. Toru added cheerfully. Momo nodded, clasping palms together meaningfully. Yes, please don't fret. You're absolutely perfect the way you are, Kyoka. Thanks, Kyoka muttered, trying to hide a bashful smile at her friend's encouragement. The moment came to an abrupt end as Mina came up from behind Kyoka with a mischievous smirk and fingers wiggling in anticipation. You know, Kyoka, if you're still worried, I know something that's supposed to help breasts grow bigger. Mina, don't you dare, Kyoka warned, already knowing that look. It's fondling time, Mina said, pouncing forwards. But Kyoka was too quick, ducking under her tube and escaping just as Mina fell on top. With lightning reflexes, Kyoka emerged from the water, earphone jacks zipping out and tapping Mina's body in a frenzy. I swear you're worse than Minta, she teased, as Mina howled in laughter, squirming as the Kyoka's mini attack tickled her sides. Haha, no fair. Haha, Kaminari got to touch them, Mina said between giggles. Kyoka's only response was to intensify her attack. That's right, Kyoka, avenge 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗍. Toru cheered enthusiastically at the two. Momo smiled at the sight, cheered that her friend seemed to be in a better mood. She turned at the sound of splashes and found to her surprise Ochako wading up to the group. She was about to call a greeting but paused, noticing that something seemed amiss with their friend. Before she could voice her concern, Toru also noticed Ochako approaching. Ochako, you're here, Toru exclaimed loudly, causing Kyoka to pause her attack on Mina. She, along with the rest of the girls, waded up to their friend. What are you doing here? Mina asked, teasingly nudging Ochako with her elbow. Thought you were hanging out with Midoriya. Oh well, you know, Ochako said, rubbing the back of her head as she fidgeted. He had stuff to do, I had stuff to do. Like hang with you all. You didn't have to worry about us. Kyoka reassured her. We're totally fine with you hanging out with Midoriya for a while. Yeah, you two seem to be having such a good time. You didn't even notice us leaving. To tell the truth, I'm pretty jealous, Toru added in a cheerful tone. Momo watched Ochako's passive reactions to these remarks before quietly asking, did something happen between you and Midoriya? This question silenced the group, with Ochako glancing around uncomfortably before putting on a strained smile. What? No, everything is fine. Are you sure? Momo replied, not looking convinced. Of course, Ochako said, waving her hands in front of her dismissively. However, her cheerful demeanor began to chip away as other girls started to look suspiciously at her as well. Well, maybe not, she admitted, sheepishly. Really? What happened? Kyoka asked with a hint of surprise. It's really nothing. Ochako explained how she and Midoriya had separated for a bit, with her going to talk with Aoyama and check around for Tsuyu. When she heard from Ada that Tsuyu was patrolling the waters, she had decided to ask Midoriya to swim with her. A dark cloud seemed to hang over the teen as she finished her story, but for some reason he declined and even seemed angry about it. She replayed the scene in her mind, the tone he had used. It seemed very odd. Really? Mina exclaimed, shocked. What kind of guy refuses an invite from a girl? Toru fumed. I swear that boy has too much All Might in his brain. It is quite odd. Momo agreed, thinking of how close the two usually were, and he didn't give a reason why. Ochako shook her head. No, but, she hesitated, slumping into the water miserably. But I'm worried I might have made him mad at me. Why would you think that? Momo asked. Ochako clutched her arm, unable to get Midoriya's response out of her mind. I'm not sure. I've just never heard him sound like that before. It was almost like Bakugo was answering me instead of Deku. Yua, that is scary, Toru commented. That's so weird, Kyoka added, crossing her arms dubiously. This all seems pretty unusual for Midoriya. Don't ya think? As the girls all muttered agreements, Momo stood silently thinking. Perhaps he declined your invitation due to external reasons that have nothing to do with you, she ventured, hoping to cheer up the defeated-looking Ochako. Maybe something was making him uncomfortable, thus the change in tone. Something he couldn't tell you about. Yeah, like a boner, Toru added brightly. Toru, Momo snapped, blushing at the suggestion. What? That's a thing, Toru exclaimed indignantly, as Mina and Kyoka both tried to suppress their giggles. Trust me, being invisible means no one ever checks to see if I'm looking, so I see everything in the classroom. Momo held the bridge of her nose, clearly wishing Toru had not shared this tidbit of information. Anyway, she continued, putting on a bright smile for Ochako as she finished her motherly pep talk. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Remember, Midoriya and you are friends. I doubt that's going to change. Yeah, Mina said, wiping away tears of mirth. You and him are like, super close. Ochako smiled. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, I have an idea, Toru exclaimed, jumping up and down in the water. Since we're all here, how about we look around for Tsuyu? Ochako said she's patrolling the waters, right? She's been doing that for a while, hasn't she? Momo wondered aloud. I hope she's okay. I'm sure she's fine, Mina replied. I mean, we all have tracking devices on, right? She said, pointing to her own device, hooked to her bikini top. If any of us wander too far off, I'm sure Sensei would know. Guess that's true, Kyoka agreed, as all the girls glanced down at their own tracking devices that were hooked onto their bikini tops. I'm sure Tsuyu will join us when she's ready, Ochako confidently stated. She's probably just focusing on watching over the class. You know how protective she can be. She is very reliable. Momo agreed with a nod. Oh, but I really wanted to share this gossip with everyone here, Mina despaired, flinging herself onto Kyoka's forgotten water tube. The girls all exchanged a look. What gossip? Ochako asked curiously. Mina grinned, knowing she had them hooked. Oh, you know, gossip concerning Class 1B's class trip. You mean their trip to Hokkaido? Kyoto asked. At the same time they were told they would be heading to Okinawa, Class 1B had been told they would be sent to the Hokkaido region. As far as they knew, Class 1B had just arrived at their ski resort destination around the same time Class 1A had landed in Okinawa. Question: is their trip really a class trip or a secret mission like ours? Toru asked. Seems to me like it's just a normal trip for them. Mina replied with a nonchalant shrug. When I texted Kendo in the changing rooms earlier, they were already up on the slope skiing. Must be nice, Toru replied wistfully. Anyway, Mina said with a dismissive wave. That's not important. What's important is the other news Kendo texted me. She got confessed too, Mina announced with uncontrollable glee. No way, Kyoka exclaimed, as the girls all gave a unified gasp. By who? Tetsu, Mina replied instantly, completely relishing the juicy bit of gossip. Oh, the Kirishima clone, Toru stated. Well, what did she say? Ochako pressed excitedly. She doesn't know yet, Mina answered with a sigh, as if the burden of not knowing was too much to bear. From what she said in the text, it was totally out of the blue for her and she doesn't know how she feels yet. I believe her text went something like, blah blah blah, I admire him greatly ... blh ... but need to focus on being a hero. Blah blah blah, woe is me. Or something like that. Mina finished with an annoyed shrug as she plopped onto the tube. Geez, why can't she just make up her mind? Some things can't be rushed, Mina. Momo chided her gently, especially if it really was a surprise confession. But aren't all confessions a surprise? Kyoka ventured. Not if everyone knows it's going to happen, Mina said with a sly glance at Ochako, who instantly stiffened. Twirling a strand of her brunette hair, Ochako quietly said, I can understand her wanting to focus on school. Becoming a pro hero is tough as it is. Adding other obligations to the mix would seem kind of overwhelming. She glanced at her friends. Don't you think? That is a fair point. Momo agreed with a knowing nod. As students of UA, it's our duty to put our education as our top priority. Yeah, studying and doing hero training is already pretty straining. Kyoto had to agree. Adding any other distractions to the mix might be a bit much. Lately it's been hard to even find time to get all my beauty sleep in, Toru added with a yawn. As the girls conversed on the difficulties dating would bring to their already hectic schedules, Mina's fists tightened at her side, her temper boiling. Lifting herself onto a shocked Toru's shoulders, the alien queen used her height advantage to get all their attention. I cannot believe what I am hearing, Mina called out, halting the girls' conversations as she placed a hand on her chest. Are we not girls? Do we not have needs, desires? Do you not want any excitement in your young teenage lives? The other girls shared a glance with Kyoka reluctantly raising her hand. We're literally in a school that trains heroes. I don't think we have to worry about excitement, Mina groaned, gesturing around dramatically. Not that excitement. The kind of excitement that leaves your heart going doki. The kind that leaves you yearning for the touch of another. A hand to hold, a lip to kiss. Hey, please keep this G-rated, Momo warned. My point is that we're only in high school once. Just because we're training to be heroes doesn't mean we can't have a little romance. Don't you think it would be exciting to have a love confession happen right here in 1A? Mina gushed, hearts practically bursting from her. I guess so, Ochako agreed, rather hesitantly. But who in the class would do that? Mina smirked. I'm glad you asked, Ochako. because they're looking at her. Me, she declared proudly. 𝐻𝐻. The girls all screamed at the same time. What? Toru exclaimed, knocking Mina off her shoulders in shock. Mina splashed down and emerged from the water with all 4 girls crowding around her as they demanded to know who she was planning to confess to. She blinked, pleasantly surprised at their reactions. She held up her hands, trying to quell the onslaught of questions. Whoa, chill everyone, chill, Momo exclaimed. How can we chill when you so suddenly declare an interest in one of our classmates? Yeah, with all the pricking and prodding you do in our love lives, I think we deserve some answers, 𝗂𝐽𝐾 said, earphone jacks raised up in a threatening manner. It's playback time, in 𝗵𝘃𝗏 style. So spill, Ochako demanded, as the others parroted her. Who do you like? Okay. Geez, I was going to tell you. Mina said with a rather nervous chuckle. I've decided I'm going to confess to Kirishima. The girls stared at her mouths agape as she continued. And it's going to be on this class trip. I figured it wouldn't be a school trip without some sort of confession, right? The girls were still silent, trying to process this info. Ochako was the first to speak. But Mina, when did this happen? During last summer's training camp you said you didn't have anyone in the class you liked. Well, that was a year ago, Mina replied with a slight pout. A lot has happened since then. Oh, like what? Toru asked excitedly, wanting to hear all the juicy bits. Yes, enlighten us on this enchanting development, Momo urged, who was surprisingly a sucker for romance stories. Mina scratched her chin, suddenly looking rather embarrassed. It's really nothing special that happened. Just one day I realized I had feelings for him that were more than just friends. That's all. That can't just be all, Toru yelled, grabbing Mina in a chokehold. You're leaving something out. I know it. Whoa, Toru, chill, 𝗂𝐽𝐾 said, eyes widening at the crazed girl. Yeah, it's fine if she doesn't want to tell us, Ochako added, not quite sure of what to do in a situation like this. Okay, Mina cried, face turning dark shade of pink as she gave in. It happened last fall, right after the rescue mission to save Eri. Toru's hold on her neck loosened as Mina confessed. After the rest of the class was told what had happened, I decided to go and visit Kirishima in the hospital. The girls were taken aback by the shadow that seemed to cross Mina's normally happy-go-lucky face. I don't know how to explain it ... but when I saw him all beaten up and then hearing about what he went through, I felt something in me break and all I could think about was returning to Yua without him there. It wasn't a good thought. Her hands moved to her chest, her lips curving into a soft smile as she continued. Then when he did finally walk back through the classroom door, with that big goofy grin of his, that's when my heart went doki doki and I knew I loved him. She glanced up and the smile instantly vanished as she took in all her friends literally bawling their eyes out at her tail. What the hell? I'm sorry, Mina, Momo apologized tearfully. That was just so beautiful. Wow, so romantic, Toru sobbed. I'm not crying ... it's just salt in my eyes, 𝗂𝐽𝐾 grumbled, rubbing at them furiously. I'm just really happy for you, Ochako said, also wiping away tears. Mina gaped. Pull yourselves together. You are all acting like I'm getting married. I haven't even confessed to the guy yet. Once the girls had calmed down, they clambered around Mina to ask for more details about how and when she was going to confess. Unbeknownst to them, a lurking shadow beneath the water had been slowly circling around them as they gossiped. Minta had been waiting and listening, quietly coming close and letting loose the tiniest of pop-offs to stick to the back of the girls' bikini tops as they floated in the water. With the girls so absorbed in each other's personal lives, it had been a rather easy feat. Now that the traps were set, it was time to set everything into motion. So are you going to sneak away or make a public confession? Toru asked. Sneaking away would be pretty romantic, but a public confession sounds totally up my alley. Mina answered with a laugh. No way in hell I would ever do a public confession, 𝗂𝐽𝐾 said, shuddering. That just sounds way too embarrassing. Ew, girls, Ochako interrupted, glancing down at the water. I thought I felt something brush my leg. Maybe a fish, Momo suggested. Or seaweed, 𝗂𝐽𝐾 added. Ochako squinted, trying to see through the rather dark water. Not sure. Can't really see much. She was interrupted by a frightful squeal from Toru. Yep, something definitely touched my leg. Toru, please calm down. It's probably just a fish, Momo again suggested. Or is it? Mina piped up, completely blocking Momo out. Have you seen those videos of drones flying over people at the beach who had no idea they were swimming right next to giant sharks? A shark? Ochako gasped. Momo shot Mina a no-nonsense look. Mina, please. Sharks? We're not exactly in deep water here. It touched me too, she shrieked, composure completely breaking down. Instantly the girls formed a circle with their backs turned towards each other as they faced the open water, their attention focused on any ominous shadows lurking in their depths. Should we call for sensei? 𝗂𝐽𝐾 whispered. Not unless we know for sure we're in danger, Momo whispered back, eyes searching the water's surface. Imagine how mad he would be if we called a false alarm. Toru added. Let's just keep our eyes peeled. Ochako suggested. As if on cue, she spotted a dark sphere-like object pop out of the water. Hey, what's that? I see something over there. Toru also called out, pointing at a similar dark shape. Ah, I think I saw a shadow in the water, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽𝐿 exclaimed, taking a cautious step back as the other girls followed suit. Their inner fear caused them to unconsciously move into a tighter circle. Suddenly the spheres were popping out all around them along with a dark shadow that seemed to be circling them. Get closer, and don't touch those things, Momo quickly advised. As they moved inwards, their backs touched, blocking any further movements. It was at that moment the dark shadow stopped circling and instantly zoomed towards them at top speed. Scatter, Ochako yelled in panic. However, the girls found they couldn't. It was as if a sticky substance was binding their backs together. What is this? Mina exclaimed, trying to peek over her shoulder but found it impossible to see. Just pull, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽 demanded as the shadow came ever closer. Growing frantic, the girls each tugged in opposite directions, trying desperately to get free as the shadow came almost upon them. Suddenly they were free, their bodies falling forward with a loud crash into the water. They emerged almost instantly, coughing up salt water as they tried to get their bearings. It was then they all noticed one tiny thing. They were now topless. Before they could even comprehend what was going on, they each heard the unmistakable sound of a picture being taken. Get down, Momo shrieked, plunging herself back into the water. They needed no second bidding, the other girls already ducking everything below their neckline into the ocean. What the hell is going on here? Toru wailed, clutching herself in embarrassment. Is this kind of sick joke? Sense, Mina quickly covered Toru's mouth before she could call out for the teacher. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽𝐽, what are you doing? Do you want everyone to know we don't have our tops on? Mina hissed. First things first, Ochako said, quickly interrupting them. We need to find out where that shadow thing went, she said, scanning the water. It was a lot harder to do in this angle, their chins practically skimming the surface. Finding our tops should be first, Toru argued. Finding whoever took our picture should be first, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽 exclaimed, mortified at the thought. Girls, I'm pretty sure they're all connected, Momo said, pointing to where their tops floated in the water. Now that they were free, they could see that the thing connecting their tops had been several little purple pop-offs. Even now they were still connected, floating on the surface like a very color-shaped water flower. Those spheres ... they couldn't be, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽 growled, eyes narrowing dangerously. In answer they turned just in time to see the shadow slinking away from them. No, you don't, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽 yelled, her ear jack zooming forward and managing to connect to the creature. They watched as it gave a violent jerk, its head breaching the surface as her attack sent waves of painful vibrations coursing through it. Then, to their amazement, the creature seemed to fall apart before their eyes, little purple spheres floating away in the waves, leaving one guilty-looking Minta behind. Oh, hi girls, he nervously chuckled, trying to look innocent as he attempted to hide something behind his back. His innocent look was tapered by the trail of blood dripping from his nose. What have you been up to? Heh, Minta, the girls growled, rushing forward angrily. Wait, don't, Minta warned, revealing the waterproof smartphone in his hand. Move any closer and I'll send this picture of you all topless to the guys' group chat. The girls froze in place, glowering at him. You wouldn't, Mina seethed. Minta gave a crazed grin, like a man who was already on the edge of insanity. Don't try me. Here's the deal. You all let me go and I'll delete this photo and we forget this ever happened. But if you don't, I'll instantly send this photo to all the guys in Class 1A. Using blackmail is pretty low for someone trying to become a hero, Ochako commented darkly. Minta scoffed. Oh please, you want to talk about low? You girls are the lowest of the bunch, always going after the top boys in the class. Well, let's see you all show your faces to your crushes after they get a look at this photo. He held his phone up, just so they could see their own embarrassed images looking back at them. His thumb hovered near the send button of what was clearly some sort of group message board. You do realize if you send that, all the boys will have evidence of what you've done, Momo explained, trying to be reasonable. You'll most likely get expelled. True, Minta admitted. But what would you rather, see me get expelled or have all your crushes see you exposed? It was a Mexican standoff. The girls glanced at each other, trying to decide what to do. The right thing to do was to turn Minta in and let him get the punishment he rightfully deserved. But the idea of having all the boys in the class see their naked breasts was too humiliating to think about. Seeing that he now had the upper hand, Minta felt himself glowering in victory. Sure, in both scenarios the picture would eventually have to be deleted and taken away from him. But was it worth it to get a glimpse of topless breasts and have the girls squirming under his power? Oh yes, so worth it, he thought, flushing in success. Maybe while they're deciding, I'll take one last quick peek. He turned the phone around so he could see the screen, but then realized there was no phone. Wow, the specs on this picture are really high quality. Toru's voice spoke from behind him. He gasped, paling as he turned and saw his phone floating in the air behind him as if an invisible hand was holding it. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Oh no, I'm not 𝗧𝗵𝗃 𝗧𝗃. Toru answered, voice dropping several octaves as she replied sinisterly. I'm Invisible and I'm going to kill you. 𝗵𝗃 ducked under the water as the invisible girl dove after him, barely missing him. He emerged in a panic as he found the other girls trying to surround him. Damn it, damn it, damn all, he cursed, quickly weaving around them before he could be surrounded. After him, Mina ordered, trying to catch up to the escaping fiend. Girls, wait, Momo called out, panicking. Let me at least make you all new tops first. No time, Mina replied, already racing ahead. We can't let that slime ball get away. Oh goodness, Momo sighed, quickly following after them. Hey, Aizawa, why has no one taken any of our students yet? Midnight absently asked, flipping through a beauty magazine while she laid suntanning and licking a popsicle. Aizawa ran his fingers through his shaggy hair, not looking up from his laptop screen as he answered. If we knew the answer to that, we wouldn't even be here right now. Midnight gave a dramatic sigh. Oh, why do stakeout missions have to be so boring? What I wouldn't give to be frolicking out in the sand like our students, enjoying the waves, enticing young boys with my swimwear. Oh, to be young again. Loud female squeals were heard from across the water and Aizawa stood up, frustrated. Damn, why do teenage girls have to be so loud? This is the 5th time I've had to check on them. He fished out his binoculars and zoomed in on the girls of 1A. To his relief and annoyance, they seemed to just be gossiping. Loudly, Midnight laughed. Come on, Aizawa. You work with teenage girls all day. Even you should be able to tell the difference between squeals of delight compared to screams of oh my god, I'm about to be attacked. Not really. It all sounds the same to me. Loud and unnecessary. We girls have to be loud. It's how we scare away the men not brave enough to make a move. When Aizawa failed to comment, she added, that was a joke. Ever heard of one? I think the joke here is how much food you can eat. Aizawa muttered, shooting a glare at her popsicle. You've already had 2 sodas, a passion fruit shaved ice cup, a bag of chips, and now a popsicle. At her age, shouldn't you be watching what you eat? He was unable to finish that thought as Midnight violently jammed the popsicle into his mouth. Congrats, Aizawa. You received an indirect kiss from Midnight. Many fanboys would gladly give away their left kidney for one of those. She crossed her arms haughtily, glancing at the ocean. Oh, looks like the girls are on the move, swimming pretty fast by the looks of it. Throwing the popsicle to the ground, he grabbed his binoculars. It was true, the girls were swimming, rather oddly though, with only their heads coming above the water. And it seemed like they were chasing after someone. Isn't that 𝗵𝗃? Midnight asked, her sharp gaze just barely spying the purple bobs associated with the embodiment of lust. I'm guess he's done something stupid to the girls again. Aizawa commented dryly. Should we intervene? Midnight asked, amused at the chase. They look pretty mad. Aizawa set down his binoculars, not looking concerned. Nah, whatever they do to him, he probably deserves it. We have bigger fish to fry right now. True, Midnight agreed, returning to her suntanning. Both teachers failed to notice the computer screen, where the girls' blinking dots were still in place and unmoving. I'm going to get you, you little purple zit monster perv. Come on, can't you girls just take a joke? 𝗵𝗃 cried, gasping as he tried to outswim the pack of females following him. Despite his week of intense training, even he couldn't outswim the power of pure, angry, hormonal vengeance that fueled the girls forward. Even more scary was the pink-haired demon that led the pack, her yellow eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn it, I can't let this end. Not when I'm still a virgin, 𝗵𝗃 wailed, muscles aching as he felt his body drain of energy. Please, anyone, please help me. Got you, Mina cried triumphantly, her hand clamping down on top of 𝗵𝗃's head. The boy had suddenly gone motionless, as if all the fight had left him. Almost immediately, 𝗵𝗃's body was suddenly pulled underwater. Mina's victory grin changed to one of surprise as she too began to get pulled, 𝗵𝗃's sticky pop-off quirk keeping her hand firmly in place on his head. Mina, Ochako gasped, quickly grabbing Mina's arm in a desperate attempt to keep her up. Kyoka grabbed Ochako as she too began to go under. Toru then grabbed Kyoka and lastly, Momo grabbed Toru. But it was no use. In less than 5 seconds the chain of girls, along with 𝗵𝗃, had quickly and quietly been pulled under the waves and into the dark depths of the ocean. It was like Ochako was being pulled down a drain. The rush of water zooming past her and slapping her face in a way that made it extremely difficult to keep the death grip she had on her friend. She willed her eyes to open, just so she could at least catch a glimpse of what or who was dragging them around like a fish on a line. But at the speed they were going, all Ochako could do was cling onto Mina's waist for dear life and concentrate on holding her breath. She could feel the weight of the rest of her friends behind her, Kyoka nails digging into Ochako's thigh as she, too, struggled to stay attached. We can't hold out like this. Whatever had a hold of them was either dragging around until they drowned or was taking them to a specific place. Ochako figured it was the latter option. If this is connected at all to those missing students, then we shouldn't be killed right away, right? In the last 2 cases, the students that were returned all came back with little to no injuries. But that was only the students who returned. Ochako thought darkly, lungs straining for air. Either way, if something doesn't happen soon, we'll all drown. But just as she was contemplating what to do, Ochako suddenly felt their speed slow as their direction shifted upward. Are we heading to the surface? Now that they weren't thrashing through the ocean at breakneck speed, Ochako made herself open her eyes. She winced, the salt stinging as she strained to see over Mina's head. She just barely saw 𝗵𝗲's slack body heading the group, but then, nothing. Where is it? Something was definitely pulling at 𝗵𝗲. The boy's limbs were completely motionless. But whatever it was, wasn't visible despite the light filtering through the water. It was as she was looking ahead that she noticed that they were heading straight towards what looked to be like a large wall of coral. She felt herself panic once she realized they were not slowing down. Are we going to crash into that? She thought of letting go crossed her mind, but she stubbornly rebuked it. If I let go of Mina, both her and 𝗵𝗲 will be gone. There was no way her or any of the other girls could follow them, not when they so desperately needed air. She clung on tighter, willing herself not to look away as they neared the wall of coral. It was then she noticed the coral move. No, not the coral, Ochako corrected herself. It was something on top of the coral, or some things to be more precise. Or those octopuses. It was. 50 or so of the large cephalopods were situated over the coral, camouflaged to almost complete invisibility. It was only as they approached that they moved aside, revealing a large opening in the wall, large enough for them to easily swim through. Once through, darkness fell on Ochako as they went through what she assumed was a dark tunnel. And then, in a flash, it was over as her body, along with the rest of classmates, were thrown out of water onto the cold, hard stone floor. At first, all she could do was gasp, sucking in as much air as her poor lungs could take. She could hear the other girls doing the same, each of them sounding weak and strained from their underwater roller coaster experience. It was only after she felt her heartbeat slow, the pounding in her head subsiding as oxygen returned to her body, that she heard the male voice speaking to them. I thought it felt a little too heavy back there. Ochako lifted her head, wincing as she took in her surroundings. They looked to be in a dimly lit cavern, with an array of stalagmites and stalactites adorning the room. The only exits were a dark opening that seemed to be some sort of passageway and the pool that led back to the open ocean. She tried to find the source of the voice, but could see nothing. Then he appeared, a dark-haired teenage boy around their age, maybe a little older, leaning against the wall of the cavern as he surveyed the group with annoyed indifference. His camouflaged skin had shifted away, strikingly similar to the group of octopus that guarded the entryway. But what struck the girls the most was not his amazing camouflage abilities, but the 4 giant, red tentacles that draped down from his hips and onto the floor. Even as they gaped, one long tentacle came up and casually set a pair of glasses on his nose. Instinctively, Ochako sat up, one arm covering her still exposed breasts. Who are you? Why did you drag us here? In answer, his hand whipped forward, transforming into a long tentacle that instantly wrapped around Ochako's chest. She felt herself get lifted and slammed roughly into the cavern wall. She gasped in pain, feeling her breath catch as the large arm squeezed around her chest. She heard the other girls scream and slam next to her, each being entangled by one of his tentacles. I'm only going to say this once, the boy said quietly, every syllable dripping with loathing. Your presence here is simply a mistake, caused by my inaccurate timing. He used his free hand to adjust his glasses before also transforming it to a large tentacle that rose up and drifted towards 𝗵𝗲, who was still dazed and dangling from Mina's open palm. The tentacle wrapped around the small teen's head and pulled him free. This guy is the one I'm after. Hey, let him go, Mina cried, angrily. Yeah, don't you dare hurt him, Toru yelled. We already got dibs on that. He ignored both girls, dropping 𝗵𝗲 on the ground next to him. You know what to do, he said, giving 𝗵𝗲 a dismissive glance. To their surprise, 𝗵𝗲 merely nodded, turning away and walking towards the dark passage out of the cavern. 𝗵𝗲, what are you doing? Ochako called out frantically. Yeah, come back you little perv and help us out, Toru yelled angrily. The teen ignored her cry, disappearing into the darkness. Let us go, octopus boy, Kyoka growled, glaring at their captor. He gave an annoyed eye roll. It's not octopus boy. Well, don't expect us to call you octopus man, Toru replied snarkily. He glared. It's Kai, just Kai. Kai, what are you going to do with him? Momo asked, tense as she struggled against the giant appendage. Don't worry about him. He's gone to a way better place than you girls are going, Kai replied darkly, turning his attention to them. Like I said, you being here is a mistake. One that I don't plan on the boss finding out about. He lifted his one free tentacle, hovering it menacingly over them. Question is, what would be the best way to dispose of you? I think that's our question, Kyoka cried, earjacks coming down and piercing into the tentacle that held her. Vibrations ran through the arm and Kai jerked in surprise at the sudden attack. The tentacle that held 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 loosened and she fell to the ground, just managing to land on her feet. At the same time, steam rose from the tentacle holding Mina as a dark slime oozed from her body. Kai gave an angry cry as he released her, his tentacle rearing back as its blubbery flesh sizzled from her acid quirk. She landed next to 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫, acid shooting from her arms and cutting through the tentacles that held the other girls. They fell to the ground, free from Kai but still constricted by the suckers of the tentacles. "Get you all out in a sec," Mina screamed, falling to the ground as a black ink-like substance was shot from Kai's mouth straight in her face. "Mina," 𝗂𝐻𝐢𝐫 cried before quickly diving into a roll as a tentacle swatted at her. But just as she prepared to send her 𝗲𝐻𝐽𝐽 forward for an attack, the end of a second tentacle crashed straight into her face. 𝐬𝐽𝐽𝐽𝐽. Momo screamed from her position on the ground, watching as the hit carried 𝗂𝐻𝐢𝐽𝐽 forward straight into the pool of water. There it easily held her down. The surface of the water roughened as she struggled to fight back from under the surface. The girls instantly fought against their binds in a desperate effort to save their friend. Kai sighed, looking disgruntled as the 4 tentacles at his side regrew from the spot they were severed by Mina's acid. "FYI, these things do grow back, you know. Hacking them off is just going to annoy me. Though having you all here is annoying enough as it is." "Let her go," Momo demanded. "I will ... once she stops moving," he replied lazily. "Drowning really is a boring way to kill someone off. Was hoping for a bit more 𝗧𝗓𝗧. 𝗂𝗲𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 by what appeared to be a long tongue. He glanced up just in time to see a bikini-clad 𝐬𝐬 leap from the pool's surface, her tongue shooting up and slapping his face. He screamed as mucus from her tongue covered his eyes and nose. What is this? My mucus, 𝗂𝐬𝐽. 𝗬𝐬 casually answered, jumping onto shore. It can cause a bit of an irritation, especially in sensitive areas. 𝗬𝗬𝗠𝑦𝑢. Ochako exclaimed, relieved to see her friend. 𝗬𝐬 jumped next to her, quickly unraveling the tentacle from around Ochako's body. Help the others, 𝗂𝐬𝐽. I'll keep him busy. Without missing a beat, she leapt over to Kai, giving him a powerful kick to the gut as he hurriedly tried to wipe her mucus from his face. Several tentacles attempted to wrap around her, but she skillfully dodged, keeping them at bay as she jumped about. As 𝗬𝐬 kept him busy, Ochako quickly started pulling at the tentacles still binding both Momo and Toru. She was soon joined by Kyoka, who had dragged herself out of the pool, nose dripping blood. Are you okay? I'm fine. Let's just hurry, Kyoka answered gruffly, pulling Momo free just as Ochako unwrapped Toru. They all hurried towards Mina, who still laid curled on the ground, eyes shut tight as the ink blocked her vision. Mina, it's us. We're going to guide you out, okay? Momo said, helping her up as Toru supported Mina's other side. What do we do? Toru asked. Go back to the pool. There's no way we can swim out of here without drowning. Momo exclaimed. We have no choice. Let's head to the tunnels and come up with a plan. Ochako said, leading the way. One moment, Momo replied, pausing as she turned back towards the fighting. 𝗬𝐬, the frog-like girl, swiftly spied her retreating classmates and gave a great leap out of the way as Momo's stomach glowed. Using her create quirk, a giant net shot out of her body and covered Kai in his many tentacles. Hurry, let's go, she ordered. While he's distracted, the group hurried forward, plunging into a dark tunnel. They could hear curses from Kai behind them, but soon those died away as they found themselves navigating their way through. The passage wasn't straightforward, instead breaking off into several tunnels, each barely lit by a fluorescent substance that littered the stonework. Puddles of water were scattered everywhere, their feet making splashes that seemed extra loud in the enclosed space. Uraraka and Kyoka led the way, with Momo and Toru guiding Mina as 𝗬𝐬 brought up the rear. They stayed quiet, hoping to not alert anyone else of their location. Finally, with Kyoka giving the all-clear, they squeezed themselves into a small passage that veered away from the main tunnel. I'll keep a lookout, Kyoka said, turning away as her ear jacks jammed into the wall, listening for intruders. Momo gently helped Mina to the ground. How is your vision? The pink-skinned girl once again rubbed at her eyes, wincing. I'm not sure. Every time I try to open them, it stings. Here, try this. Ochako ran to a large puddle, carefully filling her palms with water. A small octopus and several dark crabs scuttled away. Returning, she tried to rinse the black ink off Mina's face. After several more trips back to the puddle, Mina was finally clean and able to slowly wince open her eyes. It's a little blurry, but I can see, Mina exclaimed. A collective sigh of relief followed this statement. Now that that's settled, Momo said, holding up several bundled zip-up jackets. Can we please cover up before any more villains see us topless? She tossed each girl a different colored jacket, which the girls hastily put on, minus 𝗬𝐬. Thanks, Momo, Ochako said, zipping up her pink jacket. Yeah, you're a lifesaver, Toru complimented, twirling around in her light blue-colored jacket. Should you really be using up your energy to make clothes for us, though? 𝐤𝐽𝐸 asked worriedly as she slipped on her new black jacket. Momo's creation quirk relied a lot on the calories in Momo's body. If Momo used too much of her quirk, without replenishing her body with food, she could easily grow faint. Please don't fret, I had quite a big breakfast this morning, she reassured her. Besides, every new gaze that befalls my bare chest strongly diminishes my chance of ever getting married. Momo murmured darkly, tightly zipping her red jacket anyway. This will also help with the cold, she continued, handing Mina a purple jacket. It was true. Compared to the beach, the temperature down in these tunnels had dropped several degrees, leaving the already wet girls shivering as goosebumps covered their exposed skin. Here, Tsuyu, I also made one for you as well, Momo said, handing out a green jacket. I know how sensitive you are to the temperature, but the frog-quirked girl declined. Sorry, but I won't need it. I plan on heading back the way we came, back to the pool to try and receive help. Kiro, all by yourself? Ochako questioned, voice tinged with worry. There's no choice, Tsuyu calmly explained. I'm the only one here who would be able to hold their breath the longest to make it back to the surface. How far are we from the beach anyway? Toru asked. I don't know about you all, but I couldn't see anything when we were pulled down. Not too far, Tsuyu answered. Just a little bit past the bay, just as the water deepens down into a section filled with coral reef. But the tunnel that leads here is deep and long. None of you would be able to make it out without drowning. That octo wannabe must have been swimming super fast for us all to make it here so quickly, Mina observed. Tsuyu nodded. He was much faster than me. I was lucky I managed to make it to the entrance to the tunnel before you all disappeared through. It's camouflaged by a large group of octopus, correct? Momo questioned. Tsuyu nodded. They're not easy to scare away either, Kiro. That's why it took me a minute to get through to you all. We're just grateful you came, Ochako said, smiling. Will you even be able to find your way back to the pool? 𝗬𝗏 asked from her crouched position near the entrance. I marked the path with my mucus, Tsuyu explained, her long tongue sticking out. It's clear enough that no one should be able to notice it and I can easily sense it. How clever, Momo exclaimed, as the rest of the girls agreed. But before we split up we need to make a plan. If Tsuyu leaves, what should the rest of us do? Should we try to stay hidden until backup arrives or seek out the missing teens and 𝗵𝗃? Do we even know if this guy is involved with the missing teens? Toru questioned. He has to be. It's too much of a coincidence, Ochako replied. I'm all for finding the missing teens, but 𝗵𝗃 can take a boot for all I care, Mina grumbled. Agreed, Toru concurred. Now, we're heroes. We can't just decide who we want to save, Momo reminded them sternly, even if the person in question is rather bothersome. She tagged in. The guy is more than bothersome, Toru argued. He nabbed our tops and took pics of our goods. The guy is practically a villain already. I was wondering about that, Kiro. Not to mention he ditched us earlier, 𝗬𝗏 added. What's up with that? Wait, our tops, Ochako interrupted, realization dawning on her. Our tops had our tracking devices on them. That's right, Mina exclaimed, remembering. So that means Sensei Aizawa has no way of knowing we're missing. Momo finished solemnly. At least not right away. She turned to Tsuyu hopefully. But don't you still have yours? If you do, we can use it to contact Sensei. But Tsuyu shook her head. I'm sorry, Kiro. I'm afraid I lost mine during the chase, she explained. When I first saw you all get pulled under, my first thought was to try and pull you away from whatever was dragging you. But when I got close, I was suddenly kicked by Toru's leg. The invisible girl gave an embarrassed chuckle. Oh, my bad. I thought I felt my leg hit something. The kick knocked my shoulder and I felt my tracker fall. Tsuyu continued. I wanted to grab it, but worried I would lose sight of everyone if I stopped. It's okay, Tsuyu, Ochako said, setting a hand on her friend's shoulder. You made the right choice. Who knows what would have happened if you didn't show up? Wait, what about 𝗵𝗃? Mina pointed out. What about him? Toru asked. His tracking device, Mina explained. I'm sure he still has his. That's true, Momo agreed, with a note of relief. If that's the case, Sensei should know by now that something is amiss. There was a moment when everyone looked at each other excitedly before they heard another embarrassed laugh from Toru. They all turned in her direction with a sense of looming dread. Yeah, about that, Toru explained, clearing her throat. He did have a tracking device that he attached to the back of his phone, but I accidentally dropped it in the water when we got pulled down. Oopsie. Before they could reproach the poor girl, 𝗬𝗏 signaled them to be quiet. Instantly, the girls went still, bodies tense as they got themselves into battle stances. They kept their gaze locked on 𝗬𝗏 as she used hand signals to indicate two people approaching. Ochako, who was the closest to 𝗬𝗏, quietly crept forward to stand behind the crouched girl. Peeking out, she could barely see the outline of two figures coming their way. From the height and body structures of the two, it didn't seem like either one was 𝗬𝗏. As they came closer, she started to make out their faces in the dim light. She gasped. Deku, she whispered, before darting out of hiding. Ochako, wait, Kyoka hissed, but was unable to stop the girl as she ran to meet both Deku and Tokoyami in the dark passage. Deku, Ochako said, halting in front of Midoriya. What are you doing here? She paused, taking an uneasy step back. Both Midoriya and Tokoyami showed no recognition of her, their eyes bloodshot and glaring. Midoriya especially had an aura around him unlike his own, as if the air around them pulsed with angry waves. Worriedly, Ochako reached a hand toward him. Deku, what's wrong? But before she could touch him, she gasped as a dark claw flew out of the shadows, pinning her arms against her sides and lifting her up. It was Tokoyami's dark shadow, his golden gaze glaring at her from his position next to her partner. Her gaze darted to Deku, but found her friend wasn't even looking up at her. Hey, leave her alone, Kyoka yelled, darting out and confronting the two boys. Tokoyami, get your shadow under _Hey. Her demand was cut short as a separate claw reached out and also grabbed a hold of Kyoka. She joined Ochako in the air. Deku, Ochako yelled down at him, confusion lacing her voice. Why aren't you helping us? But just like with 𝗵𝗃𝗃, he ignored her. She felt a pain in her chest that had nothing to do with the claw squeezing at her. Deku, what's wrong with you? At this point all the girls had come out of hiding, curious at the commotion. They stared in confusion at Ochako and Kyoka being suspended in midair by dark shadow, captives to both Midoriya and Tokoyami. Momo stepped forward, taking charge. That's enough, you two. Put them down now or we will add 𝐴RGH. Instantly, several more claws shot out not only at Momo, but the rest of the girls as well. Hey, did you both hit your head or something? Mina yelled down angrily. Let us down. What kind of day at the beach is this? First I have to team up with Bakugo, then 𝗵𝗃𝗃, now this. You guys are seriously lame. Toru wailed as dark shadow suspended her upside down. The bird-shaped shadow brought his beak over to her, hissing menacingly. However, a swift kick from Toru's invisible foot sent him rearing back. Bad dark shadow. Bad. Ignoring the girl's protest, Midoriya and Tokoyami silently continued down the dark passage, now dragging along 6 hostages. The girls shot confused glances at each other, each one seeming to wonder the same thing. What should they do? Attacking a villain was one thing, but fighting against their trusted classmates was another. And why would their classmates even be doing this in the first place? It all made no sense. Psst, Ochako, do something about your boyfriend. Mina hissed in Ochako's direction. She didn't answer, staring miserably down at Midoriya. I wish I could but this person doesn't feel like the Deku I know. She remembered her conversation with Deku in the sand as they waited on Momo and Todoroki to practice. He had told her his theories on the teen abductions, how a mind quirk could possibly be responsible. Her eyes widened and she gave an audible gasp that left the other girls staring at her. Deku and Tokoyami, and even 𝗵𝗃𝗃, could they possibly be mind-controlled right now? And if so, by who? Her answer came sooner than she expected as they suddenly exited the passage into another cavern. This one was much larger and very brightly lit, so much so that the girls were momentarily blinded. Squinting her eyes, Ochako found her gaze focusing on what appeared to be a throne situated at the other end of the cavern. The throne, decorated with an assortment of beautiful shells and pearls, occupied by a large group of people. Kai, the octopus-quirked boy, on one side. He turned to them, the tentacles at his side squirming in an agitated manner. On the other side of the throne, to her great surprise, stood Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Just as with Midoriya and Tokoyami, the 4 boys seemed to stare past them with identical red-rimmed eyes and angry scowls. Bakugo's here too. Ochako was surprised to hear a note of concern in Toru's voice. She glanced at Mina and Kyoka and found the same expressions of shock and worry appear at the sight of their classmate. Trying to shake away the dread that began to fill her, Ochako focused her attention back to the throne, where a small woman sat. The woman was quite beautiful, with fair skin and bright pink hair that flowed down her back and settled on her feet in a pattern that looked similar to a mermaid's tail. She was dressed simply, in a floral skirt and black tank top that fit snug against her large chest. Her sharp blue eyes were focused down at the tablet she held in her perfectly manicured hands. Even as they approached, her gaze didn't linger away from the screen. That is until that beep-ass beep. The woman growled, clutching the tablet in a vice-like grip as her nails dug into the screen. How dare he post pictures of his new little slut? That beep beep. They could go beep in hell for all I care. But that she threw the tablet with enough force to break if one of Kai's tentacles hadn't easily caught it. He gave a polite cough, signaling their arrival. She glanced up, her venomous expression changing from enraged to silky sweet in a millisecond as she gazed down at the group. Oh, look what we have here. New boys and others, she said, gaze wavering over the girls that were still being held hostage by dark shadow. I must apologize for my language. I'm afraid I have a love-hate relationship with men. She drawled, gracefully slipping off the throne. She slipped in between Kirishima and Bakugo, drawing them close to her body. I absolutely adore them. she purred, hand caressing Kirishima's face. Carefully her nails slid down his cheek, blood trickling down as it cut into his skin. Until they make me mad. That is, leave him alone, Mina yelled, dark eyes livid. The villainess smirked, moving away from Kirishima, who remained still and unaffected by the cut. She moved towards them, her movements reminding Ochako of a dancer. Her long legs took each step in a slow, beautiful motion, as her long hair trailed behind her, almost touching the ground. By that tone I assume this batch of boys are your classmates? No need to worry. Despite my words, I actually have a soft spot for boys this age. I find they really are quite obedient, hardly ever giving trouble. She slinked over to Midoriya and Tokoyami, coming behind Midoriya and resting her head on his shoulder in a loving manner while shooting a mischievous glare upwards. Not to mention, they're very fun to play with. Who are you? Ochako demanded, her voice shaking with rage. What do you want with our friends? The woman smiled, obviously amused by the teen's interrogation. I am the beauty that has been both worshipped and feared by men for ages. Her hand came up to rest elegantly on her chin, long nails flashing like claws. An idol whose song will blow your mind. A goddess who brings men down to their knees. Her blue eyes flashed, narrowing as she peered up at Ochako and the girls with undisguised disdain. I am Siren, and unfortunately for you, you're in my domain now. Todoroki sighed as he once again reeled in a large fish. By the large and burly size of the specimen, he hypothesized it was some type of grouper. He swiftly unhooked it, tossing it nonchalantly into the bucket that was now overflowing with a variety of crabs and fish that Todoroki had caught. He sat back down, tossing the line back into the water. I wonder where Midoriya is, he wondered. It had been quite a while since they had last spoken. Could something have happened to Midoriya to keep him from meeting up with him? Todoroki glanced towards the beach, but everything seemed calm. He thought back to when they were playing volleyball together, how Midoriya and Uraraka had seemed so immersed with each other that neither had noticed the teams dissipating. Perhaps Midoriya got caught up with Uraraka again. This seemed like a logical guess. The two seemed closer than average classmates, something Todoroki was just starting to notice. He shifted in his seat, bringing a hand up to ease the glare from the sun above. To his surprise, he found his thoughts wandering to practicing volleyball with Yaoyorozu. Did we look like that too? His thoughts were interrupted as his line was tugged at once again. Following the same pattern, he quickly reeled it in, surprised to see a fish smaller than his hand on the end. His first thought was to throw it back, the size of it not worth the effort of skinning and gutting. However, a loud meow of protest sounded at his feet. Looking down, he found a petite bobtail silver cat rubbing affectionately at his leg. Todoroki hesitated. Not used to animals of any nature, his father had forbidden him to own any pets since he felt they would be a distraction from hero training. Hello. Using his free hand, he bent down to pet its head. The feline instantly purred, pushing its head into his open palm. Todoroki smiled, moving the fish to where it tangled near the cat. Its large blue eyes gleamed, meowing hungrily at the catch. I'm guessing this is why you're here. Meow, meow, the stray answered, patting its paws in the air. Somehow this scene seemed familiar to Todoroki. Once again, he felt himself drifting back to the time he and his father had gone fishing together. Flashback. Father, can I please take my hat off now? A 4-year-old Shoto begged, already lifting the blue bucket hat off his head. His father's large hand roughly pushed it back down. Sorry, son, but your mother was very adamant about making sure you wore your hat, Endeavor explained, sounding not exactly pleased. Something about you being out in the sun all day and delicate skin. Doesn't she realize your body is able to endure flames at over 1000 Celsius? There's absolutely nothing delicate about my son. He removed his hand, placing it back on his fishing reel. Shoto lips puckered into a pout. He dangled his feet over the pier, wishing he was back home with mother. The sun had been up in the sky for quite a while now. Even without a way to tell time, Shoto knew his older siblings were probably awake, enjoying a warm breakfast cooked by their mother. Probably smoked mackerel over freshly steamed rice, delicious pickled plums, and sweet tamagoyaki eggs. A loud growl escaped his stomach, and he had to quickly wipe drool from his mouth before his father noticed. Oh, why did he have to be the only one who had to get up at 4 a.m. and go fishing with father? Why couldn't he bring one of the other kids? Because I'm special. Shoto frowned, hating that word. Special just meant he had to train when his siblings got to play. Special meant spending more time with father in the gym than with his mother, who didn't seem to think his quirk was special at all. At times, he even thought she looked sad when he used it. I wonder why. Isn't it good that I have a strong quirk? Then I can be a hero like All Might. He smiled proudly at his All Might fishing rod, hoping he would get a bite soon. His father had already caught several large fish, which they had set in a large iced cooler. Shoto shot a longing glance at the chest, wishing he could add something to it. Do not fret, Endeavor commented, catching his young son's gaze. You'll catch one soon enough. Why are the fish only coming to you? Well, for one, I'm not squirming around like a criminal about to go on trial. 𝗧𝗪 instantly stopped kicking his legs, sitting up straighter. Endeavor gave an improving nod. It may not seem like it, but every move you make is reflected on your fishing line. The more you move, the more vibrations are sent down to the water and to alert the fish. His son nodded, cheeks flushed in embarrassment at his dunder. Remember this. Villains are the same way. Endeavor lectured. They're always looking and weighing in on the heroes they fight. It's imperative you always stay cool and collected in any scenario. Don't ever make it apparent what your next move will be. That's how you stay in control of a battle. 𝗧𝗪 nodded, though not quite understanding. At least he knew he had to be quiet and still to catch a fish. Taking this advice to heart, 𝗧𝗪 sat rigid, trying to not even blink in case he missed his boy going under the water. Within 10 minutes, his efforts were rewarded by a tug on his line. Excited, he instantly began to reel it in. Don't, Endeavor snapped. If you reel it too fast, the fish might not get a good hold of the bait. 𝗧𝗪 paused, watching as his red and white boy bobbed up and down a few times before suddenly disappearing under the waves. Now 𝗧𝗪. The young boy began reeling as fast as his little hands could go. Before long he felt the line get pulled from the water's surface. Bouncing on his feet in delight, he wound his line up, wanting to get the first look at his catch. The fish was tiny, much smaller than any his father had caught, with a thin body and silver scales that flashed in the sun. 𝗧𝗪 beamed at it. Endeavor surveyed the catch with a critical eye. Release it. 𝗧𝗪's face fell. But can't it go in the cooler with your fish? Those fish are there to get gutted and made into sashimi later. He unhooked 𝗧𝗪's fish, holding it up for comparison. This fish is way too small to even bother with cleaning and deboning. It would be more efficient to release it and allow it to grow bigger. 𝗧𝗪 stared at his fish longingly, his stomach giving off a loud growl. Endeavor's eyebrows furrowed. Was that your stomach? His son nodded, looking down at his feet. Endeavor crossed his arms. Didn't you eat the breakfast your mother had prepared the night before? 𝗧𝗪 thought back to earlier this morning. He remembered sitting at their low table, unwrapping the prepared stuffed onigiri his mother had left out for them to eat. But just as he was about to take a bite, he heard the news playing in the family room. Abandoning his morning meal, he had snuck over and secretly watched an early news special featuring All Might and his latest late-night rounds of heroics. So caught up in the program he had completely forgotten about his meal still sitting at the table. The young 𝗧𝗪 blinked, coming back to reality. Ooh, I forgot. His father scowled, turning up to the heavens as if they would give a sign on how to raise such a forgetful child. His gaze fell from his famished son to the small wiggling fish in his hand. Sighing, he lowered himself to the ground next to 𝗧𝗪. I guess it's only fair for a man to be able to enjoy his first catch. Pulling out a water bottle, he poured it over the fish, cleaning the salt from it. Stay back, he warned his son as red flames burst from his hand and engulfed the fish. It was an instant death that left the fish charred and crispy. Pulling a chopstick from his lunch bag, he stuffed it into the fish's mouth. Here, he said, holding the fish on a stick to 𝗧𝗪. The young boy's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the treat. Grabbing a hold of it, he took a tentative bite. He blinked, taken aback. It's tasty. Of course it is, Endeavor replied, puffing out his chest proudly. I cooked it after all. 𝗧𝗪 tilted his head up, studying his father in a new light. Thank you, he finally said, small voice sounding unsure. Endeavor simply nodded, turning his attention back to his rod. Hurry and eat up. We have a long day ahead of us. Let's see if you can catch a fish worthy of my son. 𝗧𝗪 nodded, smiling as he proudly took another bite of his fish. Meow, meow. The stray's loud mewing brought Todoroki back to the present. The cat's head had made its way onto his lap, front paws reaching upwards in an attempt to nab the small fish still hooked to the line. He picked the cat up, setting it back down on the boulder next to him. It would be wise for you to stay back, he warned, unhooking the fish. Glancing around to make sure no one was looking, he held it firmly in his right palm. Red-hot flames burst from his palms as he repeated his father's actions from so many years ago. Just like before, the fish came out charred and crispy. Here, he said, offering the now-cooked fish to the cat. You can have it. Meowing in delight, the silver tabby chomped down and dragged the fish onto his front paws. There he sat alongside Todoroki, gobbling down his meal. Todoroki smiled, adding on a new lure. You're lucky I already had breakfast this morning, Todoroki said, plopping the line back into the water. The cat purred in reply. Feeling strangely satisfied, he settled down to wait for his next catch. I wonder if Yaoyorozu is having fun, he wondered aloud, stroking the top of the cat's head fondly. Unfortunately, having fun was the last thing on Momo or any of the girls' minds at the moment. Not when they were stuck in a secret underwater cavern with two dangerous new foes, bound by the vice-like grip of dark shadow. The girls of Class 1A felt a combination of fear and anger at the predicament they found themselves in. It felt far worse due to the fact that they were not just being trapped by these villains, but also by their very own friends. Siren, Momo repeated the name, Onyx's eyes narrowing as she studied the villainous, as in the creature of ancient Greek myths. Wait, Toru asked, puzzled. So, isn't that the thing that makes you immortal if you eat its flesh or something? No, that's a 𝗵𝗲𝗄. 𝗬𝗎 corrected her. In Greek legends, 𝗂𝐽𝐽 explained, glaring down at the group of boys that stood obediently behind Siren. The siren was a female sea woman whose voice would enchant sailors and lead them to their doom, similar to what this witch is probably doing to our friends down there. So if that's the case, Ochako finished, meeting the gaze of their new foe, then that must mean your quirk is just like in those myths. Your voice can control men. Bingo, Siren cheered, snapping her fingers triumphantly. She waved an elegant arm towards 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, Kirishima, Kaminari, and 𝗵𝗃𝗏. As you can very much tell, your little boyfriends here are completely under my control. But how? Ochako questioned, trying to figure out how the boys could have even had a chance to listen to Siren's song. Had Siren somehow hidden herself along the beach? How would her song reach them without anyone noticing? Siren smirked, nodding towards Kai. The boy rolled his eyes, pulling out a waterproof phone from the pocket of his swimming trunks. He pushed the play button and an eerie melody began to play, along with what was unmistakably Siren's voice. Almost instantly the girls noticed a reaction from their male classmates. A visible shudder ran through their bodies, as if a jolt of electricity had struck, even as Kai pushed the stop button on his phone. The effects of the song left the boys looking tense and agitated. As you can see, Siren explained, not batting an eye at the boys. Even a recording of my quirk can be quite effective, though nothing beats hearing it in person, which is why they are brought down here to me so they can get a full dose. As she spoke, she weaved her body in between the boys, her hand trailing along their bare skin as she passed. With my quirk, my voice becomes everything. It fills their heads, truly making me their whole reason for living. I can make these boys do anything my heart desires, be that fight, steal, or play with, she added, hand seductively lingering on Kaminari's chest. She noted the furious eyes of the girls following her moments, like wolves waiting to strike. Of course, I don't really need my quirk for that last one. Even without my quirk, I find I can nab just about any man. Isn't that right, Kai? She turned, winking to her companion. That can be debatable, Kai answered, playing with his phone. Oh boo, Siren pouted, large lips puckering out childishly. Always so blunt, but I guess that's why I adore having you around, she teased, wrapping one of his tentacles around her neck fondly. Apologies, I don't think you've been formally introduced to Kai here. He's my #1 assistant / personal guard / boy toy / The tentacle covered her mouth before she could explain further. I think that's enough of an introduction, Kai stated, red tentacle curling back at his side. I suggest we focus more on what we do with these wenches now that they're here. Good question, Siren replied, looking thoughtfully up at them. Call it a pet peeve of mine, but I make it a point not to work with other females. I find it makes the office environment rather hostile dealing with people I don't have full control over. She gave a casual shrug, which is why I'm sure you'll understand why we must eliminate you. Can't have you 6 messing with my gang of idle boys now, can I? The girls blinked, confused. Ooh, did we hear that correctly? Mina asked. Gang of idle boys. Well, idle is more of a term of endearment, Siren explained, stroking Takoyami's beak. But I am looking for a gang of men that are both cute and strong. Boys with quirks that are so powerful that it will blow my ex's gang straight to the dust. At the mention of her former lover, she gave a maniac laugh, teeth bared in a sadistic grin that gave everyone present chills. That old fart thinks he can just throw me to the dust and get away with it. After everything I did to get the gang up and running. Who brainwashed all those high schoolers to rob those banks for cash. Who brought in the finest thugs to take out those rival bosses. Who kicked, killed, and kissed anyone who got in our way. May. One of Kai's tentacles moved to touch her shoulder, possibly to comfort the raging women. But it quickly retreated back to his side as she slashed out, nails almost raking across the appendage. She paced like an hissing cougar, continuing her angry rant. What does that ungrateful loaf do to me after all my years of work? All my years of kissing his ass. Her face swiveled upwards, as if daring them to guess. He dumped you, Toru awkwardly guessed. Toru, what? She asked. Siren threw back her head, giving a sarcastic laugh. Yes, he dumped me, kicked me to the curb like I was yesterday's trash, replacing me with some 17-year-old slut he picked up right out of the schoolyard. And even after that, do you know what he had the galls to say to me? Well, Toru began, but was quickly hushed by her classmates. Siren's voice grew low as she repeated her ex's final farewell. Sorry, babe. There's no more room in the gang for those young bloods you like to reel in. It's time to grow up. Besides, your obsession with high school boys is really creepy. How dare you say that to me after you snag a 17-year-old? She grabbed the nearest boy, which happened to be 𝗵𝗃𝗏, and started violently shaking him. Why are men such hypocrites? Boss ... the hostages, Kai urged, seeing the villainess was getting more worked up by the minute. Rolling her eyes, Siren dropped 𝗵𝗲𝗏, who seemed unfazed, and took a moment to run her nails through her pink hair before turning her attention back to the girls. So there you have it. I want to create a rival gang that I can use to take down my ex. Thus, why your classmates are here. She gave a small chuckle. Using cute high school boys for my revenge is just icing on the cake. Mina was right, Toru muttered, loud enough for the other girls to hear. We are dealing with a cougar. She's not just a cougar. Ochako frowned, watching Siren's maniac display. She's far worse. To her, these boys are nothing but tools for her revenge, to be used at her whim. If she succeeds and gets enough boys to fight that gang, who knows how many of them will be hurt or worse killed. She once again tried moving her arms to break the solid hold dark shadow had on her, but to no avail. She didn't think there was ever a time where she felt so angry and powerless as she looked down at Siren and her classmates were trapped under her sinister spell. Her gaze lingered over Midoriya, heart sinking even more. It had always felt like no matter what dark predicament the class had found themselves in, Ochako had always knew as long as Deku was around, there was still a possibility they could pull through. He brought hope to the class. He brought hope to her. But now that he was gone too, she felt that their plight was feeling even more daunting. She felt her hands curl into fists as she fought back angry tears. I feel so stupid. Here I was worrying about having fun at the beach when I should have been watching out for the guys, especially Deku. His words from before flitted across her mind. I know if I went missing like that on a school trip, my mother would kill herself with worry. I can't imagine what their families must be going through. Why? Ochako found herself asking, trembling with anger. Why are you wasting your quirk on taking these boys? Don't you understand they have families who are probably worried sick about them? The rest of the girls were staring at Ochako in shock as she continued her outburst, her limbs struggling against Dark Shadow's grip. They're all still in school, with hopes and dreams that don't include being brainwashed as soldiers for you to play with. If power is what you're looking for, why mess around with these kids and not the pro heroes? Siren and Kai had paused, listening to Ochako's rant. At her question, Siren's lip pursed, sharp eyes narrowing dangerously. A pause followed as if the villainess was considering how to proceed. Kai's tentacles curled and unfurled at his side, anxiously waiting for her orders. It's because she can't. Momo's voice echoed loudly in the still cavern. All eyes, including the villains, fell on her. The dark-haired girl studied Siren, probing her reaction as she explained her reasoning. It's true that your quirk does have an effect on men, but not on their minds, like you lead people to believe. Your quirk affects their biology, or to be more specific, your quirk can manipulate testosterone. A confused pause followed this statement. Siren crossed her arms, retaining a stony silence. Momo continued, tone growing dark as she explained. The boys aren't showing usual signs of their mind being obstructed, unfocused gaze, robotic moments, passive expressions. Their steely positions, sweaty exteriors, and red-rimmed eyes show there are internal abnormalities at work here, mostly likely hormonal imbalances. Testosterone levels in males vary depending on many factors, with age being the most prominent. I imagine your quirk needs a certain level of the chemical to cause a reaction, thus your targets being young boys in high school. At this age, testosterone levels are usually at their peak, making it the easiest age group to control. She glared at Siren, demanding an answer. Well, correct me if I'm mistaken. Kai glanced at his boss, who after a moment gave a small chuckle. Well, aren't we the observant one? I'll give you credit that my quirk does have some weaknesses, as of any quirk, but what those are is quite irrelevant. She walked over to Midoriya, cupping his face in her hands so that she could gaze into his tense, red-rimmed eyes. What matters is that once my melody is heard, these boys have no desires besides listening to every word I say. Isn't that right? We're going to stop you, Ochako called down determinedly. Siren looked up at her with a calculating gaze. Kai ... What school are these kids from again? Not sure, he replied, coming to stand at her side. But I'm starting to guess. Me too, she said, lips curling into a grin. Looks like our little expeditions are getting a bit of attention, so much so that they're sending in students from the hero academies. Based on this lot, I have to say these kids may even be from you. I knew there was something fishy about those girls. Kai growled. Oh Kai dear, you think all girls are fishy, Siren remarked, looking pleased. We should feel honored. That means the boys we snagged must have pretty powerful quirks. What say we take them out for a test run? Are you sure? Kai asked, casting a dark glance up at the girls. That also means this lot is trained as well. Siren smirked. Trained or not, there's a big difference between fighting against villains ... and your friends. She snapped her fingers. On cue, Bakugo, Kirishima, Minato, and Kaminari circled around the girls. Ochako and the others suddenly found themselves falling down as Dark Shadow released them. As they landed roughly on their feet, Tokoyami and Midoriya completed the circle that had the girls surrounded. Siren and Kai stood outside the loop, watching with amusement. You girls are in luck. Today you get a first row seat to my stage act. She pulled her pink hair into a high ponytail as one of Kai's tentacles reached over and handed her a microphone. He took out a pair of earbuds, stuffing them into his ears as he pushed a button on his phone. Instantly, poppy techno music began to play. "What's going on here?" 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐽 asked, watching warily as sparks sizzled dangerously from Kaminari's hands as he stood before her. "Oh, didn't I mention?" Siren asked, taking off her skirt and revealing tight black dancing shorts underneath. "I always like to test my new recruits out to see what kind of quirks they have." She twirled, striking an idle pose. "And what better way of doing that than to have them battle against you girls? I get to see my boys in action and you all." She held the mic to her ruby, red lips, winking. "Get eliminated. Now let's get this show started." The girls instinctively huddled close, bumping shoulders as they solemnly faced off against the boys that surrounded them. Before Ochako stood Midoriya, his green eyes tinged with red lighting up as his quirk activated. "Deku, are you really going to fight us?" But as her gaze circled the rest of her classmates, the answer to that question became obvious. Their shirtless bodies were hunched over, muscles tensed and faces set in angry scowls that resembled wild dogs ready to pounce upon their prey. Both Bakugo and Kaminari were warming up their quirks in anticipation, sparks and tiny explosive pops flaring from their palms. Kirishima's skin was already hardened as he eyed Tsuyu, who stood nearest to him. Dark shadow hovered ominously over the group, with Tokoyami standing near Momo. Both Mineta's hands held pop-offs poised and ready to be thrown. "They're just waiting for Siren's signal." Ochako glanced at the villainess, who stood posing at her throne, microphone in hand. "Question is, what happens after that?" She turned back to Midoriya, heart sinking. "Can I really hurt Deku?" By the worried looks on the others' faces, it seemed like she wasn't the only one who felt concerned. Is this chick really planning on putting on a show? Ochako heard Kyoka mutter over the music. "It's how she controls them," Momo murmured back, not taking her eyes off of Tokoyami. "They're already under her spell." Mina joined in, her comment full of bitterness. "At this point she's just showing off." "No." Ochako could feel the heavy weight behind Momo's words. "There's a lot more she can do." The rest of the group grew silent, the growing noise making further conversation almost impossible. Intense pop music echoed in the hollow cavern, almost shaking the girls with its volume and made it difficult even to concentrate. But to Siren, it was a beckoning call. She smirked, her voice rising above the music as she sang. "Remember the feelings. Remember the day my stone heart was breaking. My love ran away." The reaction was immediate, each boy taking a threatening step towards the girls. Ochako raised her arms, steeling herself as Midoriya drew near. "Don't listen, Deku. Fight it." This moment I knew I would be someone else. My love turned around and I felt. The notes of her song lingered, a visible ripple running through the boys. Siren's icy gaze swept over the girls, taking pleasure in their discomfort. She pointed a finger at the group, ruby lips parting as the music suddenly intensified, her voice blaring out the chorus. "Be my bad boy. Be my man." It was the cue they were waiting for. In unison, the boys pounced forward as if being pushed by Siren's lyrics. At the same time, the girls scattered, separating off as they each faced down their own opponent. Ochako stumbled, her head rearing back as she just barely dodged an uppercut from Deku. The fight had begun. "Be my weekend lover, but don't be my friend." Ochako continued to dodge, her arms raised as she tried to soften the blow of one of Deku's kicks aimed towards her head. Once again, she had to thank her lucky stars for her experience with training with gunhead and hand-to-hand combat. But would that even be enough? This was Deku she was up against, someone who had battled villains much more powerful than she. Not only that, Ochako skidded to the side, expertly moving away from a punch to the gut. But were Deku's movements getting faster? "You can be my bad boy, but understand." Instinctively her hand came down upon Deku's back, knocking him downwards. He recovered quickly, only losing his momentum slightly from the blow. But it was enough time for Ochako to grab his arm, twisting it behind his back. Her other arm came around his neck, forcing him into a tight hold as she desperately tried to get through to him. "Deku, stop!" Ochako yelled in his ear, trying to drown out the music. "You're under the spell of a quirk. You have to fight it." She felt herself losing her grip, Midoriya's muscles seeming to bulge unnaturally under her. She glanced to the side and saw Siren dancing like an idol as she sang, her lithe body twirling gracefully amongst the battle like an angel of death. "That I don't need you in my life again." As the tempo increased, Ochako was thrown backwards as Midoriya broke through her hold. He turned to her with an almost feral growl, before charging. She had no time to dodge as he slammed into her, forcing her to ground. She gasped, the back of her head painfully colliding into the stone floor. Using her one free hand, she quickly slapped Midoriya across the face. Instantly, the weight on her body disappeared as her attacker was forced upwards by her zero-gravity quirk. "Would you be my bad boy? Be my man, be my weekend lover. But don't be my friend. You can be my bad boy. But understand that I don't need you again. No, I don't need you again." Ochako watched as Midoriya flailed above her, like an angry cat being held by the scruff of its neck, Taking advantage of this brief moment of rest, she achingly sat up to scan the room, worry for her comrades growing. She saw that Siren had paused from her singing, letting the music continue to blare out as she also surveyed the ongoing battles. From what Ochako could see, the girls were mostly doing a defensive battle that consisted of a lot of evasion. It was plainly obvious that they were hesitant to inflict any attacks on their classmates, despite the aggressive nature of their opponents, something Siren seemed fairly amused about. Closest to Ochako stood Tsuyu fighting against Kirishima. The red-headed boy was hard in full body, bellowing as he charged at the frog-like girl. Tsuyu stayed on the move, leaping from one stalagmite to the next to avoid his attacks. Bad boy. As she leapt away from his latest attack, Tsuyu's tongue shot out. It zoomed forward, swiping spit against Kirishima's ear. It retreated before getting nicked by a ravaged swipe. Let's see if that helps any. In theory, his ear would be deadened slightly and possibly lessen the effects of Siren's quirk. Tsuyu frowned as Kirishima just gave off an annoyed growl, his sharpened fingers coming up and furiously clawing at the affected ear, so much so that she could see bloody dents appearing in his own skin where he scraped. Her tongue shot back out, catching his arm and pulling it away before he could inflict more damage on himself. Stop it. You're going to hurt yourself. It was a bad move. Kirishima grabbed her tongue with his other hand, tugging. Wincing in pain, Tsuyu had no choice but to let herself be dragged off the wall. She hit the floor, managing to land on all fours, her tongue still in Kirishima's possession. But before he could do further damage, her tongue wiggled in his hand, coming up and wiping drool along his eyes. He released her, both hands trying to wipe off the irritable substance. Tsuyu retracted her throbbing tongue, retreating back to the walls where they would continue their game of tag. You once made this promise, to stay by my side. Next to them, Kyoka and Kaminari played their own game of attack and dodge. Kaminari's palms sparked with wild electricity as he tried to get close enough to Kyoka to release an attack. Kyoka, on her part, was doing her best to keep her distance. Even getting a few feet in range of him could mean she would get a full blast of his electricity quirk. As he released a wave of sparks, she hid herself behind a broad stalagmite, but after some time, "You just pushed me aside, snap out of it, you idiot," she called out, trying to talk sense into him. "Can't you see you're being used by some two-rate idol wannabe?" In answer, she heard the sizzle of electricity behind her. She rolled, just as electricity enveloped the stalagmite and made it crack into pieces. The force knocked her to her side, small rock shards cutting into her skin. She glanced up and paled as Kaminari stood over her. Normal flirtatious grin was replaced with a menacing sneer as deadly sparks lit his palm. Plugging her ear jacks into the cavern floor, she quickly emitted a shock wave that left Kaminari unbalanced. Kyoka swept her leg under him, knocking him to the ground. She dashed off, heart pounding and her body feeling cold with sweat. She had teased Kaminari. She had been angry at Kaminari, but never before had she been scared of him. Then there was another, deeper feeling that was so shook up she couldn't even contemplate what it was. That idiot, Kyoka cursed, as they continued this dangerous game. While Kyoka faced Kaminari, Momo was faced with her own challenges against her duo team opponents, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. "Arg!" Momo screamed, swinging her newly made metal staff to her side as Dark Shadow's claws attempted to stab at her. A second later she jumped back, avoiding a side punch from Tokoyami. Twisting away to the side, she buried herself behind a tall stalagmite. Before she could take a breath, both Dark Shadow's claws came around from each side. Gasping, she ducked forward before its arms came together, crushing the stonework. "You never thought a girl could be strong," Momo grimaced, her situation looking bleak. "This isn't good. Even on an even playing field, Tokoyami is a worthy appointment. Just fighting defensively isn't working. Not only that, but with my eyes on both opponents, I can't keep an eye out for the others." She wished she had the time to create something that could be used to halt Tokoyami's movement, such as a net or rope. But those things took a few seconds at best to create. Seconds that Dark Shadow was not willing to surrender. The situation darkened further as Dark Shadow and Tokoyami merged, with Dark Shadow covering his host like a dark cloak. Tokoyami roared, his new deadly shadow claws coming down over Momo. She quickly swung her staff up, blocking it. She held it at bay, struggling against this new immense power Tokoyami possessed. "Now I'll show you how to go on. You're grown quite strong since we last faced each other at the sports festival." Momo suddenly opened her mouth, a strong light beaming right into Tokoyami's face. Dark Shadow screeched, separating from a startled Tokoyami. Free of Dark Shadow's extra boost of strength, Momo pushed her staff forward, knocking her opponent backwards. As he fell, she spit out a small, but high-powered flashlight from her mouth. "But so have I." A loud explosion from behind made Momo turn, eyes widening at the battle going on between Mina and Bakugo. Unlike the rest, Mina was doing less dodging of Bakugo's explosions but more trying to minimize the damage of his attacks. "This Mina growled, her body enveloped in full-body acid armor in an attempt to protect herself. is just too much. By my bad boy. Be my man, be my weekend lover. But don't be my friend. Bakugo's non-stop barrage of explosions hit her from all sides. Though the acid that surrounded her absorbed the heat to some degree, the force of his attacks felt like repeated punches to the gut. She felt like a bruised-up punching bag. But what else can I do? Using her full-on acid attacks on him was something she wanted to avoid. Even at its lowest solubility, my acid could still scar him up pretty bad. These concerns seemed not to register with Bakugo, who suddenly shot his hands back to rocket straight towards her. Yuck. Mina had the acid disperse just in time before the blonde knocked into her. They rolled to the ground, with Bakugo trying to pin her down. Mina's hand came up, knocking into his chin. He gave a painful grunt before Mina wrapped her legs around him, pulling him down and forward. He flipped completely over her, allowing Mina to quickly roll onto all fours. Resembling a pink cockroach, she used her acid to slide across the stone floor. She heard Bakugo give a frustrated yell and felt the air heat up as explosive shots were fired her way. Sorry, Bakugo, but if this keeps up. A well-aimed explosion sent her flying a few feet. She managed to land safely and continued her zigzag pattern across the cavern, but the smell of burnt cloth filled her nose and she felt a stabbing pain on her upper arm. She winced, golden eyes troubled as the image of a certain red-haired boy filled her mind. I don't know if we can stop ourselves from hurting you all. There was only one girl amongst the group that did seem pretty okay, adding a bit of brute force to the fight. Slap stop, slap acting, slap like, slap a, slap total, slap freak, slap with each word. Toru made sure to put a little bit more vigor into her slap as she held Minta down. The small boy struggled beneath her, red eyes narrowed and teeth grinding together like an angry chipmunk. Toru sighed, wondering what she was doing wrong. After all, didn't pain usually break someone of mind control? I'm pretty sure that's what happened to Anjiro and Midoriya during the sports festival last year. Toru pondered aloud, ignoring Minta's thrashing limbs beneath her. Oh, well, guess I just need to hit a little bit harder. Sorry, Minta, but this hurts me a lot more than it hurts you. Toru apologized cheerfully, hand raised for another round of smackdowns. Unfortunately for her, her other hand was resting a little too close to Minta's mouth. 𝐻𝐻, Toru screamed, falling backwards and off Minta. She cradled her hand, howling in disgust. He bit me. Now I have Minta cooties. Before further complaints could be made, her eyes widened and she quickly half crawled, half ran as she fled from a barrage of purple pop-offs being flung at her. Minta chuckled, grinning in an almost clown-like way as he chased after her. Knock it off, Minta, Toru yelled, pausing to face him. This isn't. Two expertly thrown pop-offs found themselves thrown straight at her chest, imitating a pair of large purple breasts. Toru felt herself flush angrily as she looked down at the display. You did that on purpose, you perv. You can buy my bad boy, but understand that I don't need you in my life again. Minta's answer was an evil snicker as he prepared to fire more pop-offs at her. He didn't get a chance. An enraged Toru had pounced like a lioness, landing on top of him and once again pinning him face down. He gave a high-pitched wail, little fists thumping the ground as Toru painfully pulled his leg back. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, not feeling the least bit sympathetic. With her free hand, she began to unzip her light blue jacket. Guess this will have to go for now. She paused, staring at the pop-offs. She then gazed around at the battles that were still in progress. That's ... I have an idea, she announced, giving Minta's leg an extra excited pull that made him howl even louder. Come with me. Leaving her jacket on, she grabbed Minta in a headlock and pulled him along with her as tried to get the other girl's attention. Hey, look over here, Toru said, waving her chest to show off her new purple breasts. Look. Despite the music and noise of the battle, all of the girls still managed to steal a quick glance at the bouncing Toru. They instantly wished they hadn't. Identical looks of deadpan expressions flinted across each of their faces as they watched the distasteful display. Really, Toru? Momo murmured, deflecting another blow from Dark Shadow. This really isn't a time for jokes. Noticing the mix of irritation and annoyance, Toru decided to try a different tactic. Releasing Minta, she held him up high, shaking him like a rag doll as he flailed. Minta, remember Minta. A light bulb seemed to click simultaneously within the group and an understanding dawned on them. That's it, Ochako muttered, remembering Minta's ploy from earlier. If we can just pull it off, it might give us the break we need. 𝗲𝗏. She had let her guard down for too long. Bringing forth his black whip quirk, Midoriya twirled in midair, twisting it downwards straight at Ochako. She moved quickly, but still felt the sharp sting as the whip slashed across her cheek. She fell and hit the ground, rolling to her back. Her eyes widened as Midoriya used his black whip to maneuver himself, their dark tendrils wrapping around hanging stalactites and pulling himself forward. Once he was hovering over her, his hands came down, shooting the deadly whip straight at her. Desperately, she crawled backwards, trying to escape the attack. Her body felt slick with anxious sweat, her knuckles and back throbbing as they scraped across the stone floor in her haste. She gulped nervously, watching as those menacing tendrils sliced open the ground with the force of Midoriya's thrust. Deku ... is really trying to kill me. Her hand slipped behind her, toppling her whole body down. Knowing she had no time to move, she quickly covered her face and neck, bracing herself. But before it came, she felt a strong tug on her arm that pulled her out of harm's way just in time. Toru, Ochako gasped, seeing nothing but a blue jacket hanging in the air. Yes, it's me, Toru said in a rush, pushing Ochako roughly along. No time, just get Midoriya's attention and meet me over there. Toru quickly pointed towards the center of the cavern. Then without missing a beat she darted away, playfully calling out over her shoulder. Oh 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, guess who I am? She strutted along, imitating Siren's idol-like dance moves. Oh, bad boys, she sang in playful fashion as a red-eyed 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 fumed at the display. What cha going do? What cha going do when I come for you? Bad boy. Toru expertly dodged the wave of furiously thrown pop-offs. She heard Midoriya give an irritated grunt as several launched on his back. Satisfied with her work, she led 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 to the next victim. Stripping off her jacket, she used it like a matador reining in a bull. Toro. She waved her jacket behind Kirishima. The brainwashed Kirishima turned, momentarily confused by the clothing hanging in midair, before a series of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's pop-offs struck him in the face and chest. He let out a feral growl at 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, who quickly backed off like a chihuahua facing a Doberman. Toru used that time to wave her jacket at Tsuyu, who gave a thumbs up in response. Even if she was the only one in the group not quite aware of the plan, she clearly understood Toru wanted Kirishima to be lured away. Toru continued this trend, darting between battles in her half-visible state, luring 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 and his pop-offs on the unsuspecting boys. As she did her part, the rest of the girls did theirs. The girls felt a renewed sense of energy now that they had a plan in place. Slowly, but surely they started leading the boys to the designated meeting spot in the center of the cavern. To an outside observer, it would seem like the girls were still playing their game of hide and dodge. But it was clear by their steely looks of determination they had a goal in mind. Luckily for them, Siren was too caught up in her own performance to worry about any possible escape plan. She had seen enough to know that between the boys' devotion to her and the girls' hesitance to cause any damage to them was proof enough on how the battle would end. She simply had to enjoy her performance. She winked at Kai. He acknowledged it with a resigned sigh before shooting several of his tentacles forward to surround her. She grabbed the nearest one, spinning around it like a pole as she belted out the final chorus. Won't you be my bad boy, be my man? She let go, as another tentacle met her hand, gracefully spinning her around. Be my weekend lover, but don't be my friend. Once her spin ended, Siren was met by another tentacle. She did a play curtsy as the tentacle curled into what looked like a gentleman's bow. She came up and held it as it pulled her in for an embrace before swinging her out again. You can be my bad boy, but understand, she let go of Kai's tentacles, pointing out towards the battlers, that I don't need you again, no, I don't need you again. As she finished the last haunting note, she grinned at the carnage before her as she let the music continue to play. The girls already looked like they were on their last legs, tired and beat up from the brawl. It was only a matter of time before they were completely worn down. That's when her boys would finish them off for good. Nice performance, Kai said, taking his earbuds out as he came to stand next to her. As usual, singing is a skill that, unfortunately, can diminish with age. Siren replied with a cat-like grin. Got to get my practice in every so often. She fingered her pink hair, her bejeweled nails glistening. Plus it doesn't hurt to get the boys revved up a bit, just to be on the safe side. Should I cut in and help out? Kai asked, watching the battle. It's dragging out a bit, only because those girls are playing hard to get. Siren answered with a dismiss wave. No worries, I'd rather you enjoy the show next to me. She grabbed one of his tentacles, squishing it against her face with a seductive purr. Besides, it's been a while since we had this much entertainment. Kai frowned, his sullen cheeks reddening slightly. I'll just feel better when those girls are out of our hair. Don't worry, Siren replied, reaching up and patting his dark hair affectionately. I promise I won't let those mean girls bother you, my darling Kai-chan. He rolled his eyes, brushing her away as she snickered playfully at his side. Relax, the show isn't over yet. Trust me, I know, Kai muttered, dark eyes narrowing at the melee. Siren may not have noticed, but to him something felt off about the battle. Their movements seemed a little too coordinated. And why was that invisible girl running all over the place? He glanced down at the happy Siren and bit his lip, swallowing his concerns. If something does happen, I'll just personally take care of it, he vowed, fists clenching. Kai had a right to feel concerned as the girls each narrowed in on their meeting spot. Ochako felt her legs shaking from running in a zigzag pattern to escape Midoriya's black whip quirk as he continued to chase her from above. I have to keep him up till the last moment. Ochako repeated her mantra, willing herself not to falter under the strain of keeping him adrift while trying to dodge his attacks. She knew she had a better chance of dealing with him in the air than on the ground, where his speed far exceeded her own. To her side, she could see Kyoko leading Kaminari, and Tsuyu doing the same with Kirishima. Next, Mina was continuing to swat at an explosive 𝗵𝘃𝐻, while Momo somehow was managing to lead Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to the meeting point. Just a little closer, Ochako urged, glancing back at Midoriya above her. It was right when the boys were just close enough to each other that the girls moved in for the kill. Momo, Ochako called out. Momo nodded, using all her strength to push Tokoyami backwards. At the same time, Ochako brought her fingers together, releasing Midoriya from her zero-gravity quirk. He tumbled down, landing on top of Tokoyami. The two boys instantly tried to separate but found that it was impossible due to the Midas pop-offs that had been embedded on them earlier. They were soon joined by Kirishima, who was suddenly roughly kicked by Tsuyu's strong legs into Midoriya's other side. Kyoka sent a shockwave that had Kirishima falling on top of Kirishima. As 𝗵𝘃𝐻 blasted towards Mina, palms raised for an explosive attack, Mina simply sidestepped and whacked him into the pile of flailing and stuck-together boys. And now for the final touch, Toru exclaimed, grabbing a rather beat-up 𝗵𝗃𝗏. Okay 𝗵𝗃𝗏, time to pop and lock you into place. She swung him in a wide circle and threw him straight into Kaminari. The blonde gave a painful growl, eyes narrowing as he let out a furious charge of electricity that shocked the whole crew. Oops, Toru muttered, before being quickly pulled away by Momo. No time. Run, she ordered, as the whole group of girls fled towards the nearest exit. They could hear the angry scream of Siren and Kai cursing behind them. They all knew it would be a matter of seconds before they would begin to be pursued. My boys, Siren shrieked, rushing up to the struggling group. What in the world happened? She asked, eyes narrowing at the pathetic display. Get up now. This is an order. It's no use, Kai growled, tentacles trying to separate them with no luck. They're stuck together by the small one's quirk. But just as the words left his lips, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 stood up, his face distorted into a ferocious snarl. In his palm, he held up the burned remains of what was one of Midas' pop-offs. Siren instantly pointed to the tunnel where the girls had escaped to. You, find those girls now. Hurry. Without hesitation, he blasted off, exploding palms shooting him forward at incredible speeds. She nodded at Kai. You too. Kai followed behind, fuming with murderous intent. Okay, we're free from the guys, but now what? Nina asked, huffing as they ran down the tunnel. Find a spot where we can get our bearings and then think of a plan. Momo answered, turning over her shoulder to address Tsuyu. Tsuyu, keep a lookout for your markings. We need you now more than ever to escape and retrieve help. On it, Kiro. Do you guys hear something? Kyoka asked from her place near the rear. Glancing over their shoulders, their eyes widened in fright as they saw the bright lights of 𝗵𝘃𝐻's explosions lighting the dark tunnels behind them. Oh great, our favorite pier, Kyoka grumbled, increasing their speed. Ahead they could see a fork of different tunnels. Tsuyu suddenly called out, pointing a finger to the middle one. That one leads to the exit, she croaked. Then we'll lead them down one of these other tunnels, Ochako said, veering down a tunnel to the right. With no time for farewells, they quickly split up, with Tsuyu making her way down the central tunnel alone. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 skidded to a halt, staring at the opposite tunnels. Growling, he lit his palms up, about to pursue the larger group. Wait, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 gave Kai a dirty look, hands falling to his side. Kai pointed down the tunnel Tsuyu went into. Follow the frog girl. Make sure she doesn't get to the pool. Siren will be in danger if she does. Nodding, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 once again lit his palms, zooming down the tunnel Tsuyu had disappeared down. Kai turned his attention to the other tunnel, moving with swift movements to investigate it. Another mark, Kiro. Tsuyu made a sharp turn down another tunnel, sniffing the air as she ran. The mucus she had left along the walls as a marker left off a slight scent that was simple enough to pick up. It did become more difficult when one was in a hurry. Even though she hadn't sensed any pursuers yet, she knew it would happen. Protecting the escape route would be top priority for any villain with enemies on their tails. She paused, tongue hanging out of her mouth as she sensed the air. The temperature's getting warmer, which means she leapt to the side wall, barely dodging 𝗵𝘃𝐻 as he rocketed out of a side tunnel. Without losing momentum, he propped his feet against the tunnel wall to propel himself at Tsuyu. The frog girl leapt forward in an attempt to go over 𝗵𝘃𝐻, but 𝗵𝘃𝐻 was expecting it. His arm shot up, grabbing her leg in midair and launching her down against the ground. She landed hard, blood dripping from a gash in the back of her head. Before she could get her senses back, she saw 𝗵𝘃𝐻 jump forward, fist raised to thrash down on her skull. To both of their surprise, his attack was suddenly interrupted in mid-jump as something tackled him from the side. Something invisible. Tsuyu got up, blinking in confusion as she witnessed 𝗵𝘃𝐻 struggling on the ground with a completely invisible Toru. Toru had her light blue jacket wrapped around 𝗵𝘃𝐻's head, trying to wrestle enraged boy down. Hurry, Tsuyu, Toru yelled, her arms wrapped around 𝗵𝘃𝐻's neck from behind. I'll keep him busy. Just go. 𝗬𝗠 nodded, running around the last bend in the tunnel. To her relief, she was met by the sight of the dark pool they had arrived in. Without delaying any further, she dived in and propelled herself quickly through its dark depths. Toru heard the splash and gave a sigh of relief. The sigh soon turned into a scream as Bakugo's strong arms found her own and completely threw her small frame over his shoulders like a rag doll. She landed in an awkward roll that left her flat on her back. She scrambled to her feet, just as Bakugo ripped apart the jacket that covered head. Toru's hands flew to her mouth, trying to silence her breathing as he began to viciously prowl the area. He reminded her of a salvage wolf, teeth bared and all senses alert for his prey. Toru tried to slow her breathing, an impossible task due to the sprint she had to do to catch up with him once she saw that he was going after 𝗬𝗠. She clenched her teeth, determined to keep them from chattering as the chill of the cavern seeped into her flesh now that all her clothing had been abandoned. She felt her heart throb against her chest. It all felt too loud to her. She was sure he could hear everything. After all, nothing ever got past Bakugo, a boy who excelled at everything, even mundane things like beach volleyball. It was hard to think that not that long ago, they had been playing together as a team. Well, more like arguing. But it was still fun, Toru admitted, thinking of Bakugo's stupid cocky grin he bore whenever they did earn a point. It was annoying and so smug, but it definitely beat the face he was making now. The face of someone willing to kill. Don't worry, Bakugo, Toru thought solemnly. You may not realize it now, but I'm going to save you and all our friends. Suddenly, Bakugo's palms sent out small explosions that lit the tunnel up. Toru had to bite her lip to keep from shrieking as several came close to hitting her. You dummy, do you want this tunnel to cave in on us? Luckily, she managed to keep silent during Bakugo's surprise attack. The blonde boy gave the tunnel one last look of annoyance before heading back the way he had come. Toru stayed still, waiting for the sound of his footsteps to die out. Even then, she waited, not daring to move until she was absolutely sure no one was near. Once she felt safe enough to move, she silently backtracked to the fork in the tunnels where she had separated from the group. Sidestepping any puddles she came across, she moved along the tunnel the other girls had disappeared down, hoping to reunite with them. Luckily, she got her wish. Toru, Kyoka's voice called in the quiet tunnel. Is that you? Toru glanced up, surprised to hear the voice coming from above. Kyoka's head suddenly appeared in what she thought was just empty space on the roof of the tunnel. Kyoka, it's me, Toru called out in an excited whisper. Are the others up there too? Yeah, just hanging out and licking our wounds, Kyoka joked dryly. Hold on, I'll get a rope from Momo. A few moments later, Toru found a rope hanging down next to her. Climbing up, she realized the girls had found themselves a little stone overhang just big enough for the small group to huddle together in secrecy. From this position, they could see straight down below at the tunnel that ran under it. Momo broke into a relieved smile as Toru squeezed in next to Mina. Thank goodness you're all right. We were so worried when we noticed you weren't with us, Momo said, anxiously putting her arms around the invisible girl. Sorry, Toru rubbed her head, embarrassed by the commotion her disappearance had caused. I just had to make sure 𝗬𝗠 made it, especially when I saw Bakugo go after her. She did escape though, right? Mina pressed. Yep, we're good, Toru chirped happily. She glanced around the small area curiously. So how did you all find this place? Seems sort of hard to find. The group turned to Kyoka, who explained. Before Kai got onto our trail, I used my ear jacks to search for any hollow space in the area. That's when I noticed this little overhang over the path. Ochako used her quirk to float us all up before Kai ran past. It's neat cause unless you know about it. It just looks like a dark ceiling when you look up. I've been listening for you ever since, hoping you would walk by. Lucky for me, you have a pretty distinct stepping pattern. I do, yeah. I doubt that Kai dude is tiptoeing around like some James Bond wannabe. The group shared a laugh before falling into a solemn silence as they pondered about their next move. All in all, they were a rather sorry sight to behold. They sat slumped over in exhaustion, silently nursing their various cuts and bruises while also contemplating what exactly they were dealing with. So what now? Toru asked tentatively, watching as Mina grimaced next to her. A singed hole on her jacket sleeve showed signs of bad burn, the exposed pink skin looking shiny and raw. We could wait it out here until help arrives, Momo suggested, casting a concerned look at the worn-out group. But what if it doesn't? Mina questioned, melting the burnt jacket sleeve and ripping it off. 𝗬𝗠 may have escaped, but that doesn't mean she's home clear. Don't you think they'll have extra protection in case someone did try to escape out in the water? She began to wrap the sleeve over the burned skin, wincing painfully as she tied it in a tight knot. We should probably have a backup plan. Mina's right, Kyoka agreed, wiping at the dried blood that caked her face from her busted nose. I have a feeling they'll be sending out the guys to search for us pretty soon. If they find us now, we're dead. We need to think of some sort of strategy or plan or something. Then there's the missing teens we have to deal with too, Mina added. They have to be hidden away somewhere in these tunnels. Too much to think about. Toru groaned, falling onto her back. Why couldn't we just have a normal high school trip like everyone else? Momo turned to Ochako, who had been abnormally quiet during their discussion. She sat to the side, looking troubled as her fingers absently touched a long scratch along her cheek. Ochako, we would love to hear your input as well, if you don't mind. The brunette blinked, surprised to find all the girls waiting for her. Oh, well, she flailed, trying to think, trying to wonder what exactly they should do. But it was hard. She knew hiding here, waiting for help that may not even come, was not an option. There were too many risks of being taken by surprise and overwhelmed again. There was even a chance the villains could decide to escape with both the boys and missing teens now that their lair had been compromised. If that happens, we're back at square one, she thought miserably. No, they had to make the first move. But how? It was hard to think. Once again her hand grazed her cheek, feeling the gash. Even if the bleeding had stopped, the wound still throbbed painfully, a constant reminder of her battle with Deku. She felt her hand quiver in her lap, as fresh memories of what Midoriya had become sprung to her mind. Red-eyed, feral-faced, battle-hungry. Nothing like the boy she knew. She shut eyes tightly, wishing it would all disappear. I don't know if I can face him again, Ochako whispered. Her eyes shot open, alarmed that her fears had leaked out loud. She lifted her head and found all the girls staring at her, their gazes full of sympathy and understanding. Momo moved to sit next to her, resting a hand on her shoulder. Ochako tried to force a smile, trying to ease back the sudden tension. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean that. It was just hard seeing them like that. She finished awkwardly, glancing away. Yeah, it was, Kyoka admitted, hugging her knees to her chest. I actually felt scared of Kaminari. Can you imagine his stupid face actually being scary? From what I could see, Kirishima looked pretty intense fighting Tsuyu, Mina added, almost like some sort of caged animal. Can I just say, Toru joked, not much has changed for Bakugo. He always acts like a caged animal. A few of the girls gave feeble smiles, but most still looked downcast at the situation. Momo cleared her throat, gaining their attention. I just want you all to keep in mind, what's happening to the boys is completely out of their control. We have to force ourselves not to judge their current actions too harshly. Is it really, though? Mina questioned, addressing Momo directly. What was all the jumbo you were sprouting out to Siren about her quirk earlier? How her quirk really wasn't mind control? Yeah, that was a pretty confusing conversation to follow, Toru admitted, scratching her head. Mina narrowed her eyes, voice growing more bitter as she continued to prod. If that isn't her quirk, then why are all the guys listening to her like a bunch of deranged fanboys? Her hands balled into fists at her side. And if their minds really aren't being controlled, then shouldn't they have some control over their actions? Yes and no, Momo answered carefully, meeting Mina's anxious gaze. She took a long breath, diverging into her explanation. From what we know about mind control quirks, there are usually two common techniques used, she explained, holding up a finger. The most familiar technique involves the quirk overpowering the brain of the victim. With full control of the brain, the user of quirk can then give off a chain of commands which the victim must follow. The quirk acts like a blanket, covering the brain. Because this leaves the brain somewhat blind, it has no choice but to comply with the directions given to it by the user of the quirk. This technique is the one used by Hitoshi Shinso. The girls nodded, understanding this much. She held up a second finger. In our case, Siren's quirk uses another technique to control her victims. By controlling hormones in the victims' bodies and creating chemical reactions that send signals to the brain informing the victim they must listen to her. Sensing her audience's confusion, Momo continued forward with an example. Though this technique is less well known, we actually see it a fair amount in the animal kingdom. Take the naked mole rat for example. Naked mole rat, Kyoka repeated dubiously. Yes, a rodent native to Africa that dwells in large underground colonies. These colonies are ruled by one female. One of the unique ways the alpha female retains command of such a large group of subjects is by using urinating around the tunnels. Pheromones released by her urine scent help control the horde and signal to them that she is in charge. Obey me. Other animals such as bees display similar techniques. Siren's quirk is using the technique demonstrated by these animals, though in our case, it's her voice and not her scent triggering a chemical reaction in the boys. This hormonal reaction is signaling to them she is the one in charge. As for your question about whether they have control over their actions, Momo said, turning back to Mina. With the type of mind control Shinso uses, the brain is completely inactive so the victim loses control of their body. But Siren's quirk is different. The boys' brains are fully functional. Thus they do have a lot more leeway on what they can or can't do, so they should be able to fight back, Mina argued. Momo shook her head. No, because her quirk is still forcing them to acknowledge her as their leader. By leeway I mean that Siren can give out orders, but how they are followed is completely up to each individual boy. For example, let's say she asked both Midoriya and Bakugo to woo her. To Midoriya, that might mean giving her his favorite All Might figurine. For Bakugo, that might mean. Momo paused, not quite sure how the explosive teen would react romantically with the opposite sex. Oh, he would definitely go find the biggest, toughest villain, beat them to a pulp and then give her their head on a stick as a gift. Toru suggested brightly. Let's go with that. Momo replied, moving on. Either way, both examples are probably not what she's looking for. But like I said before, this flexibility doesn't really help us much as long as they view her as their boss. Does this all make sense? I guess, Nina replied, still not sounding convinced. I mean, it all makes sense in theory, but we're not dealing with rats or insects here. We're dealing with 16-year-old boys. It's just hard to believe that she can take full control of them by just messing with their hormones a bit. I don't, Kyoka grumbled. I've seen mine to fall into a full-out seizure over a dirty mag left outside the gym. Momo shook her head, tone grim as she said, it may seem small, but controlling the hormones in a teen's body is serious and not something to be taken lightly. Aggression, decision-making, muscle mass, testosterone is a key hormone in all of these functions, she explained, listing them off. With Siren's quirk, she controls it all. I'm sure you all were aware of how much stronger and faster the boys seemed to be during the fight. Ochako nodded, along with the other girls. It's just a hunch, but I'm sure Siren's whole stage performance was a way not only to increase their obedience to her, but to also give them a boost of testosterone to increase their physical ability. In theory, the faster her singing tempo, the more her quirk is activated. Momo's hand rested on her chin thoughtfully, her brow furrowed in concern. Another thing we need to worry about is the repercussions her quirk might have if the boys are exposed to it for too long. What do you mean? Ochako asked, not liking the sound of that. Because hormones play such a key role in the functions of the body. Messing with those levels for too long a period could cause some internal damage. Headaches, muscle pain, increased heart rates are all possible symptoms, similar to the side effects of taking any sort of enhancement drug. She tapped her finger against her knee, her thoughts spilling out as she contemplated this new problem. I imagine that's why Siren's been recruiting as many boys as she has. Not to increase her numbers, but to create a rotation system so not one group of boys are under her influence for too long. You know, Ochako added, I'm sure there's probably a certain amount of boys she can control at one time. Otherwise, she would send all of them at once to search for us. With an air of impatience, Kyoka broke in. Look, this is all fascinating and all, but we're kind of being hunted down at the moment. Is all of this really important right now? It's important, Momo answered sternly. Because knowing how the mind control works will help us determine how we can break it. For Shinso's mind control, it's a simple fix. If we go back to the blanket over the brain analogy, the quirk is broken when the blanket is torn off, which happens when the victim experiences any type of shock. But for Siren, her control is caused by hormones creating chemical reactions from within the body. So breaking it isn't going to be as simple as a knock to the head. They think she's their boss, right? Toru suggested. Take out the naked mole rat and then we become the new queens of the hive or whatever animal we're comparing Siren to. Taking out the host might work. Momo agreed. That's easier said than done. Kyoka pointed out. She's not going to put herself out in the open. To get to her we'll have to go through the guys and that octopus bodyguard she keeps around. There has to be some way to break them from her spell without taking down Siren, Mina argued, turning to Momo. Right. Unfortunately, Momo didn't have an answer. I'm sorry. As of now, I can't think of anything we can do. A chemical reaction can usually only change course by another chemical reaction of some sort. Then what do we do? Toru asked. Fight them. I don't know, Momo admitted, shoulders sagging dejectedly. Like you all, I dread the notion of facing our comrades once again in combat. With our current condition, I doubt we would even be able to stand our ground without resorting to violence. As heroes, we shouldn't hurt those who are innocent, and to me, they are just as innocent as we are. A depressed silence followed this statement, no one knowing exactly what to say. Ochako sighed inwardly, wishing more than ever that Midoriya was here. He never hesitated on what to do, always taking the path that led to saving lives of innocent people. Would Midoriya fight me if I stood in his way? Ochako wondered, trying to put him in her shoes. Ochako blinked, the answer coming to her almost instantly. No, she realized, smiling. He would find a way to save everyone, just like we should. That's it, Ochako exclaimed, standing up and startling the rest of the girls. I know what we need to do. Care to share with us? Kyoka asked. Rao quirked as she stared at the jubilant brunette. Because you're kind of freaking us out a little. Isn't it obvious, girls? Ochako asked, fists pumped in the air as she gazed at the group. It's just like Momo said. We're heroes. Thus our #1 priority should be to find those missing teens and help them escape. Yeah, but aren't you forgetting about the mind? I mean, hormone-controlled boys we have to go through first, Mina remarked. Then we just face them head on. Ochako replied determinedly. Mina stared. I'm sorry, but did Midoriya hit you on the head during your fight? Ochako shook her head, tone growing serious as she explained. Look, I'm not saying we have to go all out and treat them like villains, but we can't let them stop us from doing our jobs either. We use our quirks against them, but in a way that subdues them rather than harm them. Just like with beach volleyball. At this suggestion, Momo perked up. You're right. We know each of their quirks and their weaknesses. With a little planning and creativity, we can use this knowledge to our advantage. Then once the boys are out, Siren is ours for the taking. Mina added, shooting Kyoka and Toru a toothy grin. Let's get back on the court and show them boys who's boss. Toru cheered. Since this is technically a mission, shouldn't we start using our hero names? Kyoka suggested. Let's. Momo agreed, beaming at the determined group of girls before her. She held out her fist, starting. Creati, Tenki. Mina went next, fist resting alongside hers. Earphone Jack. Kyoka added, putting her own fist in. Invisible Girl. Toru excitedly jumped in beside them. And 𝗬𝗏𝗍. Ochako finished, completing the circle as all 5 girls bumped their fists together. Momo was the first to break away, clapping her hands together, her dark eyes lighting up with renewed hope as she gazed upon the group of young heroines. All right, girls, here's the plan.